ìjọ àga yìí ò wá fún láyè àti dọ̀bálẹ̀, kò tẹ̀ fún láyè àti dìde kan láti dọ̀bálẹ̀. Àga yìí mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí àṣẹ iṣẹ́ àwọn ọdún wọn. Ẹ bá ń ká ọmọ àwọn ọkọ̀.
Òun náà ni ìwúre àti gbogbo ètùtù tó yẹ kí ẹbí Lábọ́sìdé kí wọ́n ṣe fún àbáyé pẹ̀lú ìyọ̀ǹda látọ̀dọ̀ kábíyèsí aláyélúwà olórí bí mo pè ní olórí bí mo wí bí ń wí ẹ ti mọ̀ pé mo ti wí mo ti kí ẹ̀yin náà.
Ojúdára ní òun ò ṣe àwọn òsì mọ́. Ó kò lé ní Ojúdára. Ó lọ sí ní àlùkò. Àlùkò náà wò ṣe àwọn òsì mọ́. Ó wá lọ sọ́dọ̀ olókìrìkìrì. Ìyẹn náà máa tẹ̀lé lọ. Ó ní ìgbà tó ń bá délé ayé tó ń bá dọ́jà. Ire lẹ̀yẹ̀lé máa fa pákó wọlé, ire owó, ire ọmọ kọ́ máa tọ kábíyèsí lẹ́yìn, kọ́ máa tọ gbogbo àwọn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tó wà níbí lẹ́nu kọ́ máa tọ̀ wọ́n lẹ́yìn. Wọ́n ní apá ọwọ́ kò kí ń ká orí, àtẹ́lẹsẹ̀ kò kí ń ká ọ̀nà, apá àka kò kí ń ká gbé oko. Apá ọ̀tá ò ní ká yín, kábíyèsí apá ọ̀tá ò ní ká yín, ẹ ní dẹrù àrùká, ẹ ní dẹrù àrùká, ẹ̀mí yẹn wà gùn. Wọ́n ní òjòjò kí mọ́jọ́ kọ́mọ́ nájà, kókókó lára ọ̀tá le, kókókó lára yẹ̀ máa le. Barista Adédoyin wà ní mo ṣe mọ̀ ẹ́ bọ́ ni mo ṣe ní mọ̀ ẹ́ má jẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ ẹ̀mí rèé Ògúndoyin sọ̀rọ̀ it's a bit slip of tongue kìíní o nítorí pé àwọn aṣọ ìta wa ti ń sọ ìbò pọ̀ bá Abdulrasheed Adéwálé di Olúwo of Ìwó ẹ̀mí rèé ogun. Òní dàrú, òní dẹrù àrùká, òní jẹun tí ń wá lágbára lọ́wọ́. By the grace of God, a ti ń bá ọ̀rọ̀ lọ́balọ́ba nílẹ̀ Ìbàdàn, a ti ń bá bọ̀ tipẹ́tipẹ́. Ní 1936, ó ní Adésíláyé ló sọ baálẹ̀ di Olúbàdàn tilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn nígbà tó rí pé baálẹ̀ aláta wà, baálẹ̀ ẹlẹ́ran, baálẹ̀ elépo, baálẹ̀ onígúgúrú àti baálẹ̀ káàkiri lọ́wọ́ ní èèwọ̀. Ọba sọ fáwọn ọtọ́rítì ẹ dákun mo fẹ́ change orúkọ bá a ṣe di olú ti ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn lónìí ni kábíyèsí ẹ̀mí ìrógùn wàá ṣàyè rẹ̀ pẹ́. Lẹ́nìí máa mọ̀ pé oríṣiríṣi àwọn ìjọba náà ti gbé gbèsè ní tó ṣẹlẹ̀ bí lẹ́nìí láti rí i pé Ìbàdàn ó tẹ̀síwájú nítorí ìtẹ̀síwájú ni tá a bá láǹ fẹ́ Ìbàdàn state tá a bá lọ́ba tọ́tọ́ba wọn ní fún Ìbàdàn state ara àwọn gbàtẹ́rọ̀ tí a fi ń fúnyàn ní Ìbàdàn state tí a fi ń fúnyàn state nìyẹn wọn lọ́ba mélòó lẹ́ni. ṣùgbọ́n mo fi eléyìí kí gómìnà wa ó ṣe ribi méje yàyà mẹ́fà ogun wọ́n ṣàyè rẹ̀ pẹ́ ó ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ń bọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wà gan lórí ẹ̀. Kábíyèsí o, ẹ bá ń fàṣẹ sí o.
Ibà ṣe Mákindé ti wà lọ́rùn o, kọ́rẹ́nsì mi bàbá Yéṣùfù. Àti jẹ́ gómìnà lọ́yọ́ mi, àrírù bí ọdún ṣe Mákindé rí.
A kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n kọ́ wọlé pẹ̀lú gómìnà aláṣẹ wa ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́, fọ́pọ́n tó lú ọ̀pọ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ State. His Excellency.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ọmọ tó kú tó yí o.
Ẹnjìnìà Ṣèyí Mákindé, FNSE.
Àwọn májẹ̀ síkà yóò kú tó yí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ọmọ òkun tó yí.
A kí the Deputy National Chairman, People's Democratic Party, PDP, former Deputy Governor of Ọ̀yọ́ State.
Taofik Arapa ọjà. Taofik Arapa ọjà o.
Deputy Whip Minority in Nigeria. Aki Senator Monsurat Sumonu.
Agboola hallelujah. Agboola hallelujah.
Aki gbogbo àwọn.
Ilé ni mo gbà fún láyé ni. Gómìnà tó tún kọjá o láyé ni. Gómìnà tó fọba jẹ láyé ni. Ó fọba jẹ ọba àkọ́kọ́ láyé ni. Ó fọba Ìbàdàn jẹ láyé ni.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa sún sẹ́yìn díẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin paparazzi, a ní ẹgbẹ́ ọwọ́ kámẹ́rà yín lọ sílẹ̀. Àsìkò tẹ́ ìyá gbogbo ẹ̀ ń bọ̀. Ẹ̀ẹ́rì gómìnà yà, ẹ̀ẹ́rì àwọn kábíyèsí náà yà, ẹ ṣe sùúrù.
Ohun tẹ wá fi lélẹ̀ lásìkò yìí yóò ní ìbàjẹ́ máa pẹ́. Ṣèyí Mákindé ní kí o pẹ̀lú síkà débà ọmọ ogun lóyìn à. Àtolúwa ọmọ àràkàndà.
Bí mo ṣe kí head of service mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan.
Ẹkú àdó tí gómìnà gbogbo ayọ̀yọ̀ fún lójú ọmọ.
Mo kí Dr. Ayọ̀délé, mo sì kí Double T, olóyè Túndé Tìjání, àwọn tí alátayé alálùmọ́lẹ̀. Mo kí bàbá lọ́jà ìjẹ́nẹ́ra. Mo kí Alhaji Tajudeen Aremu. Mo kí bàbá wa olóyè Báyọ̀ Oyèrò.
Alágbádá tún ní hallelúyà.
Ẹ bá ṣe kábíyèsí o. àwọn bàbá wa ti gbadé o. Ní báyìí ní kọ́mọ́kọ́mọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí n pe bàbá wa ọba Dàda Ìsíòyè. Gbogbo àwọn mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin tí mo kọ́kọ́ pè yẹn a lè ṣe kábíyèsí fún wọn báyìí wọ́n ti di ọba His Royal Majesty. Ní báyìí ọba Dàda Ìsíòyè ẹ̀kẹrin balógun ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ yìí gbóná o.
Ọba Abíọ́dún Azeez àti ọba Adébáyọ̀ Àkàndé. Ọba Abíọ́dún Azeez ẹ̀karùn-ún balógun ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Bàbá wa ọba Adébáyọ̀ Àkàndé ẹ̀karùn-ún Olúbàdàn ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta kí wọ́n mọ̀ wọ́n wá. Síwájú kábíyèsí Olúbàdàn. Ìjòyè yìí láti wíníwíní lójú orogún. Bá ń rọra mú lọlẹ̀ díẹ̀ kọ́ mọ́ dáwọ́ dúró.
Ẹbí kíbi kankan oníṣẹ́ ire.
Bàbá wa ọba Dàda Ìsíòyè. Ọba Abíọ́dún Azeez àti bàbá wa ọba Adébáyọ̀ Àkàndé. Bàbá wa Ìsíòyè ní ẹ̀kẹrin balógun ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Ọba Abíọ́dún Azeez ní ẹ̀karùn-ún balógun ilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn. Àwọn ọ̀dà. Ẹ̀jọ̀ má jẹ́ kẹ́nikẹ́ni ó tẹ̀lé wọn o. Ẹ̀jọ̀ àwọn kábíyèsí tí mò ń pè yẹ má jẹ́ kẹ́nikẹ́ni ó tẹ̀lé wọn o. Bàbá wa ọba Adébáyọ̀ Àkàndé. Bàbá dà. Mo kí àwọn màmá mi méjèèjì. Ọlọ́run kó jẹ́ ká ẹ pẹ́ fún wa. Bísí ọ̀la ti lọ, láti ṣe sùúrù lọ́wọ́ kámẹ́rà yẹn wọ́n lè báyìí. Lọ́wọ́ kámẹ́rà yẹn.
Olúbàdàn ọba Yẹ́sùfù olóòde Àṣàǹkẹ́ that took place across the road on February 11, 1983.
Nínú kápá máa àmọ́ àwọn èrò ìbátan gbẹ́yìn ẹ̀ríkà ẹni ní sunkún láéláé. Ní báyìí, bàbá Ọ̀gẹ́dẹ́bù, ìṣẹ́jú márùn-ún mo sì wá gbogbo àgbò òṣèlú ìfaraba. What is the song that prepares you for official presentation of staff? About to clear the high first. A brief musical salute that we can clear the front. After which we proceed for the presentation of staff. Ẹjọ́ ẹja fàyè lẹ́wájú.
Our service commanders, Chairman Egbewani Oyo State, Honorable Dayo Ogungbero, other PDP leaders, other political functionaries, Moki, the chairman, Egweda local government area, and the Agon chairman, Honorable Sikiru Sanda, àti gbogbo chairmen and chairpersons of local government areas in Oyo State here present, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Local Government and Chieftaincy Matters, Mr. J.O. Ajagbe, other permanent secretaries, heads of non-ministerial departments and agencies. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin religious leaders wa, Ààrẹ Mùsùlùmí, Chief Imam Ibadan Land, Chairman Christian Association of Nigeria, and other prominent religious leaders that are here present. Prominent leaders and members of Central Council of Ibadan Indigenes and other Ibadan socio-cultural groups and associations here present. Eminent personalities and distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Ẹ̀wẹ̀ mo kí gbogbo apẹ́ akú Jímọ̀ èní o. Jímọ̀ olóyin ni Jímọ̀ èní á jẹ́ fún gbogbo wa o. Well, we're here today fún ìdí kan péré ni. Àwọn èèyàn sọ pé gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ó fẹ́ gbé adé fún àwọn of certain issues. With the foundation that lay I give you the assurance that whatever it is that is internal, they will also resolve it. Nígbà campaign 2019, issues adé ó generate wàhálà nígbà yẹn. Èmi náà mo sọ pé nǹkan tí ò bá break kò nídìí ká fix ẹ̀. Pọ̀tọ́ dáwọn ẹni pé àwọn kan ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní yá terms yẹn lò. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ sọ fún ẹ pé ẹni tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó ti ní ìrònúpìwàdà. Tí àwọn royal fathers wa tí wọ́n bá decide pé àwọn fẹ́ reform láti inú ilé, me as the governor of Oyo State, I will back them up and I will give them the approval.
Alhaji.
Àwọn tí kóòtù nígbà yẹn, Kábíyèsí Olúbàdàn wà nínú wọn àti bàbá wa kan. Bọ̀dí èmi, Kábíyèsí ò lọ sí kóòtù mọ́ lénìí, Kábíyèsí wà nínú nǹkan tá à ń ṣe lénìí. Nínú 11 àwọn àgbà oyè mọ́kànlá tó wà ní Ìbàdàn, 10 nínú wọn ló gba adé níbí lénìí. Tó bá jẹ́ democracy gan là ń ṣe. Democracy, government of the people, for the people, by the people. The majority will have their way. Minority will have their say. So as you go to minority sọ, ṣùgbọ́n tí ò bá tẹ́ minority lọ́rùn, wọ́n lè lọ sí ilé ẹjọ́.
Omi o.
Wọ́n rí pé òjò ń rọ̀ nípa sí i. Ẹ̀yin lẹ béèrè fómi tuntun.
Omi o.
Èyí ò sì lè fi owó ra òyì tó wá lè kọ́ àbí tó omi tuntun jẹ́ béèrè fún náà ló wà níta yẹn. Oríṣiríṣi làwọn èèyàn ti ẹ̀ sọ. They said we amended the chief's law. Oríṣiríṣi ni mo ti gbọ́. Pé the amendment was done so that I, Seyi Makinde, as the governor, to give myself sole authority to decide who will wear village crowns in Oyo State. Well, sometimes one wonders where these mischief makers come up with these stories. The chief's law has always given the state governor authority to all disapprove reforms of the traditional system. So all we amended was to remove it to refer to the governor and retain E, so that this part agrees with the rest of the law. The second part of the amendment that based on Section 1, any person who is elevated to wear bedded crown from bailiff to minor chiefs shall continue to pay obeisance to his prescribed or consenting authority. Consenting authority lè ní only Kábíyèsí Olúbàdàn, not the governor of Oyo State. And so the elevation of the chiefs does not make them in any way higher than the Olúbàdàn, who is their prescribed authority elevation. Today, history has been made. Àwọn tó bá lọ sí court, wọ́n waste the time ara wọn ni. Torí pé ntí gbogbo àwọn olóyè Ìbàdàn, ntí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ bíbí Ìbàdàn, ntí gbogbo àwọn ọ̀tọ̀kùlú ìlú Ìbàdàn tí wọ́n fẹ́ ká ṣe àti ṣe fún wọn. So on this note, mo fẹ́ ṣe congratulations sí àwọn ọba tuntun. Àmọ́ fẹ́ challenge wọn wípé n tó bá yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fún àwọn aráàlú kí wọ́n ṣe fún wọn. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí Kábíyèsí His Imperial Majesty Bàbá Olúbàdàn tilẹ̀ Ìbàdàn, you have made history. And Ọlọ́run ló máa ń tó, Ọlọ́run ló mọ bí oníkálùkù wá ṣe rìn, Ọlọ́run ló ní kí ọjọ́ ìní, Ọlọ́run ló ní orí bẹ́ẹ̀. So mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn ní ìlú Ìbàdàn. A máa gbé ní ṣe o, Ọlọ́run wà pẹ̀lú wa. Thank you and God bless you. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo àwọn ọba tuntun, mo rò wípé n tá àjẹkù ní Iléyá àwọn míìtì yẹn mo ṣì ń bọ̀ bùkọ́ ṣe kí náà bọ̀ wá kí nílé. Ẹ ṣeun, ó dàbọ̀.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on Go TV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on Go TV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on Go TV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Racism is a belief that groups of humans possess different behavioral traits corresponding to inherited attributes and can be divided based on the superiority of one race over another. It may also mean prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against other people because they are of a different race or ethnicity. Modern variants of racism are often based on social perceptions of biological differences between peoples. These views can take the form of social actions, practices, or beliefs of political systems in which different races are ranked as inherently superior or inferior to each other, based on presumed shared inheritable trait attributes and qualities. There have been attempts to legitimize racist beliefs through scientific means, such as scientific racism, which have been overwhelmingly shown to be unfounded. In terms of political systems like apartheid, the expression of prejudice or aversion in discriminatory practices or laws. Racist ideology may include associated social aspects such as nepotism, xenophobia, otherness, segregation, hierarchical ranking, and supremacism. While the concepts of race and ethnicity are considered to be separate in contemporary social science, the two terms have a long history of equivalence in popular usage and older social science literature. Ethnicity is often used in a sense close to one traditionally attributed to race. The division of human groups based on qualities assumed to be essential or innate to the group, e.g., shared ancestry and shared behavior. Racism and racial discrimination are often used to describe discrimination on an ethnic or cultural basis. Independent of whether these differences are described as racial, according to the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, no distinction between the terms racial and ethnic discrimination. It further concludes that superiority based on racial differentiation is scientifically false, morally condemnable, socially unjust, and dangerous. The convention also declared that there's no justification for racial discrimination anywhere, in theory or in practice. Racism is a relatively modern concept, arising in the European age of imperialism, the subsequent growth of capitalism, and especially the Atlantic slave trade, of which it was a major driving force. It was also a major force behind racial segregation in the United States in the 19th and early 20th centuries, and of apartheid in South Africa. 19th and 20th century racism in Western culture is particularly well documented and constitutes a reference point in studies and discourses about racism. Racism has played a role in genocide such as the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the Rwandan genocide, and the genocide of Serbs in the independent state of Croatia, as well as colonial projects including the European colonization of the Americas, Asia, and the population transfer in the Soviet Union, which include deportations of indigenous minorities. Indigenous peoples have been and are often subject to racist attitudes.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs. Biscon movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive. engaging and unconventional.
You're on to the news hour on Biscon Television. I am Stella Para. Thanks for joining us again. We'll begin with our top stories. On the national scene, President Bola Tinubu writes refs seeks 500 billion naira for palliatives. APC willing to receive Wike-led G5 into its fold, says Abdullahi Adamu. In business news, Nigeria's VAT performance lowest in West Africa, says federal government. On the foreign scene, explosives attack kills 3 police officers, wounds 10 in Mexico. And in the world of sport, Real Madrid coach Ancelotti to face tax evasion trial. Now the news in full. The President, Bola Tinubu, has written to the House of Representatives seeking an amendment to the 2022 Supplementary Appropriation Act. The amendment, he said, was to allow the federal government to source 500 billion naira for palliatives to cushion the effect of subsidy removal. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, read the President's letter during plenary on Wednesday. The letter was titled Request for the Amendment of the 2022 Appropriation Act. President Tinubu said the money would be sourced from the 2022 Supplementary Appropriation Act of 809.5 billion naira. The Speaker said the lawmakers would consider the request at plenary on Thursday. The National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, said the party is willing to receive the former Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike-led G5 into its fold. Adamu disclosed this while speaking in an interview with newsmen. The APC chairman noted that the G5 will be most welcome whenever they decide to opt for the ruling party. Meanwhile, Adamu addressed the rumored differences between himself and President Bola Tinubu. Adamu said he deserved some commendation for leading the party towards the successful presidential primaries and the eventual victory of Tinubu. He said he was misrepresented about his position on the recently elected principal officers of the National Assembly, adding that what the APC had issues with was the manner the communication was handled by the lawmakers. Adamu said those who have issues against him have always had the opportunity to air their views at the national meetings, explaining that Saliu Lukman, for instance, who has always accused him of running a one-man show, has always attended those meetings. The APC chairman stated that the decision of Lukman to take the party to court was a grave offense, even though he later signed a deal that his case had been withdrawn from the court and apologized for his error. Some road fittings installed on the newly inaugurated second Niger Bridge have been stolen by vandals, newsman reports. A source in the Works Ministry confirmed the theft on Wednesday, saying that the expansion joint walkway on axis 330 of the bridge had been stolen. Another source who spoke to newsmen corroborated the report, adding that supervising engineers are not happy about the incident. Recall that on May 23, the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, commissioned the 336 billion naira bridge via an online platform, Zoom, alongside 7 other infrastructural projects. The former Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, announced the completion of the bridge at a briefing in October 2022, after almost 5 decades of failed promises by successive administrations. On December 15, 2022, the federal government also opened the second Niger Bridge for use to ease traffic in the southeast during the festive season. Efforts to reach the ministry spokesperson Blessing Adams-Leary for official confirmation proved abortive. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll bring you business news. Join us again. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News. Now to business news. The federal government on Tuesday raised concern over the performance of the value-added tax in Nigeria as the lowest in the West African region. While describing the development as worrisome, the government stressed the need for a change in policies, adding that the country's VAT rate was less than 1% to the gross domestic product. The Director of Tax Policy in the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Bashir Abdul Kadir, raised a concern at the opening event of a 3-day workshop on the harmonization of Nigeria's VAT Act with ECOWAS directives. He aimed to improve management of domestic taxation and ensure better coordination in ECOWAS and West African Economic and Monetary Union regions. According to him, Nigeria's VAT performance or rate is still one of the lowest, which is less than 1% to its GDP, and it has the lowest VAT within the sub-region, with an average of 16%, while VAT rate in Nigeria is 7.5%. He therefore noted that the country needs a lot of policy changes on tax administration, and also needs to come up with strategies to address some of these issues. Still to come is foreign news. Bring you details shortly. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News. Now to foreign news. 3 police officers were killed and 10 other people wounded on Tuesday in an unprecedented explosives attack in the Mexican state of Jalisco, according to the state governor. Police officers and staff from the state prosecutor's office suffered a cowardly attack with explosive devices, which preliminarily caused the death of 3 colleagues from the municipal police and the prosecutor's office, as well as 10 people injured, Governor Enrique Alfaro said on his social media handle. The western state is the base of operations of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, one of Mexico's most powerful drug trafficking groups that has a presence in a large part of the country and is embroiled in disputes with other drug syndicates. Authorities learned of the incident shortly after 8 p.m. on Tuesday, with reports indicating a vehicle on fire with 5 people inside at a suburb of the city of Guadalajara, police sources said. Forensic investigators were on the scene, as well as several ambulances to transport the injured to hospital. Mexico has recorded more than 340,000 murders and some 100,000 disappearances since the launch of a controversial military anti-drug offensive in 2006, most attributed to criminal organizations. Coming up next is sports news. Bring you details after the break. Welcome back. Now to the weather sports. Carlo Ancelotti will stand trial for tax fraud after the Real Madrid coach allegedly failed to declare image rights earnings in 2014 to the Spanish tax office. A Spanish judge said Ancelotti had acknowledged the actions, which deprived the country's treasury of €386,361 in a court document seen by AFP on Wednesday. It is evident that there are sufficient indications the deeds could constitute an alleged offense against the public treasury, according to the judge. Ancelotti had declared his earnings as Real Madrid coach in the 2014 tax year, but not earnings from his image rights or other related income, according to the accusations by the Spanish tax office. The court official dismissed a similar complaint about Ancelotti's tax return from 2015, which he filed while a tax resident in the United Kingdom. The Italian, 64, took over at Real Madrid in 2013 before leaving in May 2015 and before being appointed at Bayern Munich the following year. Ancelotti later managed Napoli and Everton before returning to Real Madrid in 2021, where he has 1 year left on his contract. The veteran coach has agreed to coach the Brazil national team from June 2024 onwards, the country's federation said earlier in July. Still to come is some entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News. Now to entertainment news. Hip life musical act J. Martins have been honored by the Abia State government with a political appointment. Acknowledging his ingenious input in the entertainment industry, the state government enlisted him among the new appointees to the incumbent governor, Alex Otti. The Oyoyo crooner would serve his home state in the capacity of the Special Assistant on Tourism and Entertainment, as indicated on his social media platform. He shared the news on his social media handle, expressing gratitude to his principal and the entire people of Abia who found him worthy to serve. Aware of the journey ahead, he coveted the prayers of all and sundry, trusting the Almighty to equip him with the wherewithal to deliver in his new role to the people of his state. And that's it for now on the News Hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Tumloba Bolari and David Asha. I am Stella Para. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to Biscon Foreign News today. I am Stella Para. Coming up in the news, we have Sweden hails historic step as Turkey backs NATO bid. Donald Trump seeks to delay classified documents trial until after 2024 election. Major protests across Israel as judicial reform advances. And police raid family home of exiled Hong Kong activist Nathan Lowe. We'll bring you details of these and more after the short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. This is a historic moment for Sweden, which has spent the past year fighting hard to get accepted into NATO. The Nordic country previously embraced wartime neutrality for more than 2 years to improve security and stability in Northern Europe following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. However, until late on Monday night, Turkey had been blocking Sweden's application. Turkey argued Sweden was given refuge to Kurdish militants and needed to 31 member countries. Turkey has a major win for Sweden's right-wing Prime Minister of Kristersson, While Sweden's initial application to join NATO was made by Mr. Kristersson's Social Democrat predecessor, Magdalena Andersson, he has made securing membership a key foreign policy priority since taking over as Swedish leader in October. He told Sweden's public TV network, SVT, that he and his team had worked very hard to address Turkey's concerns about terrorism and that an agreement had been reached after being allowed to showcase their efforts. Sweden has also resumed armed exports to Turkey. This is also a major win for Turkey. Now, Donald Trump seeks to delay classified documents trial until after 2024 election. Donald Trump has asked for his trial on charges to illegally stashing classified documents to be postponed until after the 2024 election. In a filing on Monday, lawyers for the former U.S. president said a proposed trial date of 11 December would deny them reasonable time to prepare. They also cited challenges in finding an impartial jury due to the election. Mr. Trump pleaded not guilty to 37 counts during an arraignment in Miami, Florida last month. Prosecutors allege he illegally held onto files with sensitive information at his Mar-a-Lago estate and obstructed federal government efforts to retrieve them. The Department of Justice has not commented on the latest filing, which applies both to Mr. Trump and his aide, Walt Nauta, who has also pleaded not guilty in the case. The trial date was initially set for 14 August, but it was later postponed until 11 December to give both sides more time to prepare. Prosecutors asked for that delay, anticipating the defense would oppose the initial schedule. In the filing, Mr. Trump's lawyers described the case as extraordinary and argued the amount of evidence that needs to be reviewed warrants a delay. They argue it will be challenging to prepare for the trial before the presidential election in November 2024, for which Mr. Trump is the front runner to win the Republican nomination. His legal team then asked the federal court in Florida to hold off altogether on setting a new date for criminal proceedings to begin. The government's request to begin a trial of this magnitude within 6 months of indictment is unreasonable, telling, and would result in a miscarriage of justice. The document filed by Chris Kise, one of Mr. Trump's lawyers, claims. It will create extraordinary challenges in the jury selection process and limit the defendant's ability to secure a fair and impartial adjudication. It adds, Judge Aileen Cannon, who is overseeing the initial stages of the case, will rule on the request. Away from that, tens of thousands of protesters have blocked roads across Israel after vowing to escalate action against the government's planned judicial reforms. Police used water cannon to clear the Jerusalem-Tel Aviv highway, and at least 42 people have been arrested. It comes after a bill to remove the power of the Supreme Court to review ministers' decisions passed its first reading in Parliament on Monday night. The reforms have polarized the country, sparking months of mass demonstrations. In dramatic scenes inside the Parliament building in Jerusalem just before MPs voted on the bill, protesters tried to glue themselves to the floor by the entrance to the chamber before they were dragged away by guards. The bill is part of a package of reforms aimed at scaling back the power of the judiciary that have been proposed by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government, which is the most right-wing in Israel's history. It argues that the courts exercise too much political interference, overriding the will of the electorate. Protest leaders had called for a day of resistance on Tuesday in the event that the bill brought on Monday night passed the first of 3 readings required before it can become law. The demonstrations began early on Tuesday morning as protesters waving Israeli flags, banging drums, carrying flares and chanting slogans blocked roads across the country, causing snarl-ups during rush hour. Meanwhile, a group of war veterans held the protest inside a terminal at Ben Gurion International Airport. Major protests are expected later on around the airport, as well as outside the president's residence in Jerusalem, the Israeli Defense Ministry in Tel Aviv, and the U.S. Embassy's branch office. In another story, Hong Kong police have raided the family home of Nathan Law, a leading pro-democracy activist in exile in the UK. Local media reported that Mr. Law's parents and one of his brothers were also taken away for questioning. The raid comes a week after authorities issued a $127,800 bounty for his arrest, as well as for that of 7 other activists. Mr. Law, who fled to the UK in 2020 where he was granted political asylum, is yet to comment on the developments. The raid happened on Tuesday morning. It is unclear what else the authorities seized. Hong Kong authorities on 3rd July issued arrest warrants and rewards for information leading to the capture of Mr. Law and 7 other Hong Kong political activists living in exile. The 8 activists targeted are accused of colluding with foreign forces, a crime that can carry a sentence of life in prison. The offense comes under Hong Kong's draconian security law, which was imposed 3 years ago, after widespread pro-democracy protests took place in the former British territory in 2019. Hong Kong's chief executive John Lee told a media briefing on Tuesday that investigations against activists would intensify as Hong Kong authorities seek to pursue them for life. Last week, Mr. Lee urged the activists to give themselves up, adding that otherwise they will spend their days in fear. The countries in which the activists live, which is the UK, the US, and Australia, do not have extradition treaties with China and have condemned the order from Hong Kong authorities. However, at least 5 people with connections to the activists have been arrested in Hong Kong since the announcement. The police said they do not rule out the possibility that more arrests will be made. He is one of the most prominent figures in Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement and was one of the unofficial leaders of the 2019 demonstrations. We'll take a break at this juncture, and when we come back, we'll bring you more reports. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now to the rest of the news. 8 South African police officers allegedly implicated in the assault of civilians on the side of a Johannesburg motorway have been suspended. Earlier this month, the officers attached to the VIP Protection Unit assigned to protect Deputy President Paul Mashatile were filmed dragging the civilian-clothed military trainees out of the vehicle and beating them. One of the men was left unconscious after a kick in the head. It's still unclear what sparked the attack. The video caused outrage in a country where questions have been raised about why the country's political elite needs such protection when ordinary South Africans bear the brunt of crime. Deputy President Mashatile, who said he wasn't present at the time of the incident, condemned what he described as the unnecessary use of force against unarmed civilians. The police spokesperson, Brigadier Atlanta Murphy, said the officers would be subjected to disciplinary procedures and said that her department would not discuss the matter further. In another development, the president of Mauritania, Mohamed Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani, called for the return of Mali to the G5 Sahel organization. Mali left the regional military alliance fighting jihadist groups in May last year, citing loss of autonomy and instrumentalization within the organization. The appeal took place in the Mauritanian capital, Nouakchott, at the opening of the fourth session of the General Assembly of the Sahel Alliance, a platform of 27 bilateral partners and donors set up to mobilize international aid for the development of the region. The junta that has ruled Mali since 2020 has broken with France and its allies, turning to Russia for help. Mauritania, a vast, mostly desert country with a population of 4.5 million, has not seen any attacks since 2011. And finally, 3 people were killed and 3 others are missing in flooding in southwest Japan caused by the region's heaviest rain ever. Rivers overflowed and hillsides collapsed as record amounts of rain were dumped on parts of Kyushu Island. The National Weather Agency logged 402.5 millimeters falling in Kurume on Monday, the highest ever recorded in the city. Roads and power lines were cut and thousands were ordered to evacuate as further downpours were expected. Satoshi Sugimoto of the Japanese Meteorological Agency said he believed the downpours were the heaviest ever experienced in the region. At least 3 people died in the flooding, but the toll could rise, government spokesman says. 3 people were missing in some of the remotest areas of the island. The government spokesperson expressed his sympathy towards those who were affected by the disaster. The downpours prompted evacuation notices for hundreds of thousands of people, and remote communities remain effectively cut off by flooding and other damage, he said. Japan is currently in its annual raining season and often brings heavy downpours and sometimes results in flooding and landslides as well as casualties. And that's it on Biscon Television Foreign News for today. Compiled and produced by Tomiloba Bolari. I am Stella Para. Thank you for watching.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs. Biscon movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Hello and welcome to Clearview News Desk. We're reaching you live from Nigeria's capital city, Abuja. First, the headlines. NAFDAC warns against hawking of drugs, ripening of fruits with carbide, offenders to be jailed. Clearview News Desk trains field workers ahead of 2023 investigative journalism project. Abia State Governor appoints football legend Kanu Nwankwo, 29 others in a bid to harness talent into his cabinet. I am Florence Joshua with these and more. The Director General, National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, has addressed Nigerians on the dangers posed by the growing rate of drug hawking and use of calcium carbide to ripen fruits in Nigeria. Speaking to newsmen at the flag-off of the sensitization workshop, she warned that henceforth any drug hawker arrested by NAFDAC will be prosecuted. Clearview's correspondent who was at the workshop brings us details of the event. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has declared war against the troubling issue of drug hawking and the dangerous practice of using calcium carbide to ripen fruits. The DG NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola, said there have been clarion calls by well-meaning Nigerians on the need to take stringent regulatory actions to stem the dangerous tide of drug hawking and ripening of fruits with calcium carbide. She said there's a growing concern about the looming danger and health implications of this too nefarious group of unscrupulous citizens in our country.
The menace of drug hawking poses serious challenge to healthcare delivery system in the country. Drugs are sensitive, life-saving commodities which should not be sold on the streets, in motor parks or open markets, just like any other article of trade. I wish to warn that any drug hawker arrested by NAFDAC will be prosecuted, will face a jail term, and our enforcement officers are currently carrying out synchronized nationwide operation. We want to put an end to drug hawking.
We have so much to do in this war that we are fighting, because your health, physical and social well-being and mental well-being has to be safeguarded before you begin to talk. Seek it first. Your health. If you don't have good health, that is when you begin to understand what it means when you are not healthy. So the great task we are doing is a war, and we are moving on to the next phase of it.
Speaking on the impact of food fraud and how to identify fruits that have been contaminated with calcium carbide and the long-term effects, the DG and some of her directors gave extensive paper presentation on the subject.
An estimated 420,000 of these people will actually die annually from eating contaminated food, and really these are preventable deaths because the food does not have to be contaminated.
Whether the fruit is going to be beneficial to you, whether it's not going to be beneficial to you, is dependent on how it is ripened.
You can identify such artificially ripened fruits if you notice that the fruits are all yellow, whereas the stem is dark. Naturally ripened fruits usually have brown or black spots, while those artificially ripened have traces of powdery substances and peel off quickly. They may result in cancer, heart, kidney, and liver failure. They may also cause frequent thirst, irritation in mouth and nose, weakness, permanent skin damage, difficulty in swallowing, vomiting, skin ulcer, and so on. Higher exposure may cause undesired fluid buildup in lungs or pulmonary edema. The impurities are hazardous to pregnant women and children and may lead to headache, dizziness, mood disturbances, mental confusion, memory loss, cerebral edema, or swelling in the brain, sleepiness, seizures, and so on.
With increased campaigns and enforcement activities, NAFDAC has commissioned a scientific study on the best approach towards mitigating the health hazard posed by the ripening of fruits with carbides. NAFDAC said it is confident of winning the war against the two hydra-headed public health menace. In every society, the press has an important role to play in strengthening democratic governance, promoting awareness and keeping check on the misuse of government power, thereby promoting accountability in the society. However, for the press to effectively carry out these functions, journalists need to be equipped with the requisite knowledge and skills needed to fulfill their challenging role in the society. To this end, Clearview News Desk organized a 3-day capacity training workshop for journalists in Abuja, the nation's capital. As Clearview's Gloria Atta now reports, the workshop is aimed at enhancing the skills of journalists in investigative journalism and holding office holders accountable.
Given the importance of journalism in informing the public, holding those in power accountable and fostering a functioning democracy, Clearview News Desk, under the auspices of the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism and MacArthur Foundation, organized a 3-day workshop for journalists drawn from the print, broadcast and online media houses in Abuja, the Nigerian capital. Declaring the workshop open, the CEO Clearview News Desk, Odion Bello, said the workshop became imperative as a result of changing trends in technology, which has led to a proliferation of fake news and unethical media practices across the country. He therefore charged journalists to be promoters of investigative journalism so as to bring about change the country desperately needs. The lead program officer, Clearview News Desk, Nteng Ekpang, said the capacity building workshop is coming on the heels of the second edition of Clearview News Collaborative Media Project with the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism and the MacArthur Foundation, aimed at exposing loopholes in the nation's governance and holding office holders to account by unmasking institutional and regulatory failures.
These days, the proliferation of social media has made news gathering to become almost like a child's play. So before you go back to your news desk to produce 10 o'clock news, 7 o'clock news, social media has, broadcast almost everything. That's why we're encouraging people go into investigative journalism, because this is the aspect of journalism that unearths corruption. And we live in a nation that is adjudged as one of the most corrupt in the country, in the world. So it is important for people to take up investigative reporting so that you can unearth what people are hiding, what government is hiding, what officials are hiding, what private sector individuals are hiding, capitalists, what politicians like councillors could be hiding. At the end of the day, investigative journalism will help communities, because by the time they reveal what is hidden, the evils in the society, the common man will benefit.
Open source software is code that's designed to publicly accessible. Anyone can see, modify and distribute the code as they see fit. Open source software is developed in a decentralized and collaborative way, relying on peer review and community production. So we have some code that you can use when you want to carry out this investigative journalism and you want to go the way of open source in carrying out your job. Then what is an open source investigation? An open source investigation uses intelligence gathering techniques and technology including satellite imagery, social media posts and user-generated content to uncover the invisibility.
Participants at the event say the workshop is an eye-opener as it had broadened their perspectives on how to handle investigative reports in the coming years.
Today, with this workshop here within the bosom of this hotel, we have seen what professionals themselves have come forward to let us know that investigative journalism has a lot to it, has a lot in terms of developing our society, in terms of preparing the minds of the young ones to grow, and the kind of challenges that journalists should expect to always encounter in the field.
As an investigative journalist, I have to be security conscious in gathering my facts, and not all of my information I have to pull out. And also in time of traditional investigative journalism, I have to also know where to gather my facts.
As an investigator, I think I've learned a lot about managing data. I've learned a lot about handling certain informations critically so that you don't actually put your sources in risk, and then several other things.
The Wale Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism is a non-governmental organization with a vision to stimulate the emergence of a socially just society defined by the ethics of inclusion, transparency, and accountability through support to journalists. Its collaborative media project, with funding from the MacArthur Foundation, is aimed at strengthening local and regional investigative journalism, especially the underreported issues and places, and develop a more robust independent media ecosystem across Nigeria. Gloria Atta, reporting for Clearview News.
In response to the tragic killings in Plateau State, President Bola Tinubu has called on security agencies to swiftly identify and apprehend the masterminds behind the heinous act. The directive underscores the urgent need to restore peace and ensure the safety of lives and properties in the affected region. The directive also acknowledges the crucial role the security agency play in maintaining law and order. It underscores the need for effective collaboration and intelligence sharing amongst the various agencies involved, enabling them to swiftly identify, apprehend, and bring the culprits to justice. Former Interior Minister Rauf Aregbesola has encouraged the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to integrate voters' register with the National Identification Number (NIN) database in order to maintain the integrity and transparency of the country's elections. The former minister also elaborated that by doing so, the era of underage voting and numerous electoral ills will come to an end. Aregbesola made these remarks on Tuesday while presenting the lead paper towards free, fair, and credible elections at the 7th International Conference of the Professional Statisticians Society of Nigeria (PSN) at National State University, Kefi. The former governor of Osun also advised INEC to train political parties on the precise roles they will play in elections, as well as ensure the smooth and seamless distribution of electoral materials. Observers are asking questions on why the former minister could not suggest this to his principal while in office. In a significant move to bolster governance and tap into diverse expertise, Abia State Governor Alex Oti has made 30 new appointments with prominent individuals such as Kanu Nwankwo, J. Martins, and other personalities. This announcement reflects the administration's commitment to harnessing the talents and experiences of accomplished individuals to drive progress and development in the state. The inclusion of Kanu Nwankwo, a celebrated football icon, and Jay Martins, a renowned musician, among others, underscores the administration's recognition of the contribution and impact of individuals from various sectors. Experts say the appointment provides the needed opportunity to leverage the knowledge, skills, and networks of these individuals to advance Abia's development agenda. The Osun State House of Assembly has repealed the Osun State Anthem, Crest and Flag Law of 2012. The Speaker of the Assembly, Adewale Egundu, during plenary on Tuesday said the action was taken in compliance with the judgment of the Federal High Court of December 14, 2017. The Speaker said, understanding, however, that there may be some aspects of the law that are appropriate, the House agreed that all corrections made on Osun State Anthem, Crest and Flag Law 2012 from part of the Bill for Osun State Anthem, Crest and Flag Bill 2023, sponsored by the Majority Leader. In essence, what the House has done is vacate a law that had already been invalidated by a court of competent jurisdiction to pave the way for a new law that will respect the letters and spirit of the Nigerian Constitution. Some road fittings installed on newly inaugurated Second Niger Bridge have been stolen by vandals. A source in the Works Ministry confirmed this theft this Wednesday, saying that the expansion joint walkway on axis 330 of the bridge had been stolen. Another source who spoke to our correspondent corroborated the report, adding that supervising engineers are not happy about the incident. The 1.6-kilometer bridge linking Asaba, Delta State to Onitsha, Anambra State, and other regions in the southeast was named after Buhari, who performed the opening via Zoom. Buhari said the bridge was one of the critical infrastructure delivered by his administration to fight poverty, promote economic growth, and ensure the progress of the people. If you're just joining us, you're watching the news on Clearview News Desk, and when we come back, we bring you stories on women and children. Stay with us.
The news continues now with stories from our area of specialization, women and children. After the main transmission of our news, we rebroadcast on our YouTube page, Clearview TV. Do you operate a women or children's NGO? Are you at the helm of affairs of a government establishment or a corporate organization involved in the affairs of women and children? Then you are our partners in progress. We have a mission to better the lot of our women and children. Join us to celebrate womanhood and work assiduously to better the lot of the Nigerian child. This is our mission.
Welcome back. The Nigerian movie industry in Dollywood has been hit with another sad event, as veteran actress Cynthia Okereke has reportedly passed on. Her death was announced by her colleague Joseph Okechukwu in a post on his verified Twitter handle this Wednesday. Sharing a photo of the actress, Okechukwu wrote, "Rest in peace, Nwanyoma. I'm shattered beyond words. The fact that I was about to pay for your flight ticket to come finish what we started, only to hear you went to be with the Lord just last night, is one of the toughest things I have had to deal with in recent times." Last year, Okereke was kidnapped in Enugu alongside fellow actor Clemson Connell, but they were later released unhurt by the abductors, days after they were declared missing. Okereke's death is the latest in the movie industry that have seen some of its stars pass on in recent times. Saint Obi, Don Brimo, Murphy Afolabi, Femi Ogurobi, Papa Ajasko, and Chikeze Uwazi are some of the high-profile names that have recently passed on. African women have joined other women in the continent to celebrate 20 years of great milestone in the continent. It has been 20 years since the adoption of the Protocol on the African Charter on the Rights of Women. Maputo Protocol focused solely on the rights of women and girls' rights, which include projections as well as pathway to justice. Its adoption was a profound undertaking by the African Union members, acknowledging the rights of African women. Despite these efforts, Nigeria still has a long way to go in achieving gender equity and inclusion. Rights activists say women play critical roles in the socio-economic and political development of the society, yet their contributions are often constrained, limiting their full potential. Some Nigerian communities impose restrictions on female education, relegating women to domestic roles. 20 years since its adoption, African women are still fighting and advocating for progressive measures on gender discrimination. Women's access to justice and equal protection, participation in politics, right to reproductive health services, economic empowerment, and harmful trado-cultural practices. And that's the news, but before we go, a recap of the top stories. National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has vowed to hunt down drug hawkers and fruit merchants who use calcium carbide in ripening fruits. Speaking to newsmen at the flag of sensitization workshop, NAFDAC DG Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye warned that henceforth any drug hawker arrested by NAFDAC will be prosecuted. Clearview News Desk has organized a 3-day capacity training workshop for journalists in Abuja, the Nigerian capital. The workshop, which started this Wednesday, is aimed at broadening the scope of journalists and enhancing their skills of investigative journalism to be able to hold office holders accountable, especially where there are institutional and regulatory failures. We also told you that newly sworn-in Abia State Governor Alex Oti has appointed former Nigerian football legend Kanu Nwankwo as chairman of Nigerian League of Champions (EYIMBA). Musical icon Jay Martins and 28 others were also given appointments, either be it to leverage the knowledge, skills, and network of these individuals to advance Abia's development agenda. Remember to like us on Facebook Clearview Television, follow us on Twitter at Clearview Online, follow us on Instagram at Clearview News, and also remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Clearview TV. I am Florence Joshua. Thank you for joining us.
Monday, the 18th of October 2021, when Sir Chief Mike Inegbese, the Atuashi of Lagos and the Yashe Prime Minister of Okbuji in Edo State, turned 75 years on the surface of the earth, he opted to mark the milestone on a prayerful note. Sir Chief Mike Inegbese, joined by his wife, Lady Chief Mary Inegbese, the Yeye Atuashi of Lagos, and some family members, friends and well-wishers were at the Catholic Church of Perpetual Help, Victoria Island, Lagos, for special prayers. Sir Chief Mike Inegbese and his wife, Chief Mrs. Mary Assumpta Inegbese, took turns to pose for photo and video sessions with friends and family members after the church service. Fidelity Bank PLC, one of the banks that Sir Chief Mike Inegbese, one of Nigeria's longest-standing auto magnates, does business with, presented him a cake as birthday gift. Sir Chief Mike Inegbese played host to close friends and family members at his home, Mike Inegbese Close, Victoria Island, Lagos, for an open house party to mark the great day. Music was supplied by Victor Ademofe and his band, which dished out a medley of exciting songs from different idioms. Dignitaries at the 75th birthday anniversary open house party of Sir Chief Mike Inegbese were Admiral Dele Ezeoba retired, former Chief of Naval Staff, Senator Kofuru Olabokno Akirele, Basharu J.K. Randall, Chief Mrs. Bewaji Kuku, Mr. Tayo Ayeni of Skymith Motors, Prince Dr. B.C. Olatilo, Mr. Gbenga Obasa, Prince Ike Ilogalo, among others. The highlight of the open house party to mark Sir Chief Mike Inegbese's 75th birthday anniversary was the presentation of a giant birthday card by Lagos State Chiefs, represented by 2 members of the Lagos State Traditional Council of Chiefs, Chief Babajide Damasio, who is also the chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, and engineer Olaomi Gaspar, who in their remarks congratulated Sir Chief Mike Inegbese on his new age and wished him a longer, much more robust health in the years ahead.
Today, and then we will celebrate many more years in good health. Amen. And, well, we'll continue to say prosperity because you are prosperous already. So yes, so wish you many more. Amen. We pray that you live to see your children, children. Yes. That the same goes for all of us here. Amen. So we have this. We have this to present to you.
This is your job.
Can we all write to you? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Ashe. Happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless 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 you. 75 hearty cheers for only three. To the great Atuache of the universe. Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Hip hip hip! Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The cake cutting exercise was coordinated by Prince Ike Ilogalo.
Can we have that great S now?
Biscon Communications congratulates auto magnate and philanthropist without borders, Sir Chief Mike Inegbese at 75.
You're on to the news hour on Biscon Television. I am Stella Para. Thanks for joining us again. We'll begin with our top stories. On the national scene, President Bola Tinubu writes reps, seeks 500 billion naira for palliatives. APC willing to receive Wike-led G5 into its fold, says Abdullahi Adamu. In business news, Nigeria's VAT performance lowest in West Africa, says federal government. On the foreign scene, explosives attack kills 3 police officers, wounds 10 in Mexico. And in the world of sport, Real Madrid coach Ancelotti to face tax evasion trial. Now the news in full. The President, Bola Tinubu, has written to the House of Representatives seeking an amendment to the 2022 Supplementary Appropriation Act. The amendment, he said, was to allow the federal government to source 500 billion naira for palliatives to cushion the effect of subsidy removal. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, read the President's letter during plenary on Wednesday. The letter was titled Request for the Amendment of the 2022 Appropriation Act. President Tinubu said the money would be sourced from the 2022 Supplementary Appropriation Act of 809.5 billion naira. The Speaker said the lawmakers would consider the request at plenary on Thursday. The National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, said the party is willing to receive the former Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike-led G5 into its fold. Adamu disclosed this while speaking in an interview with newsmen. The APC chairman noted that the G5 will be most welcome whenever they decide to opt for the ruling party. Meanwhile, Adamu addressed the rumored differences between himself and President Bola Tinubu. Adamu said he deserved some commendation for leading the party towards the successful presidential primaries and the eventual victory of Tinubu. He said he was misrepresented about his position on the recently elected principal officers of the National Assembly, adding that what the APC had issues with was the manner the communication was handled by the lawmakers. Adamu said those who have issues against him have always had the opportunity to air their views at the national meetings, explaining that Saliu Lukman, for instance, who has always accused him of running a one-man show, has always attended those meetings. The APC chairman stated that the decision of Lukman to take the party to court was a grave offense, even though he later signed a deal that his case had been withdrawn from the court and apologized for his error. Some road fittings installed on the newly inaugurated second Niger Bridge have been stolen by vandals, Newsman reports. A source in the Works Ministry confirmed the theft on Wednesday, saying that the expansion joint walkway on axis 330 of the bridge had been stolen. Another source who spoke to Newsman corroborated the report, adding that supervising engineers are not happy about the incident. Recall that on May 23, the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, commissioned the 336 billion naira bridge via an online platform, Zoom, alongside 7 other infrastructural projects. The former Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, announced the completion of the bridge at a briefing in October 2022, after almost 5 decades of failed promises by successive administrations. On December 15, 2022, the federal government also opened the second Niger Bridge for use to ease traffic in the southeast during the festive season. Efforts to reach the ministry spokesperson Blessing Adams-Leary for official confirmation proved abortive. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll bring you business news. Join us again. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News. Now to business news. The federal government on Tuesday raised concern over the performance of the value-added tax in Nigeria as the lowest in the West African region. While describing the development as worrisome, The government stressed the need for a change in policies, adding that the country's VAT rate was less than 1% to the gross domestic product. The Director of Tax Policy in the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Bashir Abdul Kadir, raised a concern at the opening event of a 3-day workshop on the harmonization of Nigeria's VAT Act with ECOWAS directives. He aimed to improve management of domestic taxation and ensure better coordination in ECOWAS and West African Economic and Monetary Union regions. According to him, Nigeria's VAT performance or rate is still one of the lowest, which is less than 1% to its GDP, and it has the lowest VAT within the sub-region, with an average of 16%, while VAT rate in Nigeria is 7.5%. He therefore noted that the country needs a lot of policy changes on tax administration, and also needs to come up with strategies to address some of these issues. Still to come is foreign news. Bring you details shortly. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News. Now to foreign news. 3 police officers were killed and 10 other people wounded on Tuesday in an unprecedented explosives attack in the Mexican state of Jalisco, according to the state governor. Police officers and staff from the state prosecutor's office suffered a cowardly attack with explosive devices, which preliminarily caused the death of 3 colleagues from the municipal police and the prosecutor's office, as well as 10 people injured, Governor Enrique Alfaro said on his social media handle. The western state is the base of operations of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, one of Mexico's most powerful drug trafficking groups that has a presence in a large part of the country and is embroiled in disputes with other drug syndicates. Authorities learned of the incident shortly after 8 p.m. on Tuesday, with reports indicating a vehicle on fire with 5 people inside at a suburb of the city of Guadalajara, police sources said. Forensic investigators were on the scene, as well as several ambulances to transport the injured to a hospital. Mexico has recorded more than 340,000 murders and some 100,000 disappearances since the launch of a controversial military anti-drug offensive in 2006, most attributed to criminal organizations. Coming up next is sports news. Bring you details after the break. Welcome back. Now to the weather sports. Carlo Ancelotti will stand trial for tax fraud after the Real Madrid coach allegedly failed to declare image rights earnings in 2014 to the Spanish tax office. A Spanish judge said Ancelotti had acknowledged the actions, which deprived the country's treasury of €386,361 in a court document seen by AFP on Wednesday. It is evident that there are sufficient indications the deeds could constitute an alleged offense against the public treasury, according to the judge. Ancelotti had declared his earnings as Real Madrid coach in the 2014 tax year, but not earnings from his image rights or other related income, according to the accusations by the Spanish tax office. The court official dismissed a similar complaint about Ancelotti's tax return from 2015, which he filed while a tax resident in the United Kingdom. The Italian, 64, took over at Real Madrid in 2013, before leaving in May 2015, and before being appointed at Bayern Munich the following year. Ancelotti later managed Napoli and Everton before returning to Real Madrid in 2021, where he has 1 year left on his contract. The veteran coach has agreed to coach the Brazil national team from June 2024 onwards, the country's federation said earlier in July. Still to come is some entertainment news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News. Now to entertainment news. Hip life musical act J. Martins have been honored by the Abia State government with a political appointment. Acknowledging his ingenious input in the entertainment industry, the state government enlisted him among the new appointees to the incumbent governor, Alex Otti. The Oyoyo crooner would serve his home state in the capacity of the Special Assistant on Tourism and Entertainment, as indicated on his social media platform. He shared the news on his social media handle, expressing gratitude to his principal and the entire people of Abia who found him worthy to serve. Aware of the journey ahead, he coveted the prayers of all and sundry, trusting the Almighty to equip him with the wherewithal to deliver in his new role to the people of his state. And that's it for now on the News Hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Tumloba Bolari and David Asha. I am Stella Para. Thank you for watching.
Hello, this is Biscon TV broadcasting from Lagos. My name is Bisi Olatilo. Let's review the papers today. We'll start with The Guardian. Conscience nurtured by truth. Remember, Guardian is 40 years, celebrating 40th anniversary as gatekeepers of the society. What do we have on the front page of The Guardian for today? Akpabio 13 senators to earn over 5.6 billion naira ex-governors pension benefits. Wow. And we have the pictures there. And the pictures here are showing governors Ganduje, Governor Sireke Dixon, Aileru of Gombe. Akpabio, also a two-term governor of Kaduna State, Comrade Senator Adams Oshomole, Alhaji Ibrahim Damkwambo, now Senator, and we also have here former Governor Sokoto State Tambuwal, who's now Senator, and Umahi, now Senator, two-term Governor of Ebonyi, and Ibrahim Damkwambo of Gombe. Wow. And of course, two-term Governor. He served the same time as the President. Now I'm talking about Ojuzo Kalu. They will pocket 5.6 billion naira as ex-governor's pension and benefits. Wow. Wow. That's creating a lot of discussions around the pros and cons of it are being looked at from all corners. But that is the story we'll have leading the pack of the story for today. Tinubu breaks silence, orders arrest of Plateau Benue killings. Tinubu breaks silence, orders arrest of Plateau Benue killings masterminds. Those who masterminded it, they're the ones that the president has said, go for them, pick them up, so that they can face the wrath of the law. Separating empowerment projects from First Lady's vanities. I can understand where this story is coming from. That's saying that the First Ladies should not submerge whatever they're doing into the projects that their husbands should be using to serve the people. That's the argument that they're trying to put forward here. But read for analysis is a news analysis for Guardian for today. Page 5 gives you more details on that. Hotel staff to die by hanging for killing manager UK returnee. That's page 8 of today's Guardian. Reps tackle banks over illegal deductions and discriminate charges. Coalition seeks Remengado sack. Revisit 2006 report on Kwankwaso. So it's a loaded package we have for you on the Guardian, in the Guardian for today. So take a look at it and make your own deductions after you must have processed all the news items there. Now for the Tribune, how Global Consortium became First Bank's largest shareholders. Senate to probe NNPCL subsidy regime. Kicks against 9.3 trillion naira expenditure. Security operatives set ablaze vessel intercepted with stolen oil. Tinubu, Plateau's cycle of violence must be broken. Orders manhunt for killers. We will get to root of insecurity in our region. Northern governors are actually working to see that they also help to stop insecurity in their various domains. House of Reps to CBN, stop banks from demanding customers' social media handles. NDLEA orders nationwide clamp down on illegal sale and use of laughing gas. Drama as George hands police lawyer to EFCC for filing criminal charges against Odua, former minister. Akeredolu not incapacitated, although government is answering that. His absence not affecting governance, acting governor. Akpabio constitutes standing committees. Adiola heads appropriation committee at Daramodu Media. Not all land borders are opened. Acting CG, Customs Comptroller General, affirms seizures of smuggled fuel. That's why it's good to read these newspapers and get the full import of the stories that have been making the rounds, both on the social media and of course the known medias that we all are used to. Not all borders are opened. Acting CG, you can't get it better from any source than that. That's the man who can talk about it with the kind of authority that he musters around his office. Now the Punch. SEC investigates Otudeko's FBN share acquisition. PDP governors demand credible polls in Bayelsa, Imo and Kogi. Yes, PDP governors met in Abuja yesterday, and that's one of the reasons, one of the major things that they discussed at that meeting. APC crisis deepens as Omishore labels Lukman as black sheep. Naira devaluation. Nigerian students face tough times in the UK. Tuition soars by 60%. New forex rate threatens overseas students. Indebted scholars barred from classes. Parents beg federal government for concession as tuition living costs climb amid forest crisis. Police kill sit-at-home enforcers. IPOB declares 14-day lockdown. That's all in the east. Panel storms automobile workshop in Pounds vehicles there. FMDL exchange launches derivatives market, and that will about do it for the Punch for today. The Daily Sun. Anger tension in Southeast as ECMA declares 2 weeks sit-at-home from July the 31st. Peace group asks Finland to repatriate him. Other IPOB members. Abducted Reverend Father, 3 others freed in Ebonyi State. House of Reps stops CBN universities. Says no to Apex Bank social media know your customers policy. Varsities Unity Schools tuition fees hike. Senate standing committees, Akpabio snubs ex-governors, PDP ranking senators, names heads of appropriation, public account and 6 committees. Insecurity in the southeast, governors to meet Tinubu to discuss this issue. Subsidy removal, why we're yet to resume petrol imports and oil marketers. Benue Assets Recovery Committee storms Otom's house, carts away exotic cars. The fight between the outgone and the incoming and the present governor, incumbent governor, is getting a lot worse. NNPC gearing up for IPO. Kyari seeks support to tackle insecurity. Headquarters funding. Parallel market aggregator raises exchange rate to 888.800 naira per dollar. Ex-Lagos State Deputy Governor Ojukwu to ask political leaders to be discerning in decision making. Forbes 2023 index, Dangote still Africa's richest for 12th consecutive year. Listed among world's top 200 richest persons. That's Dangote, our own Dangote. Expert lists causes, solution to Nigeria's rising inflation. Page 28 of The Sun has details on that. The New Telegraph has the following stories. Port rehabilitation. Federal government opens talks with offshore banks for 600 billion loan. Kyari NNPC no longer writes rules. Now competes with IOCs. Jonathan heads WAF pre-rail mission to Liberia. State Police, Lagos Assembly asks National Assembly to amend Constitution. Nigerian Airlines destined to fail from start. Airpeace chair. Season of investigation. Senate probes up oil subsidy under recovery regime. Frowns at 9.3 trillion naira spent in 30 months as reps scrutinize banks' illegal charges. Halt CBN social media handle policy. NAN constitutes committees to screen service chiefs as Tinubu requests Chambers confirmation for them. Odua's criminal charges, court hands over lawyer to EFCC. Marwa orders nationwide clamp down on illegal sale and use of laughing gas. Senator seeks FG's urgent intervention on Southeast roads. Reverse hike in varsity tuition fees, Green Chamber tells NUC. The Green Chambers would be the House of Representatives, while the Red Chambers is a Senate. Nigeria's revenue are endangered as militants vow to crumble oil production. Marketers confirm capacity, readiness to import fuel. Insecurity, fish out plateau attacks, perpetrators. Tinubu orders security. Study links cannabis use during pregnancy to autism. Well, we go now to the Vanguard as we are closing in and ending the program. What do we have on the front page of the Vanguard? Investors gain 1.93 trillion naira in 2 days as stock market hits 15-year high. While we invested in First Bank, Honeywell Group speaks about 15% stake in FBHA. Scores escape death as container truck rams into vehicles in Lagos. Tinubu expresses sadness over plateau killings. PDP suffers setback as Akpabio names chairman for special committees, or chairmen for special committees. PDP governors, APC differ over security situation nationwide. Insecurity worsening nationwide, PDP governors. Tinubu's government tackling issue will ensure peace. APC. 4 policemen killed in Zamfara bandits attack. Gunmen kidnap Catholic priest. 3 others in Ebonyi. Simon Ekpa reacts to Southeast leaders' Abuja meeting. Orders 2 weeks sit at home. Asking residents to sit at home for 2 weeks. Slap on Nigeria police. AIG Zone 9. Disregard Ekpa. IPOB. Enugu residents count losses. Say we can't cope anymore. Reps ask a federal government to lift ban on fuel sale in international borders. NNPC no longer writes rules for petroleum industry, says Kyari. NAFDAC wants public against consumption of artificially refined or ripened fruits. That would about do it for the Vanguard for today. Let's go now to the Nation. What do they have there? Border reopening plan in progress, says Custom CG. No minister's list yet, says APC. What is in circulation is fake. Mustafa Bintubi is Jai's Bank Board Chairman. How Wike helped Tinubu to win Rivers by Okocha. Intercepted vessel destroyed in Delta with 150,000 MTS of crude worth $86.8 million. Other sparks row over Akere Delu. Ondo State PDP raises dust. Deputy Governor says, I spoke with him on Sunday. Senate to investigate 9.3 trillion naira spent on petrol subsidy in 30 months. NNPCL spent 400 billion naira monthly. Oil giant soon to go public. The Senate sets up a 7-man committee, ad hoc committee, into the Tinubu's order to clamp down on those who are causing havoc in Benue and Plateau State. So the Senate committee has already hit the gun running on that. We end with this day for today. Honeywell Group confident of value generation in FBN Holdings increases stake to 15.1%. Kyari, NNPC may divest selected assets, exit production sharing agreements. Ribadu, that's the NSA, National Security Advisor. Federal government committed to building capacity of investigators to enhance anti-corruption war. Abdullahi Adamu, I supported Lawan but won election for Tinubu, says APC will receive Wike-led G5. Tinubu first string reprisal attacks in Plateau, Benue depressing and avoidable. Order security agencies to fish out perpetrators of recent killings, says suspects must face full wrath of the law. One cycle of violence dismantled. House asks IG NSA to declare national emergency. Benue governor proposes amnesty for repentant criminals. Traditional ruler narrates gruesome killing of 30 people. Enugu Kaduna governors seek military assistance to tackle insecurity in their various domains. Of course, we have the picture showing the groundbreaking ceremony of 30 million embedded independent power plant. 30 megawatts actually, embedded independent power plant, with all the stakeholders taking a group photograph there. That would about do it for newspaper review for today. I would like to thank you for being our host, our guests. My name is Bisi Olatilo.
Thank you, sir.
You know, with all this, you are sure to bring glory that will amaze everyone.
Me? Oh, yeah, good business.
You deserve it, my boy. You want to come. Just know I'll surely be living with one of these. I actually want to use the expensive basket in my house. You can't be keeping my money else anyhow. You know?
Yes, sir.
You know.
When?
But let's take that aside. I have come to inform the parents and to also let you know that you should start studying hard because you'll be representing our school in the provincial examination at Lokoja very soon.
Sir, look, I thank you for all you have been doing, sir. So may God work for all your efforts.
Oh, don't worry, my boy. Your success is my pride. You know, you really deserve this. Study hard for the coming examination, okay?
I will.
My basket. And extend my greetings to Dad. Don't forget, carry life.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye, sir. Give me Lokoja. Your success is my pride, boy. Study hard for the coming examination because you'll be representing our school in the provincial examination at Lokoja.
We will see this.
My children, I want to tell you the story, but before then, we're going to sing a song. When I sing, around, you respond by saying, Inomba te, regute, inomba. What did I say? Inomba te, regute, inomba. That's good. Around, inomba te, regute, inomba. Kí ló wá ṣe nílẹ̀ yìí o? Inomba te, regute, inomba. Ẹ̀hún ni mo wá dá o. Inomba te, regute, inomba. Èló lẹ mú rẹ o? Inomba te, regute, inomba. Àgbẹ̀ kan ẹ bá yín. Inomba te, regute, inomba. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mú sílẹ̀ kó máa lọ o. Inomba te, regute, inomba. That's good. Now, in those days, inhabitants of the heavens and planet Earth interacted with each other. Yes. As a matter of fact, this folk tale tells a story about a mystic palm wine tapper who is not visible to the client. Yes. He comes, taps, and sells palm wine to the people on planet Earth. Back then, way back then, buying and selling was purely on trust. You can come, keep your wares at the crossroads, come back later, and take your money. Yes, of course, just like that. And that is why we say, Around, kí ló wá ṣe ní ilẹ̀ yìí o? Ẹmu ni mo wá dá o. Èló lẹmu rẹ o? Abẹ́ kan ẹ bá mi. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mú sílẹ̀ kó máa lọ o. That's good. Clap for yourself.
Mr. Ladelokun,
Yes, sir.
who is that young man?
He's my cousin from Adosa.
What is his work?
Well, he's currently looking for an employment. He was a teacher at Emmanuel School.
All right, call him in.
Yes, sir.
That's good, my children. You can go now. Bye. With mommy and daddy for me. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you, young man?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Will you like to be a teacher here?
Yes, sir. I've been looking for a job for a long time, sir.
And you have found yourself a job.
Eh?
I said, you have found yourself a job.
Hey! Thank you, sir. Excuse, sir. Excuse, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Here, Inspector of Schools. I have found this young man and discovered that he is a born teacher. So, I want him.
Orí lórí rẹ̀ àwẹ̀ o. Orí lórí rẹ̀ o àfẹ́. Orí lórí rẹ̀ àwẹ̀ o. Ọní máa wí àṣubú bòròkùrò rẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ̀. Orí lórí rẹ̀ àwẹ̀ o. Ọní máa wí àṣubú bòròkùrò rẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ̀. Orí lórí rẹ̀ àwẹ̀ o.
He prays most, who works hardest.
Full happiness can only be achieved when one makes others happy.
Time is life. Life
life is time. Time does not wait for anyone. Lost time is irretrievable.
It is not an offense under our laws to remain idle, but it is a sin to be indolent.
The establishment of upward is an act of God, predicated on faith that is achievable. Faith breeds determination, determination breeds success, and faith never fails.
Ideas rule the world, but only those who translate ideas into reality make the difference.
Your most reliable friend and companion are your two hands.
The best response to a fool is complete silence.
Do not leave till tomorrow, the work fixed for today.
Always dress well. Good dressing determines the appropriate type of welcome you will receive.
When you already know that a person is lying to you, need
Well, I don't know what you are clapping for. But whatever it is, let us clap together for the celebrant of today. Let me thank God for this day. A day that God Himself has chosen to celebrate an icon. And when you have an icon as a friend, as I do have, you get orders and you obey orders. Are Afe Babalola called me and said, there will be the celebration of my 60th year at the bar. And you have to be there. I say, yes, sir. And you have a role to play. I say, yes, sir. I was expecting to hear what the role is. And I won't tell you what the role is. I say, yes, sir. Then I traveled. And my travel turned out to be on the day, which is today, that the celebration should be taking place. I should be in Edinburgh, in Scotland. When I have obeyed
the order of my friend, my brother, my confidant, my icon, then what do? I went to Scotland, of course, and when they said to me, we will be having the closing session of our conference this morning, I said, no, I have order to obey, and I have to leave yesterday morning. Not knowing that I will be called upon to make a statement, I wrote a tribute. And I said a little bit of what I thought I know about Are Afe Babalola. The play we have seen this morning, which actually let us into the secret, or part of the secret of his success, was very illuminating and very enlightening. I'm sitting by his side. I was commenting. I like where he was studying and he had to put water in a bucket and put his feet on it in the water so that he may not sleep. And I said, Are, I did that, but my feet, when I slept, pour the water and the calabash out and everything spilled on the floor. So putting feet in water did not help me much. Did it help you? I think it helped Are Afe Babalola. That's part of why he is what he is today. I believe the lesson from that is also captured in some of his unforgettable sayings. Hard work leads to success. You can choose to be lazy. There's no law against that. But if you are indolent, it is a sin. And of course, unless you seek for forgiveness, any sin is punishable by God, not even by earthly government. I have come to know and learn a lot from Are Afe Babalola. He's a man you must never take for granted. If you do, you are on your own. That I will say to you. He's a serious-minded man. And if you don't know that, you don't know anything. If he's laughing with you, and it's humorous, a little bit. But when you hit him on the wrong side, you will see the other side of his eyes, as I saw this morning because I came late. And immediately said to me, "Where have you been?" I said, "Are, I was in a little bit early, but Are called, Bishop called. Which one will you answer? If you don't answer the bishop, he may report you to God. If you refuse to answer Are, then you are on your own." So I came early enough, and I even sent a message that Bishop Kuka is expecting me for breakfast. And I thought, if I do not go to Bishop Kuka for breakfast, not only will his breakfast be wasted, he may report me to God. Of course, Bishop Kuka I know very well. I've always told him that I will enter the kingdom of God before him. And he has also always told me that it's because of people like me that he has become a bishop, so that you can enter the kingdom of God. Okay. As my brothers and sisters in Cross River and Nakwabomi will say, 60 years is no yoke. 60 years is no yoke. And I join everybody, members of the family, friends, and colleagues, and well-wishers to congratulate you on this very important mileage in your career and in your life. Those who have worked with you, whether as colleagues, as clients, and in what other areas we have worked with you, we know your work. And for me, I could not have had a lawyer to handle my intricate cases as you handle them. On this occasion, again, I thank you for a job well done. When after an election and elections, I have to be taken to court to prove that the decision of the electoral umpire was a fair and right decision. That's not all. When this is the one. When as president of this country, I gave you the task of managing the affairs as the chairman of council of Lagos University. you perform so eminently that you became the best chairman of council, pro-chancellor in Nigeria. I cannot forget that. I cannot forget that. And I know that any task, any assignment, any responsibility that you are given, and you accept to do it, whoever gives you that assignment, you go and sleep. Because you will do it to the best of your ability. And if you do not achieve success in it, even the man who gave you or the person who gave you the job or the assignment, if he does it, he will fail more than you have failed. That's what I know about you. That's what I cherish about you. And that's what endears you to me. Amen. On page 23 of the bulletin, my tribute is printed. And those areas where we have interacted, I mentioned them in my tribute. But the greatest lesson that I have learned from you is that there's no rest for as long as you have the grace of God and you breathe the free air of God. Because I would have thought that after your many years in the bar, or at the bar, in the bar, that will be in prison, isn't it? You didn't go to prison that way. So it is at the bar in your case. It will be in the bar in my case. But I would have expected you, to be resting, to be relaxing. But then that was the time you decided to take on the onerous responsibility and duty of establishing this university. And you take it right from the beginning. And within a short period of time, you make it the leading university in the country. That is a lesson that we should all learn. Whatever we are given to do and whatever we agree to do or whatever we make up our mind to do, we should put the best of ourselves into it and make it the best that it can be. You have made this university the best that any university can be in Nigeria. I appreciate that. Well, my dear senior brother, my dear friend, my dear confidant, what remains What remains is more of what you have done. You have met this world at a point. You have met your community at a point. You have met your family at a point. And what you have done is what you have met, you have made it better than what you have found. So your journey or your life is a journey. It's not a destination. And the foundation, the edifices that we are putting on the ground will continue to be built out upon, even when after many, many more years on the surface of the earth, you have to go back to your Creator, so that those things that you have put your hands on, and you have said your two hands are your best friends. Your two hands are the things that can make you and make the environment that you are in. You have proved that. My prayer is that even when you depart this world, what you have left behind will continue to speak eloquently about what you have used your two hands to achieve. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, the celebrant, the founder and the founder of ABUAD, the living spirits behind the creation of Ekiti State, God's gift God gives to mankind, and a special gift to Ekiti State, the father of the governor of Ekiti State. Are Afa Babalola and Mommy Yeye Are Afa Babalola and members of the immediate family and friends of Daddy. The representative of the CGN, my lord, the CG of Ekiti State, and other judges of the judiciary that are here, both serving and retired, and the President, Customary Court of Appeal, Ekiti State. Let me use Chief Emeka Ayaopo as a point of contact to all the distinguished Nigerians that are here today. I can't mention everybody's name. Distinguished members of the bar that are here in their numbers. Kábíyèsí Arole Oòduà Ọ̀jọ́jà II, His Imperial Majesty Ọba Adéyẹyè Ẹnìtàn Ògúnwùsì. Kábíyèsí, I salute you, sir. I use the chair of Ekiti State Council of Traditional Rulers, Kábíyèsí Oníṣàn, as a point of contact to all royal fathers that are here. But I must specially recognize our chief host, the Ewi of Ado Ekiti. Our distinguished leader, former governor of Ekiti State, Chief Segun Oni. Nice to see you, sir. Our Lord Spiritual, the Bishop of the Anglican Communion and Bishop of the Catholic Church, you are recognized, Captain of Industry, the Chair of the Governing Council, the Vice Chancellor, faculty members, management and staff of ABUAD. Good morning. Well, I'm not going to read my speech. It's easier for me to speak about Daddy from my heart. Daddy, I congratulate you. Thank you so much for what you are to humanity. Thank you so much for providing a platform for those that are hopeless to have hope. Thank you, Daddy, because I can stand here today as a governor of Ekiti State because of people like you. Whenever I'm called to speak about Daddy, what comes to my mind is, what should I say about him? And I'm going to share my own life experience. And this is not, I'm not making it up, thank God. But it's a good SAN is here in this audience. It's a living witness. I went to UI to do my master's, and I had a room in the university. But because I saved some money while I was serving to do my master's, so to relieve my parents from the burden of sponsoring me and creating a space for them to take care of my siblings, that money wasn't enough to prosecute my MSc program. So weekend I go to Boyega's house. So I will spend Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday with Boyega just to reduce costs and come back to the university. Boyega was doing MSc at IFE. But I didn't know that they will ask us to be typesetting assignments. I thought you just run by long answer and you submit. But lo and behold, they said we have to be typing every assignment. And I told Boyega, I can't afford this. He said, just bring me the manuscript. So I will give Boyega the manuscript. He will take it to Emmanuel Chambers. Daddy used to have one secretary, they call him Siaka and Obori F1. I don't give him right. Boyega will take the manuscript there, they will type and bring to me, I will submit. So one day I asked him that if this man got to know that we are using his papers, his time to do this thing, he said, no, if Baba is aware of this, Baba will be very happy. So I did my master's degree. So since we are doing it free of charge, I packed my project, I dumped there. And they did the project for me, and I got my MSc. I never met Chief, but I used to go to the chamber, I used the library to read. And after my second degree, I picked up a lecturing job at the university here. Then the struggle for the creation of Ekiti State started. I joined the committee as a member. Later, I became the secretary of that committee. I was the youngest. And I was shocked at Daddy's level of humility and commitment to that cause. And one picture that always runs through my mind is the fact that the day we are going to Mbane for Pane in Akure to defend our request for state creation, a night before the presentation, Daddy drove him from Ibadan. We were in Kabiyesi Witch Palace. So I was one of the people that had the privilege and honor to go to his vehicles to pack the loads of books and everything, following him to a Witch Palace. And Daddy insisted that we are going to Akure tomorrow, but can we do a mock presentation? And I was asking myself, this man is an SAN, we are not knowledge, what do we know? He insisted that we just have to do a mock presentation. And he took comments from everybody. When we got to Akure the following day, Daddy's performance was unforgettable. And Daddy, that singular act of patriotism and commitment to your people gave us Ekiti State. If we don't have this state, Daddy, I repeat, and all others that are the governor of this state will not have a platform to stand on. And on behalf of those that have governed this state, that provided the platform for, and those that will come after us, I say thank you. God bless you.
I'm testing my voice. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I love feedback from students especially. Baba Are Afe Babalola, Yeye Modupe Babalola, Baba, as we call him also, President Olusegun Obasanjo. It's wonderful to see you again, Baba. Excellencies, especially Excellency, the Governor of my state, other excellencies, distinguished guests, and colleagues, all protocols observed. Let me first say how delighted I am to be here today as a Nigerian and as an indigene of Ekiti State here. Of course, as a representative of King's College London, and I'm also standing in for the Vice Chancellor of the University of London. But King's College London is now home to the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education. I'll say more about this later. Now, I'm especially proud to be leading a 6-member delegation from King's College London for this celebration. There are 3 Nigerians in the group, I'll have you know, here, right? Including myself as Vice President for International Engagement and Service, my colleague, Professor Abiodun Alao, Professor of African Studies, my colleague, Associate Professor Ekaite Ipe, and that's a reader in Development Economics in Africa. These are the 3 leading Africans at King's College London. But I'm also proud to say that I have a heavyweight team here just to celebrate this day with you, Baba. We have renowned Professor Jenny Gallagher, MBE, Ambassador International Engagement and Service, and Newland Pedri, Professor of Dentistry. Now, we have Sarah Cook, who's a historian by training, an associate director with us at King's, and a member of my team in the international office, Lucas Palumbo, who's an alumnus of King's College London. I wanted to mention them by name so that you know that we took our time, Baba, to come here to celebrate this day with you. Now, let me say, though, that for several decades, the opportunity to meet and know Baba eluded me. And like most Nigerians of my generation, I knew him only by reputation as one of Nigeria's finest lawyers, as has already been said. However, the intensity of our closeness since I came to know him has made up for, in affection, what it lacks in the number of years. Of course, Baba Obasanjo is a close friend of his, and they've been together all these years. And I'm just realizing from Baba Obasanjo that he considers you a senior brother and confidant. I'm not surprised at all. Now, I need to say this in terms of my observations. We're told to talk about the Are Afe Babalola that we know. And let me say that his grace, his charm, his quick-wittedness, and the audacity of his boldness all make him one of the most remarkable people I have ever met. And if I may adapt the Shakespearean adage, I'm adapting it. He was not born great, we saw from the play, but he achieved greatness. And he has had greatness thrusted upon many, many others. So where do I really start talking about Are in that sense? This will be brief, but there are 3 parts to what I want to say in my brief message to you this morning. The first is a short personal reflection and observation. The second is a message from King's College London, where I'm Vice President, as I said earlier, including a goodwill message from my president at King's College London, Professor Shiti Kapoor. And the third is a message from the Vice Chancellor of the University of London, Professor Wendy Thompson, who couldn't make it here, but she asked me to convey this message. Now, for the benefit of those who may not know, King's College London, which it is a university in its own right, I should say, but it is also a founding member of the University of London. 2 universities founded University of London in 1836. That's King's College London and University College London at the time. Let me now offer the first, which is my personal brief reflections on Are Afe Babalola that I know. In a way, I think I can best describe him using a string of paradoxical epithets. He's generous but frugal. He is firm but fair. He is frank but sympathetic. He is radical but strategic. He is compassionate but blunt. He is considerate but constructively critical. He's open but tactically cautious. He's boisterously friendly, and many of you have seen that. I've seen that in this short period of time, but not gregarious. He has the right dosages of everything that is needed for a successful and meaningful life, and his immense personal strength, selflessness, and unwavering faith have brought us the realization of personal ambitions to thousands of people who have been privileged to encounter him. And I think people in this audience will acknowledge that, that fact. There is, however, an aspect of Are's attributes that is often concealed behind the seriousness of his utterances, and that is a sense of humor. Baba Obasanjo talked about it a short while ago. Indeed, Are Babalola is a wordsmith, and you saw that in the quotable quotes. He knows how to leave his audience with at least one phrase they would always have to remember him by. You saw that just now, and you've seen that already in the booklet. Now, let me bring a King's College London perspective to this message this morning. I can speak of Are Afe with multiple springs to his steps, his intellectual steps, and you have seen that. As an impact multiplier who builds bridges between generations and between the world of today and that of tomorrow, far into the future. At King's College London, we believe in the power of education and its role in service to society. This is a belief shared with Are Afe Babalola, who for many years has been tireless in his efforts to break down the barriers for young Africans and to increase access to high-quality education. Thanks to Baba, we can proudly say today that many young African people in Africa and for generations to come will have access to opportunities that otherwise would not have been available to them. All right? And his transformative donation has helped us create the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education at King's College London. This center will do three things, amongst many others. One, it will offer life-changing education, blended and online programs to help talented young Africans contribute to their communities and the world. Two, it will provide a valuable opportunity to strengthen and grow our work with leading university partners in Africa. Abroad is going to be one of them, already is one of them, to deliver bespoke transformative education. Third and last, it will fund student scholarships to encourage more young people to seek a rewarding education. In the decades ahead, hundreds of thousands of Africans that will pass through this center will have one Babalola to thank, and that is Eni Afe Babalola. The president of King's College London, Professor Kshitij Kapoor, who will be visiting abroad in a few weeks' time, conveys his heartfelt thanks to Are Afe for his generosity towards generations of students to come, and congratulates you, Baba, on the occasion of this 60th anniversary since being called to bar. This outstanding achievement is testament to Are Afe's dedication to excellence and service, and his story is a powerful example of the life-changing opportunities that are afforded by higher education. I will show this, you may not see it, but if the screen picks it up, you will see that we have already at King's put something here, created for Baba, for this special occasion itself. And that's about the Transnational Education Center. And it's not by accident that I'm wearing the King's College London red today to celebrate the occasion. Now, let me close with a brief message from Professor Wendy Thompson, Vice Chancellor of University of London. And I quote, On behalf of everyone at the University of London, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate Are Afe Babalola on the 60th anniversary of being called to bar. We're very proud. In fact, I skipped something already. Are, your journey is remarkable and an inspirational example of everything we strive to do as a university, to educate, to empower, and to give back. We're very proud of your standing as a treble alumnus of the University of London. For those who don't know, he has a BSc in Economics from University of London at the LSE. He has an LLB in Law from University of London. And the treble alumnus she's referring to includes the honorary degree we were pleased to bestow on you in 2015 in recognition of a career and life dedicated to providing opportunities to others. I carry on her behalf. This includes, of course, your dedication within Nigeria. By establishing a board in 2009, you have harnessed education to counter the effects of ignorance, disease, and poverty. Some of this is from you as well, Baba, from some of your quotes. There is clear alignment between the mission of the University of London, which, as you know, was itself the catalyst for education in Nigeria. Your own personal contribution to both the University of London in directly supporting our students and your outstanding support of King's College London in establishing the Afe Babalola African Center for Transnational Education is a testament to your inspiration as a leader. Baba, I want to say that on behalf of all of us, we congratulate you and we're proud to be part of your history. But Wendy Thompson, on behalf of the University of London, sent you this portrait, which you will probably remember. I think it's one of you receiving your honorary doctorate from the University of London. I thank you.
Plaque or gift she's brought with her all the way from London. Please, photographers, don't overcrowd it. Can the Vice-Chancellor please join in that picture? Please, Madam. Why are we not backing this backdrop here? Sorry, please, photographers, celebrant, why are we not using the backdrop so we can tell this properly? If we don't mind, can I ask you to come this way?
Predecessor and by the various speakers. I just want to say heartfelt welcome from the Durban University of Technology, situated in the city of Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. I'm bringing greetings from our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Ntembu, from the DVCs, especially that of research, and also from the Deans of Faculties and the whole management and students and staff of the Durban University of Technology. This is my second time being here. I was here last year, and I had a rousing welcome from ABWAD. I'm very happy that we are able to be represented again this year on this auspicious occasion. When my Vice-Chancellor heard about it, he said, no, we must send a representative. And fortunately, I was in line to come, and I'm very happy that I'm able to represent our university. The Durban University of Technology has an MOU here with ABWAD, and it has been one of the most successful MOUs that we have had. And I'm very happy that Professor Larinde also of ABWAD has mentioned on several occasions that it is also one of the most successful MOUs that ABWAD has also had. So our two universities came together in 2021 under an MOU with this all-encompassing, but we started with PG studies in which we have 30 ABWAD students, both academic staff and non-academic staff, who are undertaking postgraduate studies with us, PhDs and masters. And we are looking forward for them to graduate very soon because they are all very studious and they're doing very well and progressing in the area of study. And we are also, through this MOU, looking forward in the long term, whereby the two African universities can come together and have joint degrees. So a student will have a degree with DUT and ABWAD. This will be our long-term goal. Coming to today's occasion, I want to say that this MOU would not have been possible but for the leadership of the founder of this prestige institution, this is what my Vice Chancellor wrote, President Are Afe Balalola. When I told him that we call him Are Afe Balalola, he said, no, there must be president beside it. So I'm very happy to use that nomenclature that he has given you, sir. Dear President Are Afe Balalola, that is how he has wrote in this letter that I'm going to read to you. He says, congratulations from the Durban University of Technology on your 60th anniversary call to the Bar of England and Wales. On behalf of the executive management and the larger DUT community, I extend our heartfelt congratulations to you and your family on the 60th anniversary of your call to the Bar of England and Wales. This is an impressive milestone, depicting your tireless dedication to the call of justice in Nigeria and also in the African continent. Your wisdom and experience are a true asset to the legal profession. You have been a pillar of strength and wisdom to the Nigerian people and also to Africa, especially when you and your generation, including our former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, fought tirelessly to dismantle the apartheid regime in South Africa. South Africa remembers Nigeria for this, and you are a pillar and a beacon for that to have happened in South Africa. Your contribution and investment in the field of medicine, agriculture, science and technology, law and sports, as well as youth entrepreneurship is laudable. And we pray that this legacy will continue, because if there's one thing that Africa needs, we need people like you to lead the youth in entrepreneurship so that youth of Africa can combat poverty through entrepreneurial endeavors. In 2021, the Afe Balalola University entered an MOU with DUT as two sister African countries, and this is something that is very rare. Most African universities look to the north to engage with, but these two universities have decided to engage with one another, and so far it has been a tremendous success. We are very happy to report that this collaboration has become very fruitful and positive in all areas. We have together built each other in terms of capacity. We have supervisors from the Durban University of Technology and also from ABWAD, collaborating together to see the students through. We have had exchange programs, and COVID came and disrupted, but now we are going to resume whereby ABWAD students can come over to DUT and vice versa. This would not have been possible without your able leadership. We thank you, sir, for allowing this collaboration between two African universities to take place, even in your lifetime and also in our lifetime. We note as well that ABWAD is now ranked the best university in Nigeria, and that is something of great joy to us, because we in DUT also, we are ranked #1 University of Technology in the whole of Southern Africa. We hope that your success will continue to serve as a beacon of hope for future generations. It is an honor to have you as a friend of DUT. We wish you all the best as you celebrate the 60th anniversary of your call to the Bar of England and Wales. We wish you all the best into the future. Thank you so very much. And On behalf of the management and staff of DUT, we present this as a memorial to this great occasion.
Everyone, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to start by thanking the Royal Highness, His Excellencies, my Lord Justices here present, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great honor to be here to welcome all of you to celebrate a significant milestone in the life of Are Afe Babalola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, CON. He is a great man, and is the man we're celebrating this afternoon. It is an honor and a privilege on behalf of all my siblings, who are named once again, from Tunde Babalola to Maumi Majekodumi, Bolanle Austin Peters, Biodun Bennett, Boyega Babalola, Okpeyemi Babalola, Ayodeji Babalola, and Laoye. We'd like to talk about our father, Are Afe Babalola. I'm quite sure most of you don't know much about this aspect of him as being a beloved father. To a lot of people, Daddy means a lot, because he obviously wears so many hats and he's touched so many people. But to us, Daddy is simply Daddy. You know, throughout our lives, you have been such a tower of strength, Daddy. You are a hero. You are a role model. You are a counselor, a pathfinder. You've taught us all that we know today. And you've always believed in one thing, the power of education. Albert Einstein said, education is not just the learning of facts and figures, but it is the training of the mind to think. Daddy, you sent us all to the best schools in the world. You do anything for any one of us to achieve that goal, which you really wanted us to be, which is the best. And we want to seize this opportunity to thank you for doing that, for every one of us, for sending us to the best schools. And this has given each and every one of us the opportunity for us to be who we are today. We have all created a niche and carved out the best so that we can give back to society in our own ways. And we thank you. You've taught us more than anything the virtues of hard work, of being humble, which I believe all of us are because of you. You're a humble man. You've given us more than anything, you taught us how to respect others. Money doesn't mean anything to any one of us. You've taught us to be selfless and to be loving. Daddy, more than anything, what you've taught each and every one of us is to be independent and not to be dependent on anyone. And all of us are independent, despite the fact that you're a billionaire. The book of Proverbs in chapter 22-29, because we all believe in God. God has been kind to Daddy. He says, "Seest thou a man diligent in himself? He will walk before kings and not mere men." And Daddy, that's truly who you are. You know, if you look at yourself, kings, presidents all want to dine with you, and they are dining with you. We have our father here, the General Olusegun Obasanjo. Everyone wants to be with you, but why? Because you worked hard to be where you are. You know, you've demonstrated that anyone can be anything if you put in hard work. Anything Daddy touches is gold. You're a testament of everything he's done in life. From law to farming to education to hospital, just name it, to his entrepreneur ventures. Look at the industrial park. Everything Daddy has touched has been gold. You are phenomenal. You are the best. I don't know anyone on earth. 99.9% in this world cannot do what Daddy has done. I mean, Daddy, you taught us to care. You care for us. And Daddy really loves every of his children. But one thing Daddy will not condone is he's a very disciplined man. So he expected high grace from each and every one of us. And he set the bar high for us. So for us, some of us, Daddy that we celebrate today, honestly, he doesn't believe in mediocrity. So if you don't do what you're not, he won't just support you. So for some people, it looks like, oh, Daddy shows partiality towards some of his children has done well. But that's not true. Daddy just believes that if he can do it, starting from nowhere, not going to school when he was young, if he could achieve what he did, then why can't we all achieve and put in our best? Because he believes that success is earned through dedication, through perseverance, and shouldn't be bestowed on anyone. Daddy, you're a simple man, you're humble. He doesn't believe in social life. He doesn't go out to any social functions. But guess what? We all see the benefit of his hard work today. You can't invite Daddy to any function and he's there. But truly, we're proud of who you are, Daddy. He's like a clock. He has a set time for everything. He wakes up before 7. He's at work before 8 a.m. every day. By 3 p.m., he's back at home to eat, if you know him. By 4, he's gone to sleep. It's siesta time. Daddy wakes up at 8, and guess what? He works till midnight. At 92, he's still doing that. He's a strong man. But you know what? Daddy is fashionable. As you can see, we all are fashionable. We took it from my dad. He loves singing. And that's why you see today when he's dancing, Sonia Ade is a favorite artist. Because Daddy actually was part of a band when he was young. He's got the most beautiful and amazing voice. But Daddy is also very, very accommodating. Since we were young, you can't come to our house to eat at lunch. You think we're having Christmas party. It's always a feast. And I thank Yeye for always preparing those food for each and every one of us. If you had been to our house yesterday, you would think they had planned to have a party. There's nobody that comes to Daddy and he doesn't hand over an envelope to. He's such a generous man. I don't know how he does it. He never thinks about himself. He never does anything for himself but work. But more than anything, when we were young, my greatest recollection is Daddy wanted us to be as knowledgeable as he is, because he's extremely knowledgeable. There's no area, there's no subject that Daddy doesn't know. So he tells us, take a newspaper, read. He'll give us the Times magazine. Then when he comes back, he's asking you questions about geography, history, which I really hated. But that's Daddy, because he just wanted us to excel. And one thing that is remarkable about Daddy is extremely unique. When he says Nyafe, he really is someone that God loves. It's the apple of God's eye. 5 of us are lawyers. 5 of us were born on the 21st of various months. April, I was born in April 21, my brother June 20. Just so many. 21 is Daddy's lucky number. So I remember when we were young, his car always had AP 2121, AD 2121. So I know that anything Daddy does that's on the 21st is a success. But lastly, more than anything, Daddy, we really love you. I think it was Dr. Fumi earlier on that quoted William Shakespeare that said, some people were born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. Daddy, you have achieved greatness. Yeah, you took the mantle of leadership, ran with it, and you're even greater than anyone I know. You have raised the bar very, very high regarding purposeful giving. I've never seen anyone like you in my life. There's no greater attestation to Daddy's giving than what we are seeing here today. He built a better society for each and every one of us by the works of his hands. We're all standing on this edifice, which was built by one man. This country, this state especially, is living and is standing because of Daddy's, just great heart, just to leave a better legacy for each and every one of us. Daddy, we admire you. We don't know how we can ever fill those shoes. I pray God will help us. You're an inspiration to so many. You are our role model. You're our father. I really, on behalf of all my siblings, want to say how much we appreciate what you've done for us. And we pray that God will continue to give you good health, long life, to continue to do what you're doing for everyone in this world. God bless you, sir. Ekpe Fuasa.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, our very humble governor, Omoluabi par excellence. We are all very proud of you. Lórúkọ gbogbo orí adé àgbèyìn o, ẹ ó máa mọ̀ ṣe o. Baba Obasanjo, the astute leader, elder statesman, a very irreplaceable elder statesman indeed, that God has given us, not only in Nigeria, but the entire continent of Africa, we the black people. Eba me pàtẹ́wọ́ fún Baba. We are all here to celebrate that I always say, one man. If I have my way, I will hold this microphone for more than 5 hours to talk about Are Afe Babalola. I know the students are murmuring. Are Afe Babalola what? Very worthy of this celebration. A very priceless elder statesman. I'm very privileged to have a personal relationship with him. A personal relationship that I look forward to coming to Abuad every time. If he doesn't hear from me, he will say, Kábíyèsí, ẹ ti dàmínú, mani bàbá tó dáa jùlọ gbogbo àgbáyé, kò ṣeé ṣe, mi ò lè dà yín nù. And indeed, you are worthy to be celebrated every day. For me, I celebrate you every day on the throne of Oduduwa. And I mean it. Everybody will come here and say a whole lot of things about you. But you have lived a very fulfilled life. And you are an example to each and every one of us, young and old. What have we used our life to do? How well have we contributed to our society? Not on this scale, in our own little way. Look at how selfless a man is. It is very obvious. You will come to this world. At some point you will leave. But some people, we don't even want them to leave this world. Baba, as far as I'm concerned, I want to have you forever. Ọlọ́run á bá wa lọ́ra ẹ̀mí yín. Lórúkọ gbogbo orí adé, Ọlọ́run á bá wa dá yín sí. Ara yín á máa lé o. Ẹ ní ṣàìsàn. Baba, you are a great icon. Baba, you are a great icon. Baba, you are indeed a great icon. In order to take our time, for me, as I mentioned, I celebrate you every day, and I will continue to do it. It's my commitment, and also to teach the young ones about your virtues, about what you stand for. All of us here today, we benefited one way or the other from your wealth of experience, not only material-wise, but in so many ways. You have actually mentored a lot of people. I remember at some point, we wanted to do something for you in Lagos. I took it upon myself. I said, Baba, can you give me like 10 names of some very close SAN to you? Eventually, Baba gave me like 40 names. I started calling about 40 SANs. You will not believe what happened. They started envying one another. That Kabesi, you didn't call me. You didn't call me. Eventually, I ended up calling almost 100 SAN in this country. Is he not a great man? Is he not a great icon? To me, you will be an icon to reckon with forever. We will do three things. All of us that are here, we will clap for Baba, we will stand up for Areafe Babalola, and we will sing for Areafe Babalola. And you will follow me with this stone. I have a small song to sing for Baba. If you love this great icon, say Areafe. If you love this great icon, say Areafe. If you love this great icon and you really want to show it, if you love this great icon, say Areafe. I'm not satisfied at all. I want everybody to stand up. And you are there, ma binu. Baba ta wo yi, wọ́n tó bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ìdúró yẹ wọ́n sí. Bàbá yìí, Ọlọ́run kẹ́ wa. Àwọn ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire tí wọ́n pèsè bàbá yìí fún wa láti ọ̀run wá. Inú mi dùn, gbogbo èso ara wọn náà mo rí wọn. Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á jẹ́ kẹ́ pẹ́. You will all sing this song very well for me. You will shout, Areafe. You will dance. And you will clap. So the song goes again. Which one should we start with? To clap, to dance, or to shout? Which one? All together. Students, are you there? We should do 3 in 1. Okay, let's start with clapping. If you love, wait for me now, wait for me now. If you love this great icon, say Areafe. If you love this great icon, say Areafe. If you love this great icon and you really want to show it, if you love this great icon, say Areafe. If you love this great icon, clap your hands. If you love this great icon, clap your hands. If you love this great icon and you really want to show it, if you love this great icon, clap your hands. You T-Bone, clap your hands. If you love this great icon, stand up to dance. And Shambi, shake to the left, shake to the right. Oh yeah, you can come with music. If you love this great icon, stand up to dance. If you love this great icon and Your Excellency, the Governor of Ekiti State, our father, Are Afe Babalola, the royal fathers that are here present, distinguished guests. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I have the instruction of the Honorable Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kayode Ariwola, to represent him here. It is part of his instruction that I deliver his address. However, I would rather drop his address with the organizers of this program. It is a 10-page address. In order to save time, I will not read it. Instead, I will read his goodwill message on page 26 of our pamphlet. I read, please. My dear learned Sikh, it is my honor to write this congratulatory message on the occasion of your 60th anniversary of call to the English bar. I was delighted when I heard the news of the commemoration of 60 years anniversary of your call to the bar. Indeed, this is a rare milestone worthy of celebration, especially as the years have been dedicated to the active practice of law, promotion of the rule of law, and the cause of justice. I have no doubt that in the past 60 years you have consistently registered yourself as an epitome of excellence, brilliance, leadership, maturity, administrative prowess, and honesty at the bar. This is even more glaring as you continue to replicate these no mean virtues among all assembled within and outside the bar. Needless to say that your contribution to the development of law and administration of justice in Nigeria and beyond is prowess interference non-secondant. Gives me immense joy and serve as a cause of gratitude to God that as a Nigerian, you continue to impact the law and society positively in many lofty respects. This rare privilege is bestowed on very few, and I am very proud to celebrate with you and identify with all that you represent, while wishing the Are Bamufin the very best in the tireless pursuit of the cherished virtues. It is my prayer that God Almighty continue to grant you longer life, sound health, the requisite wisdom, counsel, understanding, and skills required to continue to leave footprints on the sands of time. It is my heartfelt prayer that your enviable legacies will continue will outlive you. Once again, Are, please accept my felicitation. Yours faithfully, Honorable Justice Olukayode Ariwola, GCON. Thank you.
Celebrant of today, Papa Are Afe Babalola. I also salute my boss, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former president of this great country. I am happy for the opportunity to stand before you this afternoon to thank you, sir. When I say sir here, I mean the former president for the opportunity he gave me to serve under him as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now that came about because I am one of the professional offsprings of Are Afe Babalola. It was Are Afe Babalola who nominated me to His Excellency, the former president. It wasn't because I was in politics. I was not in politics. But they are great friends. And when there was a vacancy in his cabinet, he called on his friend Are to give him the name of a lawyer who can work with him. That was the way it happened. And I became a minister without being in politics. I'm happy to see you here today, sir. And I'm happy again that I'm able to thank you publicly for the opportunity, sir. Now, I want to congratulate especially our father, Are Afe Babalola. When it came, because I didn't start live as a lawyer, I rather was working with the University of Ibadan before I went to read law. So when it came for me now to do my chamber attachment, that was when I found my way into the chambers of Are. And you have heard a lot said here today. He is a philanthropist. I am a great beneficiary, you see, of that nature of his. Now, when I was on attachment to the chambers from the law school, he gave us an assignment, and I tried my best in that assignment. There were 5 of us posted to the chambers at that time. And when he saw what I wrote, he now called me to his office and said, "Young man, who are you?" I said, "Sir, I am Akiolu Jimmy." He said, "Yes, I know your name. But who really are you?" I didn't really know what to say. Because if he knew my name and I was there in the chambers to do attachment, so what else do I have to say to show who I was? But then I said, "I am in the law school." He said, "Yes. I know you are there, and that's why you are here. But I read through your preparation of the case I gave you. Now, what you wrote for me, certainly if you claim to be 15 years at the bar, I will not argue with you. So where did you learn all that you put in your write-up?" And I said to him, "I have been reading." He said, "Reading?" I said, "Yes, sir. That I did not just limit myself to what we have been taught in the law school, that I was doing extra reading, extra study." He said, "Yes. I think you will be a material for this profession." will you like to work with me? When you finish your law school, I didn't go there to look for a job. I was posted there for law school, chamber attachment, and now an offer of job was coming to me just like that. I picked it up. I said, yes, sir. He now said, what car would you like to buy? Look at me. From law school to the chambers to land, this offer of a job, offer of a car. Didn't know how to respond to it. He said, yes, yes, young man, tell me. Okay. I said, sir, I would like to buy a 504. At that time, there's nothing like Tokumbo. Brand new 504. He gave me the money to go and buy, even though I was in the law school. He gave me the money to go and buy a car. Then he said, how much is your fee in the law school? I said, sir, I have paid it. He said, yes. I know you have paid, but I want to refund it to you. I told him, and he refunded it. Then he said to me, anytime you come to Ibadan from the law school, any weekend you come, please come to the chambers. And of course, I was doing that. And each time I went there, he would always have money to give to me. Now, that's a clear demonstration, you see, of his nature as a philanthropist. Now, that nature of his, up till tomorrow, is still there. Recently, one of my colleagues in the chambers, we went to greet him. When we were doing a matter here, we left the court and said, let's go and see Papa. And we came. Now, as we were leaving, he dipped his hand into a box behind him and took out money. When he offered me money and my partner, we were reluctant. Then he said, very rich Ekiti. He said, Okine koja bakun. I didn't understand what I meant. He said, yes, you don't understand. I know you are doing well, you are making money, but you cannot be richer than add this to what you have. That is what Papa represents. A philanthropist of note. Now, in the chambers, I know they were beckoning to me to finish quickly, but I need to say one or two things here. Now, in the chambers, we were many in the chambers, and today we thank God. Several SANs have passed through his hand. Many are judges at the High Court level, Court of Appeal level, Supreme Court level. But one thing about him is that he works hard and he likes you to also work hard. One of the quotes here that they paraded a while ago, there is one that I keep remembering every day, and that is, he prays most who works hardest. That's his philosophy of life. And we have all imbibed it. And that is helping us today. Now look at behind me here. We are just a few of those who are lucky, you see, to pass through the chambers Many are still there. Those of us who are out are benefiting today by the great name he has made and the learning we all got under him. One thing that we all here will testify to is Papa's power of cross-examination. If you have ever watched Papa in court during a trial, you will love law. Whatever edifice of lies you have built up, Papa will crush it. Papa will crush it. And I have not seen any other lawyer in this country, any other lawyer in this country, past and present, who has been blessed with that power of cross-examination. Now, this university is a young one, about 13 years, I think. But see the level it has attained today. Number one in Africa and globally. That is part of the evidence of hard work. We have very many universities older than this one in this country today, but that distinction this university has attained has no doubt shown that hard work pays, and when you work hard, there is a lot that you can gain. So it's a lesson to all of us, the students who are here and our juniors who are still in chambers. You have to work hard. You have to work hard. It pays to work hard. Hard work doesn't kill. It only helps you, to succeed in life. So I want to thank again, Papa, what you have done for us. We love you. We continue to love you. We respect you. You are a great icon that makes us proud each time we think of you. My colleagues who cannot be here today sent their goodwill. They said that because of some urgent assignments, they could not be here. But they said, since I will be here, I should let you know that they couldn't be here because of these other national assignments. I'm so grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yield the microphone to our moderator, or perhaps, sir. All right, so the stage is set. Let's hear now Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka speak to the subject matter, the need for constitutional reform for Nigeria. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Let me skip through the protocols, and for obvious reasons, I'm sure you understand why it's useful for me to stand on existing protocols. Unlike President Obasanjo, I have great advantage over him, and I'm also happy that he was called before me. He did say to you that he will get to heaven before me, and I'm really mightily happy about that, because he has to die before me to get to heaven. So I'm not in a hurry at all. Sir, please, I'm not in a hurry. Unlike President Obasanjo, I am not afraid of lawyers. I have earned my medals with the lawyers because I have spoken at least 3 different occasions over the last 20 or so years. I've addressed the national meeting of the Nigerian Bar Association. I've also served under 3 Supreme Court justices, Justice Okuta, Justice Uwais, and Justice Nikitobi. So I think I have more than earned my medals in law. I was struck to see Femi Falana, of all people, having to really genuflect to greet President Olusegun Obasanjo. I'm not sure that is something he did with all his heart and all his mind. My job has been made very easy. My job has been made very easy because I think many of you must be pretty tired. And so what I'm going to do, I had prepared a paper. Unfortunately, the organizers didn't tell me that we were going to have a panel designed like this. So I'll have to skip through the first part of my paper, which attempts to look at the whole idea of the future of constitutionalism, but as a process within Nigeria and also constitutionalism around many parts of Africa. So I will skip through that in part because I think that Nigeria's history is pretty convoluted as far as constitutionalism is concerned. It's not a subject I'm an expert in, but at least I think we can pay attention to the fact that even the nature of our history as a colonial state, as a post-colonial state, also as a nation that was also fractured by a series of military interventions. And as you know, every time the military came to power, the first casualty was rule of law, first casualty was constitution, therefore the first casualty was the National Assembly. So, and every time we almost ended up like Sisyphus, because every time a military regime comes and we attempt a new order, for those of you who may not be familiar, Sisyphus was said to have angered the Greek gods. And for his punishment, he was asked to roll a stone up the hill. But also in punishment, every time he rolled the stone close to the top of the hill, the gods will trip and the stone will go back and Sisyphus will have to go to the bottom of the hill to start all over again. I've used that metaphor in referring to Nigeria's struggle, not only with constitutionalism, but also with the struggle for democracy. So both of them go hand in hand, so to say. So, as I said, I'm not going to go through most of that, but it's important to understand the nature of the political landscape of Nigeria. I've often said, rather jokingly, but I think it's important for our records, that we are perhaps one country that cannot speak about how many presidents we have had. We don't use generic terms. If we say, how many presidents have we had in Nigeria? We can say President Obasanjo came twice. One as head of state, one as president. Buhari came 2 times, one as head of state, one as president. Then we have head of interim government. Then we've had all kinds of. So Nigeria's constitutional history is so fractured. We've had a series of constitutions, beginning with the initiative of the British colonialists, right through to the processes that all of us are very familiar with. In my little experience, and thanks to President Obasanjo, who appointed me as Secretary of the Political Reform Conference, I've had a little bit of closeness in looking at the issues and the debate. One of the most frustrating things for me in looking at the history of Nigeria's struggle with constitutionalism is the process itself of making a constitution. And if you compare it, and the paper tries to look at that, but I probably won't go into it, is that unlike the making of the American Constitution, about which I spent a little bit of time in the paper, because the Americans, when they were making their Constitution, at least had sources of inspiration, whether it was the Declaration of Independence in 1776, or the American Constitution itself, which came into being in 1787, or the Emancipation Proclamation, in which Abraham Lincoln made the defining statement, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, and they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are the rights to liberty and the pursuit of happiness." That means that essentially, the Americans, in making their constitution, allowed for the fact that there has to be enough space for every individual to pursue as a matter of right, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The next is the Gettysburg speech, which Abraham Lincoln delivered on the 19th of November in 1863. And it speaks to the issues because that is where we find our definition of democracy. So American constitutionalism drew inspiration from a range of scholars, whether it's Machiavelli, John Locke, the Bible itself, Thomas Hobbes, Russell, Thomas Paine, Burke, Mills, and even Karl Marx himself. And the result of all this is that you have, in the American Constitution, a document, although it has been subjected to amendments, but you can see very clearly that there was a historical and ideological background to the framing of the American Constitution. In our own situation in Nigeria, part of our problem, in my little experience, has been the process of even electing those who are going to talk about writing the new Constitution. Now, the Political Reform Conference that I served in, we had 400 members. Compare it to the number of those who are to write the American Constitution. And for me, one of the very interesting things, people like Thomas Madison and some of the framers of the Constitution, it's amazing to see the depth of knowledge and the effort that people made to acquire so much knowledge preparatory to writing the Constitution. Thomas Jefferson, for example, was said to have, he was living in France, when the issue of writing the Constitution came about. And his friend Madison requested that he should please help him find enough material that they will study. And his friend sent him 195 books just to prepare for this very important assignment. I make the point because if you compare it with the Nigerian situation, where coming to participate in making of the Constitution is always at the discretion of the person who is the president. And he uses other sources of information. But I found that the struggle to represent traditional rulers, to represent the church, to represent all kinds of aggregate groups, ends up with a lot of people with very little understanding of what constitution making is. And what became very clear to me that most of the people who showed up saw the place as a theater for politicking and political transaction. So you can run through the Nigerian situation, but long story short, it is that first of all, there are no perfect constitutions anywhere in the world. And that in the final analysis, a constitution may be like the finest car that you can have, or the finest aeroplane. It depends on whose hands it is in. I stumbled on a poem, a very beautiful poem, which said that a racket is a racket, just for playing tennis. But it's not an ordinary thing for playing tennis if it is in the hands of Djokovic, or if it is in the hands of Serena Williams or Venus Williams. A football is an ordinary football, but in the feet of Messi, it's a completely different tool altogether. So the point is that a constitution ought to be able to meet certain objectives and ideals. But in the final analysis, it is not so much the quality of the constitution, it is the quality of the men and women who have to operate the constitution. So I would like to, as I said, maybe run through to the end of my paper, where I raise quite a few things, because that's where I discuss what I call, what is the future of constitutionalism in Nigeria? I need to do that so that, the members can have an opportunity to discuss the things that need to be discussed. The first is that let's not be exuberant about how far we have traveled on the path of democracy, in part because there were a lot of ideological contestations around the world, especially after 1989 with the collapse of the Berlin Wall, where many African scholars were talking about the new liberation of Africa, because they discovered that colonialism hadn't worked, but that successive military rules and one-man dictatorships across the continent had destroyed the foundations of our freedom, had elevated ethnicity, and created ample room and opportunity for all kinds of non-state actors to embarrass and subdue democracy. So the point to make is that the very fact that we're barely a few months since the departure of the last military general means that we must be modest in our talking about the depth of our democracy and how far we have traveled. The second point is to look at the state of Nigeria itself. Do we resemble a democracy? Do we work like a democracy? Do we talk like a democracy? Because the very fact that up till now, months after our elections and after swearing in a president, we still don't know who is going to be the president of Nigeria until the Supreme Court is over. Very much akin to the introduction of the video assistant referee in football, in which case we are like a man who has scored a goal, but we have to wait for the referee to go to VAR and confirm whether it was a goal or not a goal. It's not evident. It is a symptom of how modest our claims should be. Because we very often confuse the very fact that we're in a civilian administration with the notions of being in a democracy. That if we cannot fix our electoral process, which is the defining law for how to choose leaders in a democracy, then we must be modest in our saying that we're in a democracy. Secondly, our judiciary is in a crisis of perception, but also based on the experiences that Nigerians have had. It will not be surprising if ordinary Nigerians think that the only thing the Supreme Court does is to look at election petitions. Because we're looking up to the Supreme Court to help extend the frontiers of democracy and human freedoms. But very often, those institutions with Nigerians perceive that they've now become so severely compromised. That has consequences for democracy and how we see the process of democratization. We also have a raft of agitations across the country. We have seen the worst face of corruption in Nigeria. Femi Falana, my friend here, will speak about that because he's published a series of articles talking about what happened under the Buhari administration. They were not the ones who caused corruption, but I think in the last administration we saw the ugliest face of corruption in many, whether in moral terms, financial terms, or other terms. And I'll mention that before I close. We have a country that we are now sharing with bandits. Our very sovereignty, which is guaranteed in the Constitution, is under assault because we have non-state actors, whether you call them bandits or Boko Haram. It is that the entire territorial integrity of the nation is at stake. Because nobody is excited now about being a Nigerian. Whether you are president, whether you are senator, no matter who you are, everybody is working with his, with bated breath, because we don't know, we are literally now being held hostages, by people that are a threat to the very existence of our democracy and our country. Hundreds and thousands of Nigerians are still unaccounted for. They are in the hands of bandits, they are in the bushes, the Chibok girls, all kinds of things. And if the essence of our Constitution is to guarantee a quantum of rights and freedom and the pursuit of happiness, what do we have to say? So when we talk about constitutionalism, we're also talking about a framework for guaranteeing, as I said, the freedoms that document contains. Now, the challenge, therefore, going forward is what can we do? Now, there's a lot of distrust of the judiciary in Nigeria, but I consider the judiciary victims almost in the same way that every institution in Nigeria is suffering a crisis, whether it's the judiciary, whether it's the church, whether it's civil society, whether it's the academia, right across the country. So the question, therefore, is, I don't think we should assume that we're in a democracy. We should assume that we're marching towards a democracy, but the hard work is still undone. And that means rebuilding Nigeria after the kind of mess that the last administration has left our country, whether it is in civil society, whether it is in the most immoral distribution of resources and opportunities in Nigeria. We know the documents are there, the evidence is there. I've got stuff on my phone that gives a count of the number of federal institutions that were planted in Daura in the last 8 years, where the president comes from. I come from Southern Kaduna. Had I made this presentation as a keynote address with enough time, I would have shown you bullets. I would have shown you empirical evidence you can measure. That is that where I come from, there is not up till today, since the creation of Kaduna State, one single sign of a federal structure in the area of Nigeria where I come from. When you hear Nigerians talk about the South, when they talk about Southern Borno, Southern Adamawa, when they talk about Southern Bauchi, when they talk about Southern Nasarawa, when they talk about Southern Taraba, when they talk about Southern Kaduna, those areas are contiguous with the areas of poverty, neglect at the federal level. So the point, therefore, is that we need to think a little bit more clearly and much more creatively about how we can mobilize our people and how ordinary Nigerians can see that being in power is not just about opportunity for self-enrichment. Because the sad story, let me put it that way, the very fact that Daura has had the opportunities that it has never had since its existence. And that even Katsina, that is next door, has not seen the development that has taken place in Daura. Nothing personal, but just to say that we cannot run a skewed country, a country with such skewed opportunities and privileges, and pretend that we're in a democracy. So when you look at, for example, what I call the violation and desecration of the Constitution by even those who administer the Constitution, themselves. So I make the point, therefore, that restoring confidence in the professionalism of the military and moving away from seeing the insecurity as purely a military operation to addressing issues of insecurity as matters that concern everybody. You talk to senior military officers, serving and retired, and there is a certain kind of feeling that in the last 8 or so years, because how do you run a country in which there is absolutely diversity, management of diversity becomes the victim? A president has such enormous powers, but what do you use those powers for? I give you one simple example. Something that happened because countries change in the hands of certain presidents. Okay? As I said, I come from Southern Kaduna. We have had 3 service chiefs, and they were appointed by President Obasanjo, whom I must commend. I mean, we look like friends, but we really have a lot of debate and argument. Don't mind what you see outside. He's a man who enjoys debate, but also we confront ourselves with certain realities. But the people of Southern Kaduna remember that he's about the only one who ever appointed a minister who came from Southern Kaduna. Or he's the only one who ever appointed army chiefs who came from Southern Kaduna. So now many of you had the leaked video of my former governor talking about the nature of the distribution of opportunities and so on and so forth. It's not the point. We now have an opportunity to rebuild our country. And no matter what happens, how the Supreme Court ends, how things end in Nigeria, I'm convinced that we have put the past, the ugly past, behind us. The challenge, therefore, for me and for us is to open up the frontiers of opportunity. As I said, presidents have tremendous powers. Under President Lyndon Johnson, after the death of Kennedy on November 22, 1964, Lyndon Johnson took over power. And Lyndon Johnson did some of the most dramatic things that perhaps I believe that even if John Kennedy had lived, he probably would not have achieved. Black people would not have seen the opportunities that they saw under Lyndon Johnson. And I take just one example to show you that if a president has, first of all, a president has to understand his country. Also, you have to understand where people are hurting. You also have to be a man of integrity who understands how to manage differences. The American Supreme Court was made up of white people. In 1916, Woodrow Wilson had decided that a Jew will be allowed to enter the Supreme Court. And even bringing in a Jew to the Supreme Court, the next day, it was reported in the papers that Woodrow Wilson had sent a bomb into the Supreme Court. Now, the Jew was white. But Lyndon Johnson felt that a black man needed to be in the Supreme Court. Then he decided on Thurgood Marshall. Thurgood Marshall had expanded the frontiers of opportunity for black people through arguing the case in 1954 of Brown versus Board of Education. And there are certain seismic changes that the Supreme Court can make in terms of how people see themselves, because that is what opened up the opportunities. But then when Lyndon Johnson became president, he wanted a black man in the Supreme Court, but he didn't know what to do because there was nobody in the Supreme Court that was about to retire. In the American Supreme Court, I think you stay until you drop. Now, one of the youngest justices, Justice Tom Clark, he was a justice of the Supreme Court, only 67 years, but he was a good friend of the president. And Lyndon Johnson now approached him, but he went about it in a most dramatic manner. He wanted a vacancy in the Supreme Court, couldn't find it. So what did he do? His son, the son of Clark, Ramsey, was a Solicitor General. A lawyer called Nicholas Katzenberg was the Attorney General. The president pulled him out, gave him another assignment, and then pushed the son of Tom Clark, who was a justice of the Supreme Court, made him Attorney General. And he played that psychological game because Tom Clark now had to ask himself, how will I be in the Supreme Court and my son is Attorney General? Automatically, he didn't have to be told. He decided to step down because he also wanted to see his son grow. And it was when he stepped down that an opportunity came, and then he put the name of Thurgood Marshall. If you read the stories of the debate that went on in Congress, just about affirming this man, and you see that if a president wants to do good, he can do good. He has enormous powers in his hands, but his heart must be in the right place. He must also have the right reflexes to understand integrity, to understand fairness, to understand equity. Power in the hands of a criminal can not only reinforce inequality, but endanger a whole society. Now, the process of making Thurgood Marshall member of the Supreme Court took a lot of effort. The president ran around in the middle of the night, blackmailed, let me use that expression, intimidated, harassed his friends until they came to the table. And finally, Thurgood Marshall, on the 2nd of September 1967, was sworn in. And in fact, the president, it was very interesting that Senator Hugo, who actually swore him in, was a former member of the KKK. The point I'm making, it didn't change much, but psychologically. So, for example, when people criticize the Supreme Court, you also understand that sometimes, like the saying goes, don't throw a stone in the market until you are sure that your mother didn't go to the market that day. And by the way, today, in 3 years since my mother died, I'm celebrating the anniversary of her death. May her soul rest in peace. But I'm making the point, if I had Femi Falana in the Supreme Court of Nigeria, I can go to sleep. If I have Olisa Agbakoba in the Supreme Court of Nigeria, I can go to sleep. If I have Michael Zokome in the Supreme Court of Nigeria, I can go to... There are certain people that you know that their presence may not solve the problem, but it creates a sense of affirmation. Today, women in Nigeria are asking for a place. And by the way, I've always supported that. I don't think women should be asking for 30%. They should be asking for 50%. But let me tell you, don't clap yet. My conclusions are different from your own. If you are going to give women 50%, and please give them 50%. But they will not be Yoruba women. They will not be Igbo women. They will not be Hausa women. They will not be Fulani women. They will be women from people like us who are not even anywhere in the Constitution. Let them be women. But we can't, because otherwise, what you do is you just continue to reinforce inequality. A system must be so fair that it understands that nobody who is a citizen is on an excursion. Every citizen has a right. So finally, I think that the president of Nigeria must, because all these executive orders are meant to correct wrongs. There must be an executive order or an amendment of the Constitution that defines what is the status, the religious status of the Nigerian state. And who has the right and the power to take life without a process? We cannot have a country where somebody comes in the name of whatever may be your motivation. A woman cannot say that I gave birth to this child, I carried her in my womb, therefore I'm going to kill her. Even if she does, because she's exercising what she thinks is a right. The system will tell her, you may have carried her in your womb, but you have no right over her life. A country where anybody can just wake up and say, you are accused of blasphemy. You are accused of... We're not in a theocracy. We're in a democracy. There must therefore be sanctions and punishment. Because somebody goes and burns my church or burns a mosque. What are the consequences? Over 40 years now, we've been going back to rebuild our churches whenever they are burned. The Nigerian state doesn't care. There must be an order that holds a governor accountable, that holds those to finding criminals who are defiling religion, who are killing people in the name of religion. They have no right to kill even their own people. So for me, these are some of the fundamental issues. The Constitution is very clear. The Constitution is very clear about the boundaries of religion. But we have a country where right now, as I'm talking to you, there are many federal universities where there are no churches, there are no mosques. What are the reasons? Many universities, land has been provided for the building of churches. But vice chancellors, chairmen of governing councils are turning a blind eye. I therefore demand that the president of Nigeria, by executive order, must say that every church, every worship, every system, I mean every federal institution, whether it's medical, whether it is educational, must reflect what Nigeria reflects. Even if there are 2 Christians or 2 Muslims, a place must be provided for them. And I want to make this appeal. I don't know how else to make it, because there are universities that are now, the universities in Nigeria under you, Mr. President. Your good friend was Vice Chancellor in Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. But now, universities have been so provincialized that the universities are now literally mere ethnic clubs, where you cannot, the idea that Professor Philip Okonkwo can be Vice Chancellor in Ibadan, even if he's the most well-connected, is unthinkable. The fact that Afe Babalola, who has sold everything to build a university, you make him Vice Chancellor of either Usman Danfodio or University of Nigeria and Nsukka, is unthinkable. Because like joke, we have come to a point in Nigeria where the federal government is spending money, consolidating prejudices, ethnicity, and deepening the cleavages of local classes. The result, of course, is that we cannot be a people. So when Nigerians talk about ethnicity and so on, it is because the government has not done enough to enforce that. Because if you insist that the vice chancellors because the impression that governments create is that we built this university for this community. So you go to many universities, as I said, the governors, even in state universities, the governors take pride in ensuring that only our son. And that is why the universities have become so convoluted in Nigeria. Every day strike. Because people who are holding the reins of power, many of them are not eminently necessarily qualified. They are just qualified by virtue of religion, or they are qualified by ethnicity. So I close by saying Nigeria needs to grow, Nigeria needs to develop, Nigeria needs to democratize. But that it is important that to make Nigerians treasure democracy, to make Nigerians feel confident about democracy, we must appreciate that the democratization of development, that is that the federal government must make sure that it says it has a map that tells where citizens are. Because if you don't democratize development, you cannot develop democracy. So my conclusion is that the democratization of development leads to the development of democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Of course, he has not disappointed us in any way. Those of us who have been following the trajectory, his antecedents, and what have you, he has not disappointed in any way. In fact, he has reinforced the statement he made just about 2 weeks ago about not having churches in some universities. I believe that statement was made by you about a week or 2 ago. Now we have eminent juries and political icons in the House to discuss the issue raised by our own Bishop Matthew. Of course, because our time is fast spent, our Papa, Chief Obasanjo, will speak last, and when he speaks, nobody speaks again here. To that extent, we will now call on our in-house panelists, and there are quite a number of them here, 6 of them. Because our time is fast spent, we are going to allot to you 3 minutes. 3 minutes to discuss the paper, so that the audience will have at least the opportunity to ask 3 questions. That is, the question will be distributed 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. So that we'll save time, so that we can go and prepare for our lunch and tonight's dinner party. Now, in presenting his paper, which dovetailed in the need to democratize development because we can democratize our polity. Bishop Kuka touched on a number of issues. He made reference to the American Constitution and the inspiration the Americans had in bringing about their constitution, ideological, historical, and the rest. But he concluded that our own constitution has no inspiration. It was a kind of ad hoc arrangement. Just gather for and some people go and put up the. And to him, those who found themselves in the Constitutional Assembly, saw it as a means to an end. So, without wasting your time, I will start with our own Femi Falana, State Advocate of Nigeria, who will speak to us on the issue raised, especially on the issue of corruption. For 3 minutes, Mr. Falana, please.
Thank you very much. Number one, let me congratulate Area Febabalola SN for bringing us together on this occasion, and to assure Bishop Kuka that the ugly past is not behind us. My Lord Bishop, I need his attention. My Lord Bishop, I'm saying that the ugly past is not behind us at all. Because today, the level of corruption in Nigeria has assumed a very dangerous dimension. We have a situation where highly placed public officers steal money meant for building hospitals, and people are dying on our roads. They steal money meant for ecology, to fight erosion, to deforest certain part of the country. So when a country gets to that stage, corruption is now a crime against humanity. And for the new government, the president must show leadership. Happily, the wife of the president said recently in Lagos, my family will have no problem with your money because we have made enough money. Therefore, I'm urging the president to lead an anti-corruption crusade so that this country, the largest concentration of black people on earth, can take its rightful place in the Committee of Nations. Right now, we are in trouble as a people. There is somebody here who was our president. If you were accused of corruption and your case was before the EFCC or the ICPC, you will not be appointed to a position of authority. We must go back to that era. Some of those who are going in and out of the villa are standing trial for looting the treasury of this country. So wrong signals must not be sent to our people and the international community. My Lord Bishop, and I tell you this all the time, don't agonize, but organize, my Lord. If you know a university where there is a mosque and churches are not allowed, please go to court. It is discriminatory, it is illegal, and the court will come in. The other one on women, there is a judgment of the Federal High Court which is valid and subsisting, that women shall be given 35% appointment in all government institutions. The judgment is not being complied with. We hope the new government will look at this. The final one Again, my Lord, if anybody is killed in this country, either by armed robbers, kidnappers, or other criminal gangs, you can sue the government to prosecute the criminal elements, and if you cannot find them, you can sue the government to pay compensation to the family. A young boy was killed in Ghana through drowning. The boy was drowned, and we approached the ECOWAS court, and the court ordered that $250,000 be paid to the parent, not because the government of Ghana was guilty, but the court felt the government of Ghana did not punish those who were responsible for the drowning. Thank you very much.
We are seriously under pressure here. We have to speed up. And I want to appeal to us, the panelists, to keep to time. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Femi Falana. Now we go to the political issue raised by Bishop Kuka. And I'm happy we have the Deputy Vice Chancellor in the House. Now, sir, Nigeria is a country where some of our compatriots think what they do not know does not exist. To them, they know everything under the sun. We've had all sorts of experimentations. And Bishop Coker spoke about the inspirations which the American had, and we don't have any. Can you say one or two things on that, my brother Prof, and especially on the issue he raised? And please keep to time, 3 minutes. Give him the mic.
Thank you very much. I want to first of all say a big thank you to Bishop Kuka for the very compelling and powerful lecture. I'm a professor of international law, so I always like to ask, where does Nigeria stand in the League of Nations? The 2023 Global Rule of Law Index ranks Nigeria as 118 out of 140 countries in terms of rule of law, which is dangerously low. And one of the key factors is what is described as lack of constitutional legitimacy. Now, constitutional legitimacy is simply a question of how many Nigerians believe that the Constitution represents their will. The first line in every constitution says, "We the people." We the people. How many Nigerians believe that the 99 Constitution represents their wish? The answer is but a few. Constitutional legitimacy is about two things: the process through which the Constitution came to being in the first place, and the product itself. Process and product. The 99 Constitution was put together in 155 days by the Honorable Justice Nigitobi.
Many thanks for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I am Stella Power. First, the headlines. On the national scene, President Bola Tinubu meets with class of 1999 governors at Aso Villa. Nigeria Senate probes oil subsidy payments under Buhari's government. In business news, federal government to increase wheat, rice, sorghum production. On the foreign scene, NATO allies offer security assurances for Ukraine on path to membership. And in the weather sport, Aston Villa complete Pau Torres signing from Villarreal. Now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday met with the class of 1999 governors at the council chamber of the Aso Villa, Abuja. The ex-governors were at the State House to identify with Tinubu, who was the governor of Lagos State from May 1999 to 2007, and to express solidarity over his recent policies since the assumption of office as Nigeria's president on May 29, 2023. Among the former governors present are James Ibori of Delta State, Donald Duke of Cross River State, Orji Kalu of Abia State, Victor Atta of Akwa Ibom State, Adamu Moazu of Bauchi State, Sam Egu of Ebonyi State, Chimaro Kenamani of Enugu State, and Ibrahim Turaki of Jigawa State, Atahiru Bafarawa of Sokoto State, among others. Now, the Senate has resolved to probe payments made as oil subsidy and under recovery by former President Muhammadu Buhari's government. The Red Chamber described as unacceptable the 9.3 trillion naira which the Buhari's administration claimed it expended on the subsidy regime from January 2021 to May 29, 2023. The chamber said doing so would reduce the pump price of petrol from the current 540 naira per litre to between 300 naira to 250 naira per litre. It also appealed to the federal government to pay living wages to workers as a way of cushioning the effect of the subsidy removal. The Senate's resolutions followed a motion sponsored by Senator Chiuba Ndubweze, an All Progressives Congress member who is representing Imo North Senatorial District. He said step taken by Tinubu on subsidy withdrawal on May 29 was commendable, but insisted that the subsidy regime must be investigated. Majority of the senators in their various contributions during the debate on the motion frowned at bogus expenses made on the subsidy regime by NNPCL and supported all the prayers sought by the senator in the motion. The Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, accordingly resolved that its standing committees on petroleum downstream, petroleum upstream, and finance, when constituted, should carry out a holistic investigation into all the controversies surrounding subsidy and the under-recovery regime. The governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party in Ogun State, Ladia Debutu, and his party have so far called about 35 witnesses out of 120 listed to testify against the victory of the state governor, Dr. Abiodun. The witnesses testified before the State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Isabo, Abeokuta, led by Justice Hamidu Kunaza in support of the petition filed by Adebutu and his party against Abiodun. PDP and Adebutu in the petition are challenging the victory of Abiodun based on alleged non-compliance to the Electoral Act and corrupt practices during the election. At the hearing resumed on Wednesday, the lawyer of the petitioners, Godi Uche SAN, called 5 more witnesses who were voters, party agents, and members of the opposition party from the Ikweru Remo in the Ikene local government area of the state. The witnesses alleged that thugs invaded their respective polling units and disrupted voting and counting of votes during the March 18 election. Now, still talking politics, the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, said the party is willing to receive the former Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike-led G5 into its fold. Adamu disclosed this while speaking in an interview with Newsman. The APC chairman noted that the G5 will be most welcome whenever they decide to opt for the ruling party.
Every good politician wants to add to members of the family of the party. I'm no exception. Our party is no exception. A G5 or whatever name you give them, we were contesting for leadership of this country. They did on their platform, we did on our platform. We have been given victory by God Almighty and the work we have done. God has blessed it. if they find that for purposes of uniting the country, so getting leadership together to reinforce the the purposeful leadership that we are desirous of giving the country, and they want to join us in that spirit, but why not? Would they be most welcome?
Meanwhile, Adamu addressed the rumored differences between himself and President Bola Tinubu. Adamu said he deserved some commendation for leading the party towards a successful presidential primaries and the eventual victory of Tinubu. He said he was misrepresented on his position on the recently elected principal officers of the National Assembly, adding that what the APC had issues with was the manner the communication was handled by the lawmakers.
Nothing else. I expect my fellow countrymen, in good faith, no matter their political persuasion, say, yes, at least we led this party to success. Who can't wish that away? We have a president, he's inaugurated, he has commenced his administration, and he has hit the road running. Both well-meaning Nigerians and supporters of the party and our president have been full of praise for the performance of our president. We, as APC, produce him. I have had the privilege of leading that. And I have not had any period of misunderstanding with him since the convention, since he was elected.
Adamu said those who have issues against him have always had the opportunity to air their views at their national meetings, explaining that Saliu Lukman, for instance, who has always accused him of running a one-man show, has always attended those meetings.
Saliu Lukman has attended until just the last one or two meetings of the National Working Committee, has attended meetings. And once you attend a meeting and you have the privilege of expressing yourself on any issue in discussion, by the time a decision is taken by the majority, you are bound by it, so, the principle of collective responsibility, whether it's Lukman or anybody for that matter. You cannot be part of a meeting if a position is taken, and then you go and try to be the all-knowing person, the all-democratic person, the all everything in one. All that your colleagues have done comes to nothing as far as you are concerned, and you want your view and your view only to predominate. If my view cannot predominate as chairman, why will it be justifiable for the views of any of the other members of the single one of them predominate over the view that we have taken collectively?
The APC chairman stated that the decision of Lukman to take the party to court was a grave offense, even though he later signed a deal that the case had been withdrawn from the court and apologized for his error.
I didn't know Lukman from Adam until we met. I have no prejudice whatsoever. And I say this between me, my conscience, and my God. I never knew him ever. I never read about him ever until we met. This was February 26th when we had the National Convention. By April, May, he had already taken a position. He was already criticizing, us. He was criticizing my person, writing letters, posted on our platform, National Working Committee platform, and I adopted the attitude of wait and see. Where there's opportunity to talk to him, I have in my honor. We've had discussion with him, informal discussions, and he never seemed to change. It got to a point where he had the guts to take the National Working Committee and my humble self as chairman to court. That's all the gravest offenses a member of the party can take, and coming from a National Working Committee member.
The Nigerian Navy said its operatives have uncovered illegal crude oil tapping points at the oil mining lease oil field in Asari Toru and Degama local government areas of Rivers State. The Navy said 2 wellheads at Kala Ekwama community in Asari Toru local government and Karakama community in Delgama local government areas, operated by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, were tapped by suspected pill criminals. The Navy, however, said the national assets were recovered from miscreants through intelligence gathered from patrol of helicopters deployed in the area. The commander, Nigerian Navy ship Pathfinder in Port Harcourt, Commodore Sulaiman Ibrahim, disclosed this while speaking to newsmen at the site on Wednesday evening. Ibrahim said people who have some technical skills were involved in the illicit activity, saying pipes were laid directly to the wellheads and taken to about 3 different loading points. Ibrahim stated that the Navy was fully on the ground, adding that the security outfit remained committed to putting an end to oil theft and other forms of economic sabotage. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll bring you business news. Join us again. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television News. Now to business news. The federal government on Wednesday says it has taken steps to increase the production of wheat, rice, maize, sorghum, and soybean through the provision of relevant farm inputs. Dr. Ernest Umakihe, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, stated this at the stakeholders meeting for the implementation of National Agricultural Growth Scheme and Agro Packets (NAGSAP) in Abuja. He said the other relevant farm inputs are fertilizers, seeds, agrochemicals, among others, to small-scale farmers under both wet and dry season farming. Omakihe was represented by Dr. Ibrahim Tanimu, the Director, Planning and Policy Coordination, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Newsmen report that the NAGSAP is an ICT-based platform for the delivery of farm inputs such as fertilizers, seeds, agrochemicals, and others to the farmers across the country. Omaki has said the goal of the National Agricultural Growth Scheme, NAGS, was to increase food production to crush the continued rise in the prices of agricultural commodities. We'll take another breather, and when we return, we'll bring you foreign news. Join us again. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television News. You can watch us live by downloading the Biscon TV app on your Android and iOS devices, or visit our YouTube channel. Now to foreign news. The United States and global allies unveiled new security assurances for Ukraine at a NATO summit on Wednesday, designed to bolster the country's defenses against Russia over the long haul while Kyiv strives for membership of the alliance. The prospect of long-term protection from members of the world's most powerful military bloc comes a day after President Volodymyr Zelensky decried as absurd a refusal to offer an invite or timetable for Ukraine's entry into NATO. Ukraine has been pushing for rapid membership while fighting a Russian invasion unleashed in February 2022 that has killed tens of thousands and displaced millions. Instead, a declaration by the G7 grouping of the world's most industrialized countries launched a framework for bilateral negotiations to provide military and financial support, intelligence sharing, and a promise of immediate steps if Russia should attack again. Our support will last long into the future. It's a powerful statement of our commitment to Ukraine, President Joe Biden said, alongside Zelensky and leaders of the G7, which is made up of the US, Germany, Japan, France, Canada, Italy, and Britain. Today, there are security guarantees for Ukraine on the way to NATO, he said. bringing home a significant security victory for Ukraine. So to come is sports news. We'll bring you details after the short break. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News. Now to the world of sport. Aston Villa has announced the signing of Spain centre-back Pau Torres from Villarreal for a reported £31.5 million. Torres, 26, played under Villa boss Unai Emery with the Spanish club between 2020 and 2023. The defender, who joined Villarreal's youth academy in 2003, played a pivotal role as the Yellow Submarine finished 5th in La Liga last season. He made 173 appearances for his boyhood team, scoring 12 times, and has played 23 times for Spain. Torres made his first Villarreal appearance in 2016, becoming the first player born in the small Valencian town to debut for the club in 13 years. He quickly established himself as a key player in the squad, winning the 2021 Europa League under Emery when he was among the scorers in the penalty shootout victory over Manchester United. Torres made his debut for Spain in 2019 and has played both at Euro 2020 and the 2023 World Cup. He is Aston Villa's second summer signing after Belgium midfielder Yuri Tielemans arrived on the free transfer from relegated Leicester City. Villa finished 7th in the Premier League last season, securing qualification for the Europa Conference League. We take another breather, and when we return, we'll bring you entertainment news. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Showbiz News. I am Olakbeju Ajidawa. Nollywood actress Damilola Adebite has finally opened up about her reason for divorcing actor Chris Arthur after only 2 years of marriage. After welcoming a son together in 2014, the couple tied the knot in a private ceremony in 2015. The pair had met on the set of the award-winning soap opera Teen Cell. The couple officially divorced in September 2017, but Damilola has stated that she has no regrets about ending her marriage. The single mother also emphasized that she would still hold Chris Arthur in high regard because he is the father of their son. According to her, love is only one of the many qualities that are necessary when choosing someone to spend one's life with, and it is not the only deciding factor. Popular Nigerian actress Kemi Afolabi has announced that the money she had complained about, which was withheld by her bank, has been refunded. Afolabi took to social media over the weekend to express her frustration over the bank's refusal to release the sum of 510,000 naira that she had formerly transferred to a customer. Afolabi, a prominent figure in the Yoruba movie industry, used her social media platform to seek assistance from her followers, urging them to tag the bank in her posts. The actress emphasized the power of social media and how it can influence change. Her cry for help resonated with her online supporters, leading to a significant response. She informed her followers that her bank had resolved the issue and refunded her the withheld money.
Welcome back. You're on to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to end the news, here's a recap of the major points. On the national scene, President Bola Tinubu meets with class of 1999 governors at Aso Villa. Nigeria Senate probes all subsidy payments under Buhari's government. In business news, Federal government to increase wheat, rice, sorghum production. On the foreign scene, NATO allies offer security assurances for Ukrainian path to membership. And in the weather sport, Aston Villa complete Pau Torres signing for Villarreal. And that's it in the news hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Tomiloba Balari, Stella Para, and Olakpeju Ajidaba. Thank you for watching.
Hello, this is Biscon TV broadcasting from Lagos. My name is Bisi Olatilo. Let's review the papers today. We'll start with The Guardian. Conscience nurtured by truth. Remember, Guardian is 40 years, celebrating 40th anniversary as gatekeepers of the society. What do we have on the front page of The Guardian for today? Akpabio 13 senators to earn over 5.6 billion naira ex-governors pension benefits. Wow. And we have the pictures there. And the pictures here are showing governors Ganduje, Governor Sireke Dixon, Aileru of Gombe. Akpabio, also a two-term governor of Kaduna State, Comrade Senator Adams Oshomole, Alhaji Ibrahim Dankwambo, now senator, and we also have here former Governor Sokoto State Tamboa, who's now a senator, and Umahi, now a senator, two-term governor of Ebonyi, and Ibrahim Dankwambo of Gombe. Wow. And of course, two-term governor. He served the same time as the president. Now I'm talking about Ojuzo Kalu. They will pocket 5.6 billion naira as ex-governor's pension and benefits. Wow. Wow. That's creating a lot of discussions around the pros and cons of it are being looked at from all corners. But that is the story we'll have leading the pack of the story for today. Tinubu breaks silence, orders arrest of Plateau Benue killings. Tinubu breaks silence, orders arrest of Plateau Benue killings masterminds. Those who masterminded it, they're the ones that the president has said, go for them, pick them up, so that they can face the wrath of the law. Separating empowerment projects from First Lady's vanities. I can understand where this story is coming from. That's saying that the First Ladies should not submerge whatever they're doing into the projects that their husbands should be using to serve the people. That's the argument that they're trying to put forward here. But read for analysis is a news analysis for Guardian for today. Page 5 gives you more details on that. Hotel staff to die by hanging for killing manager UK returnee. That's page 8 of today's Guardian. Reps tackle banks over illegal deductions, indiscriminate charges. Coalition seeks Remengado sack. Revisit 2006 report on Kwankwaso. So it's a loaded package we have for you on the Guardian, in the Guardian for today. So take a look at it and make your own deductions after you must have processed all the news items there. Now for the Tribune, how Global Consortium became First Bank's largest shareholders. Senate to probe NNPCL subsidy regime. Kicks against 9.3 trillion naira expenditure. Security operatives set ablaze vessel intercepted with stolen oil. Tinubu, Plateau's cycle of violence must be broken. Orders manhunt for killers. We will get to root of insecurity in our region. Northern governors are actually working to see that they also help to stop insecurity in their various domains. House of Reps to CBN stop banks from demanding customers' social media handles. NDLEA orders nationwide clamp down on illegal sale and use of laughing gas. Drama as George hands police lawyer to EFCC for filing criminal charges against Odua, former minister. Akeredolu not incapacitated, although government is answering that. His absence not affecting governance, acting governor. Akpabio constitutes standing committees. Adiola heads appropriation committee at Daramodu Media. Not all land borders are opened, acting CG, Customs Comptroller General, affirms seizures of smuggled fuel. That's why it's good to read these newspapers and get the full import of the stories that have been making the rounds, both on the social media and, of course, the known medias that we all are used to. Not all borders are opened. Acting CG, you can't get it better from any source than that. That's a man who can talk about it with the kind of authority that he musters around his office. Now, the Punch. SEC investigates Otudeko's FBN share acquisition. PDP governors demand credible polls in Bayelsa, Imo, and Kogi. Yes, PDP governors met in Abuja yesterday, and that's one of the reasons, one of the major things that they discussed at that meeting. APC crisis deepens as Omishore labels Lukman as black sheep. Naira devaluation. Nigerian students face tough times in the UK. Tuition soars by 60%. New forex rate threatens overseas students. Indebted scholars barred from classes. Parents beg federal government for concession as tuition living costs climb amid forest crisis. Police kill sit-at-home enforcers. IPOP declares 14-day lockdown. That's all in the east. Panel storms Autumn's automobile workshop impounds vehicles there. FMDL exchange launches derivatives market, and that will about do it for the Punch for today. The Daily Sun. Anger tension in Southeast as ECMA declares 2 weeks sit-at-home from July the 31st. Peace group asks Finland to repatriate him. Other IPOB members. Abducted Reverend Father, 3 others freed in Ebonyi State. House of Reps stops CBN universities. Says no to Apex Bank social media know your customers policy. Varsities Unity Schools tuition fees hike. Senate standing committees. Akpabio snubs ex-governors, PDP ranking senators. Names heads of appropriation, public account, and 6 committees. Insecurity in the Southeast. Governors to meet Tinubu to discuss this issue. Subsidy removal while we're yet to resume petrol imports and oil marketers. Benue Assets Recovery Committee storms Otom's house, carts away exotic cars. The fight between the outgone and the incoming and the present governor, incumbent governor, is getting a lot worse. NNPC gearing up for IPO. Kyari seeks support to tackle insecurity. Headquarters funding. Parallel market aggregator raises exchange rate to 888.800 naira per dollar. Ex-Lagos State Deputy Governor Ojukwu to ask political leaders to be discerning in decision-making. Forbes 2023 Index, Dangote still Africa's richest for 12th consecutive year. Listed among world's top 200 richest persons. That's Dangote, our own Dangote. Expert lists causes, solution to Nigeria's rising inflation. Page 28 of The Sun has details on that. The New Telegraph has the following stories. Port rehabilitation. Federal government opens talks with offshore banks for 600 billion loan. Kyari NNPC no longer writes rules. Now competes with IOCs. Jonathan heads WAF pre-rail mission to Liberia. State Police, Lagos Assembly asks National Assembly to amend Constitution. Nigerian Airlines destined to fail from start, Airpeace chair. Season of investigation, Senate probes oil subsidy under recovery regime. Frowns at 9.3 trillion naira spent in 30 months as reps scrutinize banks' illegal charges. Halt CBN social media handle policy. NAN constitutes committees to screen service chiefs as Tinubu requests chambers confirmation for them. Odua's criminal charges, court hands over lawyer to EFCC. Marwa orders nationwide clamp down on illegal sale and use of laughing gas. Senator seeks FG's urgent intervention on Southeast roads. Reverse hike in varsity tuition fees, Green Chamber tells NUC. The Green Chambers would be the House of Representatives, while the Red Chambers is the Senate. Nigeria's revenue are endangered as militants vow to crumble oil production. Marketers confirm capacity, readiness to import fuel. Insecurity, Fisher Plateau attacks perpetrators. Tinubu orders security. Study links cannabis use during pregnancy to autism. Well, we go now to the Vanguard as we are closing in on ending the program. What do we have on the front page of the Vanguard? Investors gain 1.93 trillion naira in 2 days as stock market hits 15-year high. While we invested in First Bank, Honeywell Group speaks about 15% stake in FBHA. Scores escape death as container truck rams into vehicles in Lagos. Tinubu expresses sadness over Plateau killings. PDP suffers setback as Akpabio names chairman for special committees, or chairmen for special committees. PDP governors, APC differ over security situation nationwide. Insecurity worsening nationwide, PDP governors. Tinubu's government tackling issue will ensure peace, APC. 4 policemen killed in Zamfara bandits attack. Gunmen kidnap Catholic priest, 3 others in Ebonyi. Simon Ekpa reacts to Southeast leaders' Abuja meeting. Orders 2 weeks sit at home, asking residents to sit at home for 2 weeks. Slap on Nigeria police, AIG Zone 9. Disregard Ekpa, IPOB. Enugu residents count losses, say we can't cope anymore. Reps ask federal government to lift ban on fuel sale in international borders. NNPC no longer writes rules for petroleum industry, says Kyari. NAFDAC warns public against consumption of artificially refined or ripened fruits. That would about do it for the Vanguard for today. Let's go now to the Nation, What do they have there? Border reopening plan in progress, says Custom CG. No minister's list yet, says APC. What is in circulation is fake. Mustafa Bintubi is Jai's Bank Board Chairman. How Wike helped Tinubu to win Rivers by Okocha. Intercepted vessel destroyed in Delta with 150,000 MTS of crude worth $86.8 million. Adamo's incapacitation talk sparks row over Akeredolu. Ondo State PDP raises dust. Deputy Governor says, I spoke with him on Sunday. Senate to investigate 9.3 trillion naira spent on petrol subsidy in 30 months. NNPCL spent 400 billion naira monthly. Oil giant soon to go public. The Senate sets up a 7-man committee, ad hoc committee, into the Tinubu's order to clamp down on those who are causing havoc in Benue and Plateau State. So the Senate committee has already hit the gun running on that. We end with this day for today. Honeywell Group confident of value generation in FBN Holdings increases stake to 15.1%. Kiari, NNPC may divest selected assets, exit production sharing agreements. Ribadu, that's the NSA, National Security Advisor. Federal government committed to building capacity of investigators to enhance anti-corruption war. Abdullahi Adamu, I supported Lawan but won election for Tinubu. Says APC will receive Wike-led G5. Tinubu first string reprisal attacks in Plateau, Benue depressing and avoidable. Order security agencies to fish out perpetrators of recent killings. Says suspects must face full wrath of the law. One cycle of violence dismantled. House asks IG NSA to declare national emergency. Benue governor proposes amnesty for repentant criminals. Traditional ruler narrates gruesome killing of 30 people. Enugu Kaduna governors seek military assistance to tackle insecurity in their various domains. Of course, we have the picture showing the groundbreaking ceremony of 30 million embedded independent power plant. 30 megawatts actually, embedded independent power plant, with all the stakeholders taking a group photograph there. That would about do it for newspaper review for today. I would like to thank you for being our host, our guests. My name is Bisi Olatilo.
To restructure, they need to revisit the badly flawed document called the 99 Constitution.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble BBB, featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional. Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 20...
And I want to appeal to us, the panelists, to keep to time. Thank you so much once again. Mr. Femi Falana. Now we go to the political issue raised by Bishop Kuka. And I'm happy we have the Deputy Vice Chancellor in the House. Now, sir, Nigeria is a country where some of our compatriots think what they do not know does not exist. To them, they know everything under the sun. We've had all sorts of experimentations. And Bishop Coker spoke about the inspirations which the American had, and we don't have any. Can you say one or two things on that, my brother Prof, and especially on the issue he raised? And please keep to time, 3 minutes. Give him the mic.
Thank you very much. I want to first of all say a big thank you to Bishop Kuka for the very compelling and powerful lecture. I'm a professor of international law, so I always like to ask, where does Nigeria stand in the League of Nations? The 2023 Global Rule of Law Index ranks Nigeria as 118 out of 140 countries in terms of rule of law, which is dangerously low. And one of the key factors is what is described as lack of constitutional legitimacy. Now, constitutional legitimacy is simply a question of how many Nigerians believe that the Constitution represents their will. The first line in every constitution says, "We the people." We the people. How many Nigerians believe that the 99th Constitution represents their wish? The answer is but a few. Constitutional legitimacy is about two things: the process through which the Constitution came to being in the first place, and the product itself. Process and product. The 99th Constitution was put together in 155 days by the Honorable Justice Nigitobi Committee. Of course, we understand that the exigencies of 1999, we all wanted to welcome democracy, may have led us to say, well, autochthony, homegrown constitution may not be our priority. But if the 99th Constitution were to be standing in front of us today as a human being, it is a human being that has gone through 50 stitches. It is not healthy. The 99th Constitution is a badly flawed document that does not represent the wish of the people. And I think if we really want to make progress as a country, we need to listen carefully to what Ààrẹ Babalola has been saying for years: the need to restructure, the need to revisit the badly flawed document called the 99th Constitution, the need to look at what other countries are doing. I'll end with an example of Kenya. Kenya had its election recently. Before the president was sworn in, the case was concluded. And everyone is praising them. How did they achieve this? That is thanks to the 2010 referendum, which led to an homegrown constitution. I think the Nigerian people deserve an homegrown constitution that represents their wishes. Thank you very much.
The DVC, thank you so much. Now, Bishop Kuka spoke about the need for us to democratize development across the country. He drew our attention to the fact that where he came from, the area of his origin, has no single federal infrastructure. And we are talking about democratization. According to him, that goes so far to buttress the postulation of Confucius, the great Greek, who said every question has more than one answer. To Bishop Kuka, democratization without development is no democracy. To Mr. Femi Falana, Senator of Nigeria, until the leader leads by example, we cannot make headway. But he believes that everything Never must resort to court. If you ask me, there will be so many responses, so many answers to those issues. Not many people will buy the idea postulated by Bishop Kuka when he was speaking about women, gender, and their demands of 35.5%. You know, we had in this country a president, I'm not mentioning anybody's name, who was a workaholic. He lives by example. He was president. When he gives you assignment, he will supervise what you are doing. We've had another president who doesn't supervise. They call one a dictator, and they call one an idle president. I leave it at that. So, to the issue of women gender, which Bishop Kua alluded to, may I call on Mrs. Auma, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Of recent, the women are practically taking over the legal profession.
Thank you very much.
Of recent, your compatriots in the skate have taken over the legal profession. As a live bencher, I know as a fact that 65 to 67% of those who are calling to the bar are females.
Yes.
Now, speak to that against the background of the fact that practically all the Ministry of Justice in Nigeria today have been taken over by female lawyers. In this region, Southwest, 4 of our CJs are women. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Let me also congratulate Daddy on this auspicious occasion, and I pray for long life, and that those things you are still wishing to achieve, God will give you the grace to achieve them. Let me go into that. You have just brought out the judiciary alone, which appears to be doing well for women, and the statistics are there. In the Federal High Court, the Supreme Court, look at the percentage of women at the Supreme Court. Very low. Since the inception of the Supreme Court, only 8 women have risen to the Supreme Court, and only 1 had risen to be the Chief Justice of Nigeria. At the Court of Appeal, we've had 2 women in a row become the president of the Court of Appeal. At the state levels, well, very well. But if you look at the totality of the percentage, it is still very, very slow. It's very low. Because at the Federal High Court, you have only 26% of the judges as women. At the NICN, you have only about 25. But summing it all, that is only the judiciary that can favor women. Maybe because women find the work of the judiciary easier. But come to core legal practice, how many women have risen to the top of the profession? Out of 73 senior advocates of Nigeria, only 33 are women. And many of these women are those in the academia, not in the core legal practice. But coming to the constitutional development of Nigeria, as the keynote speaker has said, women have not been treated fairly at all since the inception of democracy in Nigeria. And we have had cause to speak out, to cry, to present bills, to organize ourselves. But it has been from one poor state to a poorer state. Look at the present National Assembly. At the last National Assembly, there are about 10 at the Senate out of 109 senators. Now, as I speak, there are only 3 women at the Senate of Nigeria. At the House of Representatives, there are only 10 or 11 women out of 360 people there. So how have we fared when the Constitution of Nigeria guarantees equality, indiscrimination, and gives equal treatment to men and women? and that we should not discriminate on account of sex. So what is the problem? The 5 bills that were presented to the National Assembly last year were all rejected. These were called gender bills. They were all rejected because we had the overpopulation of men at the National Assembly. One of the bills said, if I marry a Nigerian, if a foreigner married a Nigerian man, the man automatically may apply to naturalize. But if a foreigner marries a Nigerian woman, it is not possible for that man to naturalize. And we've been asking, and there's a court judgment on the 35% affirmation. But in all our governments, nothing has been done.
Thank you so
But
much.
let me give an example of Kwara State and Kogi State. In Kwara State, as I speak, there's a law on the affirmative action that every appointment in government of Kwara State must be filled by at least 33% of gender, male or female, and he backed it up with a law. In Kogi State, although there is no law, but what is currently happening is that the vice chairman of every local government in the 21 local government areas of Kogi State are women. The SSG is women, is a woman, the head of service is a woman, and there is a systemic agenda to mainstream women into the governance. And so these people are growing. Can we replicate this in all governments of Nigeria and make women to grow?
Our time is far gone. Thank you. It's nice hearing that. It's nice hearing that, getting that information through you, that Kwara State has gone ahead other states. I hope the other states are taking note of that. Now, Chief Charles Idosewa, Senate of Nigeria. Bishop Kuka spoke of the need to have men of integrity by his own estimation, the likes of Femfala and SAN and the likes of Abakuba that should be on the Supreme Court. Against the backdrop of the fact, which you know very well, that over the years, attempts have been made to inject people from the bar to the apex court without trying to praise our papa, former President Olusegun Obasanjo. I am aware, by virtue of my position, that he made that attempt, but he did not see the light of the day. What is your contribution on this? On that, Bishop Kuka said there is a need. He said, among other things, that judiciary is in crisis. I now to find some solutions that people will have confidence, by his own estimation, that people will develop confidence in the judiciary once they start having men like Femi Falana or Agbakoba. You heard him say that. Now, again, the backdrop of the fact that MBA and, in fact, our former president made attempts to inject people from the bar, from outside the mainstream. What is your contribution to that?
Well, I have read that question a few times. I think we've gotten it wrong because we have allowed the principles of appointment, judicial appointment, to be taken away from the constitutional principle of appointment to promotions. That is what it is now. If you read the words of the Constitution talks about appointment. Appointment. Somebody who's 10 years old becomes a High Court judge upon appointment. Somebody who's 15 years old goes to the Supreme Court upon appointment. I think 12 years for the Court of Appeal. But somehow, in the works, and the decision was created, they now brought other criteria for appointment of judges. So a judge who now wants to go to the Court of Appeal is waiting to be promoted from the High Court to the Court of Appeal. A judge wants to go to the Supreme Court is waiting to be promoted from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court. That is not what the Constitution provided. Otherwise, why shouldn't a brilliant Attorney General go to the Supreme Court, just like Justice Namani did? Why wouldn't a brilliant professor go to the Supreme Court like Brandeis did? Yeah, yes, like did. You know, so when they created those other criteria, in fact, the feeling is not that if you're a legal practitioner, you have no place in the Supreme Court. I remember a few years ago when I was part of the NBA screening committee to screen some legal practitioners for appointment to the Supreme Court. I think that was also, the way that was done was also wrong, in the sense that people were asked to apply to be appointed to the Supreme Court. I refused to apply. You don't apply to be appointed to the Supreme Court. So guess what happened? All sorts of applications came.
You get nominated.
Oh, hold on. A deputy chief registrar, who is not yet a high court judge, was applying to be appointed to the Supreme Court. And somebody who works in a bank, because he has 15 years at the bank, was applying to be appointed to the Supreme Court. You know, so all sorts of, it became an affair for all comers. But the truth is this. The truth is this. Let us keep fidelity with the words of the Constitution that says the President appoints a justice of the Supreme Court upon a recommendation of the NJC. But the way it is now, we've turned it on its head. If the NJC doesn't recommend, you do not appoint. So where is the power of appointment when a recommendation can override it? But even though, then it's nowhere. So we keep getting people with bad habits from the magistracy up to the Supreme Court. I'm not calling any names, I've not said anything. But my point is that if you have somebody who had already acquired bad habits in the magistracy, promoted to the High Court, compounded the bad habits, promoted to the Court of Appeal, they ultimately get to the Supreme Court. What magic are you looking for when the person gets to the Supreme Court? Is it going to be his epiphany in the Supreme Court to say, oh, I'm not a good judge because I've been promoted, I'm not in the Supreme Court? It doesn't work like that.
Thank you so much, Fedeso. As soon as we come Nigeria, the law remains as it is. The presidency has the power to appoint justices of the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court. The governorcy has the power to appoint judges of the state high court. But everything depends on political will. Thank you so much. And the last issue touched by Bishop Kuka, which is going to be addressed by our own President of the Court of Appeal, Ekiti State, Justice Toyin Bodunde, is the social issue, the needs for social justice. And he made reference to discrimination. Can you say one or two on that? Because our host of today, our celebrant, has written so much on that. For those of us who have been following and have been allowed to write things on the pages of newspapers, he had over the years spoken about social justice. Can we hear from you?
Thank you very much, my silky brother and moderator. And I'm standing on all existing protocols because of time. I really did not know why I was brought up to the podium, but I want to say that I trust that it must have been the celebrant's decision, because on one or two occasions, as a father and a daughter, we have had one or two discussions about using law as social engineering or social justice, like you said. From example of Baba, we can say that he has used law not only as a legal practitioner, but he has used law in education, in medicine, in business, and the examples abound. For me personally, law must have a social face. And one of the areas that it can have a social face without being a judge in my own case is the area that my learned sister Silk talked about. I would say that Ekiti has done very well. There was a time in this state when I used to be the only female judge, when the likes of Honorable Justice Omoleye, Justice Fasomi were appointed as judges of the Court of Appeal. And then for 14 years, there was a comma in appointments of women as judges. And then between last year and now, we now have 3 female judges, 2 in the High Court. I was appointed from the High Court to pioneer the newly created Customary Court of Appeal, and I have another female judge. So Ekiti is not doing badly. However, like I know my father, the celebrant, who wants me to be courageous today to talk about, there is an issue, an area where we can use law as social justice, and that is the area of the access to justice and the devices, if I want to say, that is still linked to some of our cultural and traditional practices. What do I mean? Like in the area of female genital mutilation, for instance, and widowhood practices. This is Ekiti. We have done very well with other aspects of gender-based violence. But the issue of female genital mutilation, the issue of our widow practices needs to be visited. And these are things that are not of common law nature. They are rooted in our practices. So it is an opportunity to appeal to our royal fathers. Kábíyèsí Sirs, Adé apẹ́ lórí yín sà o, bàtà apẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. It is an area that they can come in to help stakeholders in the administration of justice to look at. Female genital mutilation is a no-no in Ekiti State.
Thank you, my Lord. As we are rounding up, I've been told that my brother said, Fefalano, has an information to give. Just information, 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, because we are talking of discrimination against women, in Lagos now, men are complaining of reverse discrimination. Out of 69 judges in Lagos, High Court judges, only 24 are men, 45 are women. Wait. Out of 152 magistrates, 44 are men, 108 are women.
Because this is very important topic. And I want to thank Bishop Uka for the points he made on this subject, constitutionalism and democracy. Well, he said he wants to beg you to keep quiet. Can I beg you? You see, you don't have to beg them. I can beg them. Thank you very much for keeping quiet. Bishop Kuka made very cogent and valid points. Constitutionalism, he said there's no perfect constitution. Democracy, it is a journey, it's not a destination. But constitutionalism, no matter what constitution you have, and democracy, no matter the system that you employ in your democratic way of life, if you do not have good governance, which must be the outcome of your constitutionalism and your democracy, then you are not going anywhere. And he made the point too, that then to get good governance, it will depend on those who are operating your constitution and who are managing your democracy. And that is very important. The people who are operationalizing your constitution and your democracy. And the point in Nigeria, which I have seen, which I can attest to, is most of the people who are supposed to be operationalizing or managing and seeing the constitution and democracy move forward, they are actually the ones who undermine constitution and democracy. Let me give an example here. All elected people by our constitution, their emolument is supposed to be fixed by revenue mobilization and commission. But our lawmakers set that aside and they make law and put any emolument for themselves. Even if that is constitutional, it is not moral. And of course, it is neither constitutional nor moral. Now, when you have a situation like that, then what do you say of constitution, which is breached by those who are supposed to be guardians of constitution and democracy? That is one. The thing again that is, to me is very important is there are so many other aspects of our constitution that are actually absolutely ignored. Take federal character. We have Federal Character Commission. I don't know if Federal Character Commission has come out to find anybody guilty of not really keeping federal character. Have they all kept federal character? Of course, no. Of course, no. Now, the point is that if you leave the Constitution breached, then, of course, you know what happens next. Bishop Kuka talked a lot about the American Constitution. And the first point about American Constitution, it talks about every person being born equal. Not even every citizen. Every person who lives in America, whether you are a citizen or not, you are supposed to be enjoying the constitutional rights of America. But with us, the constitution is breached. We have no democracy that delivers. Your democracy must deliver the dividend of democracy. And if your democracy does not deliver the dividend of democracy, then it becomes anything goes. Anything goes for anybody. So I believe that constitutionalism, democracy must lead to good governance, and good governance must deliver for the welfare and the well-being of the people. That is what the Constitution, democracy, and all the other things are meant to achieve. But this I will also say, leadership at all levels requires certain things. Character, understanding, knowledge, sacrifice. And if these are not there, we are deceiving ourselves. No matter what constitution we have, no matter what sort of democracy we practice, all these must lead to one thing and one thing only: the welfare, the well-being, the prosperity, the security of the people. And if we cannot manage diversity, which we seem not to be able to manage, it doesn't matter what you talk about constitution, it doesn't matter what you talk about democracy. In fact, like one young man said to me, he said, "Na democracy we go chop. If he has nothing to eat, if he has no job, if he has no security, and you are telling him of democracy, the answer you will get is that na democracy man go chop." Democracy doesn't mean anything to any man who is hungry. Democracy doesn't mean anything to any man whose life is in danger. Democracy does not mean anything to any man whose property is being destroyed. Democracy, constitutionalism, democracy, good governance must lead to the welfare and well-being of all the people, particularly the common people.
This song is dedicated to our Papa, Are Afe Babalola. He is the blessing to the whole nation and to the world at large. So please sit back and enjoy.
due respect, stand on the existing protocol. But because of the lack of time, I will not want to go into the detail of this book review. We'll give the specific that are most important. One of the things that I recognize this today is that while the biological fathers, the biological children of our daddy was recognized, some of us that are the adopted sons and daughters were not recognized. Are is a father to all of us. It's a great privilege for me to review this book today, the book titled The Diamond at the Bar, which is a celebration of the life and times of our father and 60 years as a lawyer in this country. I am delighted to stand here today to review this book. And without wasting more time, I want to go into the nitty-gritty and the ingredients in this book. The Diamond at the Bar is a 416-page book with 53 chapters. In terms of appearance and aesthetics, I must say that it is a well-produced book. As an author and publisher myself, I must commend the editors and publisher for this feat. The book is easy to read and well printed. The font used in printing the book is friendly to the eye, and one does not need to strain the eyes to read it. The starting point in my review is unique features of this book, which I don't want to waste time on it, because the book is here, you are going to see it. So I don't want to go into the aesthetics of this book to tell you what it contains. My learned brother, Professor Michael Zikume, authored the foreword to this book. And if you read the foreword, it's encompassing, very detailed in terms of what the book contains and the importance of this book. It's also to be noted that His Excellency Governor Biodu Oyembaji gave a detailed and engaging piece, which is an eye-opener on what our father here stands for today. I found in the course of reading the governor's chapter a narrative of how Are indirectly contributed to the governor's academic success in the university, which is related to here today, and also what the governor told us today about the role of our father in the formation of this state, in the founding of this state, is also contained in this book. If you get it, you get the real details there. And also in chapter 3, we have the written by our leader in the bar, Shiwole Olanipepu, who is a commander of the Federal Republic. He reviews so many facts about our father here today, the celebrant, which are contained in chapter 3 of the book. You read it, you get all the details. Because of time, I will not be able to give you all the details as contained in this write-up. The unique things you are going to discover in the piece contributed by His Excellency Babatunde Fashola is in chapter 4. It contains the celebration of Are himself and his contribution to arbitration in Nigeria. What he stands for in the arbitration in Nigeria is a contribution given by Babatunde Fashola, SAN, former Governor Lagos State and former Minister of the Federal Republic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you want to discover an intimate portrait of Are as a father and in the house and in the office, you should look no further. Read what Prince Lateef Fagbemi wrote in page 47 to 55 of the book. And then also you read what our Bishop Kuka also wrote, The Future of Constitutional Democracy in Nigeria, Imperative of a New Constitutional Order. This is the lecture we got today. Some of them are also contained in the book. Then there is also contribution by Most Reverend Felix Femi Adekaye. Is a chapter also in this book. When you get it, you read it. Then we have contribution for His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Enito Oguwusi, who also came here to display today for us in celebration of our father. Our royal host for today, the Ewi of Adekiti, Oba Rufus Adejube, is also very categorical in what he wrote about our father today. It's also contained in the book. The same sentiments he echoed also was stated by his Oba Dr. Adesanya Adejare, the Alaye Obalufon, Alayemo of Efun State. He also stated the role and the importance of this celebration in the life of our daddy today. Also, there are so many things written about the judiciary here. They are also contained in this book, particularly if you look at page 172 of the book. We have a contribution by His Lordship, Justice Ayodeji Daramola. They are also contained in this book. This book practically contains so many contributions by eminent jurists, eminent professors, and legal practitioners in this country. It's encompassed in this book. The like of Professor Zekome is also there. Our father in the profession, Chief Adeyego Awomolo, also made a contribution. You see the contribution of people like Joseph Bodorin Daudu and Chief Akin Olijimi. Our father also in the profession, the former Minister of the Federal Republic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without wasting our time here, you will know that the review will not be complete if I fail to highlight the contributions of 4 Amazons, because we are talking of women power today. We discuss about women power. There are contributions by women here. My senior, Mrs. Funke Adekoya, SAN, and also Yeye Asiwaju Victoria Awomolo. Ladies make very good contributions in this book that we are going to launch today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if I may allow also today, we need to acknowledge one thing here today, that our father we are talking about today, which has all these writings, all these commentaries, all these praises today we are celebrating, that is a daddy to all of us. I will call him the Daddy General of the Federal Republic and the Commonwealth. Everything that he stands for in the society are encompassed here. People have been giving their own testimony. I also want to state here that I'm a beneficiary of his generosity. Anytime I come to visit him here, he will try to give me transport money. When I say, Daddy, I am loaded, I carry money, he says, you must receive your own. So I will gladly refer to him today as a father whose humility has humbled all of us. He is a father whose intellect has dwarfed all of us. His moral will moralize all of us. His generosity has brought us pure joy. He is an area father. He is a father without jurisdiction. He is a father at large. Our man we are celebrating today is a father without jurisdiction. This book is loaded. I recommend it for all of you, and I wish you happy reading. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, good afternoon, sirs. Our Royal Majesty is here. I greet all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here representing Dr. Taiwo Afolabi, who should have been here himself personally, but lost somebody yesterday morning, so he couldn't make this trip. So if you permit me, let me read his goodwill message before I now do the launching of the book. These are remarks of Dr. Taiwo Olayinka Afolabi, MON, CON, the chief launcher at the public representation of the Diamond at the Bar, a chronicle of lessons and values from the life of Are Afe Babalola. Your Excellencies, let me start by congratulating our father, the celebrant and the honoree of today, Are Afe Babalola, the Are Bamofin of Yoruba land, on this milestone anniversary of his call to the Bar of England and Wales. To attain 60 years at the Bar is a very standard landmark. When we recall that in public service, 60 years is the age of retirement, we can then better appreciate the event of today. It means, in effect, that anyone born in 1963, the same year that Are was called to the bar, will be leaving the public service this year. In other words, Are Afe Babalola has been a lawyer for the whole of the life of many of our public servants. That is a huge achievement. We have all listened with rapt attention to Dr. Ogu James Onoja, son, our distinguished book reviewer, as the learned senior advocate of Nigeria, expertly provided us with a critical review of the book, The Diamond at the Bar, a chronicle of lessons and values from the life of Are Afe Babalola. I cannot but agree with Dr. Onoja that the list of the contributors represents the Hall of Fame in Nigeria. I don't think there's a name of any of the contributors that is not familiar to even the younger child in the country. From our father, Baba Olusegun Obasanjo, to Governor Abiodun Oyebanji, to KBSC, the Ooni of Ife, to KBSC, the Ewe of Ado, to KBSC, the Alaye of Efon Alaye, and then to my lords, Bishop Kuka and Bishop Ala Ajakaye, then to the doing of the legal profession, Asiwaju Wole Oladipekun, Asiwaju Adegboyega Owomolo, Chief Akin Olujimi, Chief J.B. Daudu, and others too numerous to mention. For all these giants of our country to come together to produce this monumental book in honor of Are is certainly a testimonial to Are's gigantic achievements. This is not my first time of visiting Abuad. I've come here at the instance of Are some years ago. However, I must admit that I was more than marveled at the tremendous changes that taken place between the last time I was here and what I'm witnessing here today. I could not believe my eyes at the giant structures that have since sprung up all over the campus. If my recollection is correct, the white rock which now houses Baba's offices was not there some years ago. There was also no Afe Babalola's multi-systems hospital when I came here the last time. There was also no Abode Industrial Park at the time. And now, in a twinkle of an eye, Are has waved the magic wand, and an African forest has been transformed into a city. I do not think I've come across any other institution, be it public or private, that is growing at such a supersonic speed. In his concluding remarks, Dr. Onoja's son said something which makes an impact on me. He said that the book we are unveiling today is a book that documents the human and leadership principles Are Afe Babalola has lived his life by, as recorded by selected illustrious people who have been privileged to interact with him. That's a profound statement. It means, in effect, that anyone who aspires to be a legend and a giant in his profession must get a personal copy of this book. I believe that it is a book like this that we must encourage our children and students to be reading at this critical junction of our national history. The younger generation must understand that there is no shortcut to success. They must understand that it was not only Rome that was not built in a day. The impressive and prestigious Afe Babalola University was also not built overnight. It takes vision, tenacity, and hard work to become a success. Your Excellencies, it is the light of the foregoing that in launching this book, I will want to donate copies of the book to Abbott Library, as well as the Library of University of Lagos, where I obtained my LLB degree, the Library of Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, where I was given my first honorary doctorate degree, the Library of Nigerian Law School, where I was called to the bar, and other universities across the country. It is my hope that the book will become a recommended reading text in all our institutions of higher learning. I believe that this is one of the best ways to ensure that the lessons from the life of our Are Afe Babalola become a national ethic. I thank you for listening, and I congratulate our Are Afe Babalola on this lifetime achievement. So in launching this book, I've been directed to launch some copies of this book with 10 million naira. Thank you very much.
with the unveiling of the book, may I very quickly invite the representative of First Bank, the representative of Union Bank, Fidelity Bank.
And also find out from whoever is unlucky to get a copy from me, that I'm going to call them to make sure they have read the book. I'm going to take, since I said I wasn't going to announce anyway. No. I'll talk to my friend. My friends are there. Just be sure I'm going to buy copies handsomely.
I want to stand on existing protocol. I am going to launch the book on behalf of some of my friends who are also Baba's children. Together, we'll put together $500,000. Myself and those friends, I won't list them now. But we'll put together $500,000 and launch it.
Last son, a parent of the university, on behalf of myself, my wife, and the entire members of my organization, Top Fingers Investment Limited, Nigeria and China, we are going to launch 10 of the books with 5 million naira.
I'd like to speak on behalf of Crown Hospital and Oroki Hospital, and we are putting down a sum of $500,000 naira.
And on behalf of the society, I, Engineer Margaret Oguntala, the Deputy President-elect, hereby launch the book. We'll take 5 books for 500,000 naira.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we've done justice to protocol today. So I won't bore us with protocol other than to especially appreciate everyone who had come here this afternoon, in fact since this morning, to celebrate not just the great icon, but the greatest icon of all time in this legal profession as far as this country is concerned. And I think it is important that I have the opportunity to do this at this point in time on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association. I must especially appreciate and celebrate our father, our mentor, our revered leader, our pathfinder, our Afe Babalola, CON, and several titles to follow, who is celebrating the 60th anniversary of his call to the bar. It is not a regular celebration. And with my very little years at the bar, I have not witnessed this kind of celebration. And I'm talking about the 60th anniversary being celebrated by any, not that people have not clocked 60 at the bar, but very, very few can stand tall in good health, graciously celebrating 60 at the bar, and with all grace that God has endowed him or her with. But Baba Afe Babalola is an exception, and this is indeed an auspicious occasion, because we are all here as witnesses to what God has done in the life of our Baba. And that is why we must, as the Bar Association, join others to celebrate our Baba. I am here as the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, representing the Nigerian Bar Association. and of course, the President of Nigerian Bar Association, who unfortunately is unavoidably absent today. On the 27th page of the brochure, the goodwill of the President of Nigerian Bar Association is in the brochure. However, it is important that I read about 2 or 3 paragraphs, because I don't want to waste too much time, of what the President's message is to Baba Are Afe Babalola. Paragraph 2 of the message reads thus: Are Afe Babalola is a man of many parts, a legal practitioner par excellence, a farmer, economist, philanthropist, educationist, a trailblazer, and so much more. The highly decorated legal icon has in his 60 years at the bar a worthy elder, illustrious, and exemplary member at that, contributed immensely to the development of our jurisprudence in various areas of law. Are has also shaped countless legal minds who passed through his law firm or crossed paths with him over the years, many of whom have risen to become judges, senior advocates of Nigeria, and very successful legal practitioners in public and private sectors. We also saw the very bright legal minds I found out earlier representing the Emmanuel Chambers. Among them was a Minister of Justice, former Minister of Justice. A couple of them were Attorney Generals of various states. We had judges among them. This is what Emmanuel Chambers represents. And that is what Are Afe Babalola represents. He has produced, more than any firm in Nigeria, the highest number of senior advocates of Nigeria. I think we should do better than that. He deserves a better round of applause. He has also produced, more than any firm in Nigeria, judges of various courts in Nigeria. And it is on this note, because of time that we do not have at our disposal, that I would like to read the second to the last paragraph of the President's goodwill. What is perhaps the most outstanding of all the laudable achievements is the massive, deliberate, and conscious investment in all the sectors of our national life. As a farmer, Baba was the recipient of the 2014 African Man of the Year for Food Security Award. He is the highest private investor in Ekiti State. With the establishment of one of the fastest growing and top-rated private universities on the African continent, whose graduates are recognized and sought after across the world, Are affirms his belief in the future of this country and has permanently etched his name in gold. Are Afe Babalola is a name that we all are familiar with, but notwithstanding, it is important that I mention that I, by virtue of my opportunity to head what we called in Ife at that time, and I believe it's still in existence, Equity Chambers, met Baba first time in my life in 1997 as a student of Babalola University. And since then, he has been a great mentor. Since then, I've followed his travesty and of course trajectories in the legal profession. And that is why, to the glory of God, when I was contesting to become General Secretary, I visited Baba to tell him I was going to run for General Secretary. And Baba gave me assurance that I will not only win, but he will support my election handsomely. Unfortunately, I didn't go back for that support. But to the glory of God, Baba, thank you so much for the encouragement. And by the grace of God, by your encouragement, I'm now the General Secretary of Nigerian Bar Association. We are all here to celebrate you. We will continue to celebrate you. We thank God for His grace in your life. Thank God for His glory over your life. And by the grace of God, you will still be here to do more and do us proud more. Thank you very much.
You can't go without announcing a donation.
By by virtue of the fact that I am the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, and I will announce a donation, but not in figure, that Nigerian Bar Association will launch this book handsomely. And that information, once I consult with the president, will pass across to the organizer.
Who is going to speak on your behalf?
All protocols duly observed. After being inspired by our founders' quotes, on behalf of all the students, we would like to donate something towards our founders' book launch, and we'll be donating a sum of 20,000 naira. Thank you.
This is the day the Lord has made, and you are witnesses to the events of today, to be part of history, recorded one, and the history to be written in the future. I stand on the existing protocol, but permit me to specially thank a number of people, even though I'm thanking everybody generally. I'm in particular today grateful to God, who has made it possible for me to traverse the universe. I've gone around the world. I knew what poverty was. I conquered poverty. And through God, I've invested in education, because education is power. Without the power of education, I wouldn't be what I am today. When I studied privately and obtained BS Economics of London University privately, I had the opportunity to serve in civil service. At that time, the white men were the permanent secretaries in Western region. He called me into his office. He said, the land that you passed BS Economics of London University at home. At that time, there was no economics in the university. The only university we had, which was University of Ibadan. I said, yes. And I gave him my result. He said, congratulations. We are going to promote you to the position of Senior Assistant Secretary, which at that time was equivalent to that of district officers, manned usually by white men alone. My answer was, no, sir. I said, why? I want to study law. The man looked at me. But to study privately for defense degree, yes. Want to start all over again, yes. I said, good luck to you. But if you pass your LLB and BL and come to the civil service for employment, we won't employ you again because you have signed once. So don't worry, sir. I will never come back to the civil service. That's how I left. And privately, I studied for my law degree of London University and with honors. Today we have the representative of London University here. Please stand up for recognition. Representatives of London University, stand up for recognition. Please give them a round of applause. That's not loud enough, please. Thank you for coming to Nigeria. Thank you for witnessing this event. Thank you for what you have done in my life. God bless you. Sit down. I have with me here a man who made it possible for me to take interest in establishing a university. I was very, very successful in my law practice.
working for the biggest oil companies in the country, making a lot of money, charging only dollars. I didn't charge naira. So he invited me to come and become a minister. He called me to economy, a special room. I told him, I don't want to leave my private practice. He persuaded me. I said, no, sir. But he loved me so much. He respected me so much that he now called on me and said, look, let me have one of your juniors to be a minister. That was how I recommended Olujimi, who told just now, to become a minister. And the man who made that possible also asked me later to take over the position of the Pro-Chancellor of the University of Lagos because there was corruption there. I agreed on condition that I will not collect the usual salary or allowances paid to pro-chancellors. He said, that's your business. If you don't want to take money, good luck to you, but help us. I agreed. I was there for about 7 years. And I brought in my clients, Bulos Baja and so on, Tad Rose, and put up my own structure, and so on and so forth. It was there I knew, with my eyes open, the problems we have in this country in education. It was there I knew why people, graduates from public universities, were not employed by my clients to share this and that. We prefer people who trained overseas. That man is here today. He was a man who, when he became president, saw that we are deep in debt. And he went around the world for 2 years, begging those we owed money to forgive us or reduce the debt. He succeeded, and Nigeria became a strong country financially. That man is here today, and I will ask him to please stand up for special recognition and thank you. President Obasanjo, please stand up. President Obasanjo, stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. Face the people. Face the people, not face me. Face them. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you, so you can go back to your seat. Indeed, I thank everybody here. There's nobody who is not important. You're all important. I knew what you went through to get to this place. The roads are bad. I'm aware of it. There's no airport. I'm aware of it. But I have got in touch with the new governor of this state. And the new governor is here with me. Since I started this university, there is no governor that has sat with us throughout our ceremony. Please stand up for recognition, sir. Thank you. You saw him when he said, I'm his father. You saw him when he said,
that it was a secretary carrying my bag when we were fighting for the state. Apparently, he too is not happy with the state of the economy of the state. I have spoken to him, and I want to divulge a secret. Please listen. I told him, like I said when I wanted to start this university, that an airport is necessary to develop any place. Go through Europe and North America and so on. Have planes from place to place because very safe. When I wanted to start this university, Governor Oni, I hope is still around. Are you here? Governor Oni is gone. Oh, come out. Come out, come out. Stand there then. Give me a round of applause, please. Oh, I'm blessed for your coming to see ceremony. It was a white woman, a West Indian, who came to me at Ibadan. She asked me to please build a special library for her in a village called Ayidepo, 9 miles from Ibadan. And I did. Then she invited the governor of your state and important people to the commissioning. As I said, the road is about 9 miles on tarred. The community leader then asked me if I could build a university in that place for the library. And the community said they were going to give me land. The governor stood up and said, we will give you light, we will give you road, we will give you water. The following day, this newspaper in Nigeria carried the news. Afebala University will start at Ayidepo next year. He was the governor of the state then. He saw the newspapers. He bought them, rushed to Ibadan. Oga, I said yes. You want to build a university in Ibadan? I told him the facts. Even though he was governor, he prostrated. He said, sir, please bring it to Ado-Ekiti. I said, will you be able to comply with the conditions given to me by the governor? Road, water, electricity. Of course, there was airport at Ibadan. He said yes. He left. I didn't want to do it. Then he went to His Royal Highness, the Igwe of Ado-Ekiti, I think he's still there too, to appeal to him, to beg me. They all came to Ibadan again. They repeated the same request. I said I had, but I didn't consent. Then they went to my mother. It was too much for me. I agreed to bring this university to this place because of this man, because of this man. Not done. He went to President Jonathan, who was then the president of this country, and told him he needed an airport in Ado-Ekiti. The president agreed, but he said he was going to create 4 airports. One in his hometown, one in Ado-Ekiti, one in Rivers, and one in the north. Ladies and gentlemen, all the other 3 are working today. What happened to the one promised to Ado-Ekiti? The president immediately released about 680 million to start the airport here. Unfortunately, he had an election petition filed against him by Dr. Fayemi, and the result came out, he lost. That went to Cuba. That new governor now said, airport is not my priority. And that's how we lost that time. Please give me a round of applause for everything. Thank you. That is why up to today, you can go to your seat. We still do not have an airport. But in view of my new governor, who is here, and what I told him, Your Excellency, President Obasanjo, you are listening to me, I've decided to support the government financially to ensure that the airport, which was half done, will be operational within the next few months by the grace of God. You have been here for a long time. I thank you very much. I have a speech that I'm not going to deliver in a speech anymore, except to say that this country is not the same country when I studied law and when I came back and practiced law. The judiciary of which I made then is not the same judiciary. And therefore, we won't go through details, but I have some suggestions which I think anybody would agree with me are necessary for today. First, I do not agree that the subject is imperative. The future of constitutional democracy in Nigeria is imperative of a new constitutional order. We do not a new constitutional order. No. It is true that people who make government are the people who run the government. But it's also true that you cannot have a constitution which can be run by even an angel when that constitution is for a country of nations. Nigeria is not one country. It's a country of more than 300 nations and tribes. You need a new constitution which will allow each part to develop at its own rate. And at the same time, the nation will now evolve from that constitution. If a Niger comes to this country today, he cannot run this country well because of the constitution we have, which allows each certain section to rule the country. It's not possible. So my own suggestion is that we need a new constitution immediately, and that constitution must be similar to the one which the leaders, in their own wisdom, after 10 years of deliberation in London, agreed to, which was a true whole. And you cannot do it without a new constitution. I have about 3 cases myself filed in respect of matters arising from the university. Do you know, for the past 4 years, these cases have been on. We have some judges here. The High Court has not been able to sit for many months. Why? Because they are handling what they call election petitions. Election petitions should not be handled by sitting judges. They should be decided only by committee set up consisting of senior advocates and retired judges. In that case, the regular court will not close down. That's my first observation. Second observation, of course, is remuneration of judges. No senior advocate who is worth his salt who's making money the way I did, you want to go and apply to become a judge. For what? What the judges in Nigeria and Christians compared with others and overseas, there's urgent need under the new constitution to improve their salaries of judges. Thirdly, admission to law is important because it is the type of student who admit to the university that will train out and become lawyers. In many countries in the world, study of law is reserved to only those who have obtained a degree in the liberal subject. My advice is that henceforth, under the new constitution, in the case of law degrees, nobody should be allowed to study law in any university unless he has a degree in a liberal subject. Then, in this country today, if you have a case in Supreme Court, they last you 8 years before you get judgment. High Court even more. In the case of Supreme Court, if you adopt what we are doing before, the Supreme Court used to go around the regions. And I will also suggest that the same thing should be done by Supreme Court now. When they go around, every month they go around, whatever, they will clear all the backlog cases. But right now, litigants are totally dissatisfied with our court system. And this is one of the causes of poverty among lawyers now. Law profession is not one for beggars. It's not a profession for wretched people. What attracted me to law was the fact that the lawyers at that time were the people who were riding the best cars, were most dignified people, and when you saw a lawyer, you would off your heart for him. I'm proud of law, but we need to do a lot of reform in our law system. Once more, let me tell you, we have food ready for you. And in the evening, by the grace of God, at about 7:30, we will have on the bandstand here the most illustrious, most resourceful singer and player who want to come and join us. We dance to appreciate what God has done for me and for you. God bless you all. Safe journey back home. And before I leave, I hope you appreciate Nigeria is big, it can be great. Don't lose hope. The cars will work up. Let me have music as well. Okay.
Olúwa dá bàbá fi fún wa. Olúwa dá bàbá fi fún wa. Bàbá o, bàbá o, bàbá o.
On the count of 60. 1, 40, 55, 58, 59, 60. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow.
For he's a jolly good fellow. And so they are.
And so say all of us. And so say all of us. For he's a jolly good fellow.
For those of you who may not see, I hope the cameras are showing. Chief Obasanjo is cutting pieces of the cake now. To all around, he's the one serving them personally. He's taking a piece. Everybody is getting a piece of this cake. Chief Obasanjo is showing his culinary prowess as a good presidential chef this afternoon. He's doing a good job. Another piece comes out. The people now to his left are getting a piece. Dr. Usman Abubakar Jos, the Vice Chancellor, and many of the dignitaries there are getting a piece of this cake. Yes. So now, I get the biggest one. Thank you very much, Baba. Thank you very much, Baba. So this is my copy, my piece of the cake. Yeah. Please remember, whilst we're waiting for the vote of thanks to come, dinner this evening is 7:30, 8 o'clock later. And just in case, it will not be as loaded as this, because we're going to have King Sunny Ade on the dance band. King Sunny Ade on the dance band. So we ask all of us, go back now, recharge, and come back. Yeah.
Highnesses, senior advocates of Nigeria, learned colleagues, all our distinguished guests, on behalf of the organizing committee, I wish to thank you all for your contribution, your presence to the success of this event. Many people work tirelessly for the success of this program. Time will fail me if I begin to mention them. Let me single out Baba's family, the university community, and many others. Thank you very much for your contributions. Finally, to our principal, Ariafe Babalola, we thank you for the opportunity given us to organize this event. We wish you longer life and good health. Thank you all for coming. We wish you Johnny Masses back home. Thank you very much.
Henry here. Henry, the main anchor for this event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to present to you the man we are celebrating today. The whole essence of our 1,000 lawyers. A man who rejected the offer of ministerial appointment twice, including an oil block. The last time I checked, this man has produced about 1,500 law graduates as at 2022 graduation in this university. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the celebrant, Are Afe Babalola. Seated regularly to his left-hand side is his wife, our mother in this community, Yeye Aremodupe Balala. We appreciate you, ma'am. Coming to this side of the arena, we have our Vice Chancellor in the house, Professor Smaranda Olarinde. We appreciate you. I can see the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Sylvester Ojo. We appreciate you, sir. His twin brother, even though he's eminently younger than he is, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Damilola Alawi, SAN. We appreciate you, the Registrar, Lady Christy Oluborode. We appreciate you. In no particular order, I can see the CMD. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo. He has been around. He played significant roles this morning and is here again with his friend and brother, Otumba Fashawe. You are heartily welcome, sir. I want to specially welcome all Emmanuelites in the house. You are heartily welcome. We appreciate you. Thanks for your support for our leader.
For a special round of applause for our celebrant. I won't call him the birthday boy, but when you're 60, in whatever shape or form, we celebrate it as a birthday of sorts. And so please, if you would help me, let us put our hands together so that the heavens can join us in acknowledging the good task of our father, our celebrant, Are Afe Babalola, for all he has done for humanity. Let's keep it going. Thank you all very, very much. As always, as is the case, and we can tell in all of the times that I have compared events and seen Baba Olusegun Obasanjo attend, I haven't seen him sit down for so long as much as he's done today. And to crown it all this evening, he's also here giving ample support to our celebrant. And for this, we want to give him another huge big round of applause. What if I say that we haven't done justice to that applause for our former leader? May I ask us to put our hands together again for Chief Olusegun Matthew Okikiola Obasanjo GCFR. And of course, all I'd like to do this evening, there's going to be a lot of dancing. We are going to find out who is defying age and gravity and movements here. So, for all of the laughter that is to come, for all of the excitement that this evening holds, for many of us who are here this evening, we want to thank you for being a great part of history. Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, therefore, let me invite Chief Olusegun Obasanjo to play the role of this evening's chairman as he comes forward to welcome us. One more time, a round of applause for the Baba of Africa.
Ní orúkọ ààrẹ àti ní orúkọ ìyàwó ààrẹ àti ní orúkọ gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ààrẹ àti ní orúkọ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ ààrẹ. Mo wá síwájú to thank all of you, for doing honor to whom honor must be done. Some of you, or if not most of you, were here in the morning and in the afternoon. It was very, very splendid. Very, very splendid. this evening, it is a continuation of what we did in the morning and in the afternoon. In the morning and in the afternoon, it was more of a serious business. But while we were doing the serious business, we were also relaxing. But this evening, it is relaxing with little or no serious business. Ẹni bá mọ jójó, àjò. Ẹni bá mọ jẹjẹ, àjẹ. Ẹni bá mọ parada, àdá. But for all this, all that Ààrẹ has attained, has achieved, the lives he has touched, the fulfillment that he has had. There is only one being to thank for this. And that is Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè, ọlọ́wọ́ gbọgbọrọ tí yọbẹ̀ lọ́fìn. We have nobody else to thank but God Almighty. Ààrẹ, mo bá yín yọ̀, mo bá yín dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè. Sànni o, mo ló wà. Ń ṣe ni o jẹ́ ara ààrẹ dúpẹ́. Àbáyọ, lábàáyọ, ọpẹ́ mi kò ì tó. Ọpẹ́ mi kò ì tó. Ojoojúmọ́ ni wọ́n máa dúpẹ́. Ọpẹ́ mi kò ì tó. Ojoojúmọ́ ni wọ́n máa yọ̀. Ọpẹ́ dúpẹ́. Ọpẹ́ mi kò ì tó. Ojoojúmọ́ ni wọ́n máa yọ̀. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Àrá sán, atẹ́gùn fẹ́. Ìjìjà kò gbé wa lọ. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. 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 Àrá sán, atẹ́gùn fẹ́. Ìjìjà kò gbé wa lọ. Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Gbogbo yìí mo kí n wò lọ́lọ́ bí kankan. Ẹ̀kú ìkàlẹ̀, ẹ̀kú ìkàlẹ̀, gbogbo yìí la kí. A ò lọ́lọ́ di ẹni torí Ìṣọ̀ládé. Kí n gbọ́ ẹlẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́. Ìṣọ̀ládé. Káwọn tó béèrè ríṣẹ́ wa iṣẹ́ wa.
Ìtìwá
Àṣebà Olúọ̀run.
ìtìwá
Àṣebà onílé.
ìkẹlẹ
Àṣebà àlejò.
ìtìwá
Àṣebà ọmọdé. Àṣebà àgbàlagbà. Wọ́n ti ní kò séwu fún wa. Bọ́mọdé bá jú bá gbà, àròkò dalẹ̀, ìbá ni mo ṣe.
èyí tó ní dẹrẹ ní
Bá ṣe ń kọ́lé fún nínú ilé.
èyí tó ní dẹrẹ ní
Bá ṣe ń kọ́lé fún nínú ilé.
èyí tẹ́yìn lọ kiri
Lọ fi ìgbà yìí láwùjọ ẹyẹ.
èyí tẹ́yìn lọ kiri o
Lọ fi ìgbà yìí láwùjọ ẹyẹ.
bàbá ń gbówó lọ
Tàbá pàdé yìí lọ́nà.
bàbá ń gbówó lọ
Tàbá pàdé yìí lọ́nà. Ó yẹ ká padà sílé.
nítorí wípé
Tàbá lọ́wọ́ òun tán. Iyì la ó fi ra o.
èyí tó ní dẹrẹ ní
La ṣe ń kọ́lé fún nínú ilé.
èyí tẹ́yìn lọ kiri
Lọ fi ìgbà yìí láwùjọ ẹyẹ.
èyí tẹ́yìn lọ kiri
Lọ fi ìgbà yìí láwùjọ ẹyẹ.
bàbá ń gbówó lọ
Tàbá pàdé yìí lọ́nà.
bàbá ń gbówó lọ
Tàbá pàdé yìí lọ́nà. Ó yẹ ká padà sílé.
bá padà sílé sẹ́sẹ́
Tàbá lọ́wọ́ òun tán. Iyì la ó fi ra o.
èyí máa rí
Kó jẹ́ ìgbà yìí láwùjọ.
Ìdùmarè ló jẹ́ ìgbà yìí nínú ẹbí. Ìdùmarè ló jẹ́ ìgbà yìí nínú ọlọ́lá. Kí n bọ́ba jókòó pọ̀, kí n bọ́ba jẹun. Bí ti sì pọ̀ bá sanjọ́. Ọ̀rọ̀bà ní bàbá ẹni ọ̀bá ní bàbá. Òun máa ń ṣe. Wọ́n fẹ́ ẹ nílé alára. Wọ́n fẹ́ ẹ nílé alára. Wọ́n fẹ́ ẹ nílé àjọrò. Wọ́n fẹ́ ẹ nílé àjọrò. Òde rọ̀rọ̀ gúnràká. Tiẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Láti rè gbárí ilé. Tiẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Lọ fi dé Oǹdó wa. Tiẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Láti rògbòrí ilé. Tiẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Padà sí Ẹ̀gbá wa. Tiẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Láti rè gbá ilé. Tiẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Lọ fi dé Òwú. Tiẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Láti Òwú ńkọ́. Tiẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Lọ fi dé gbogbo àgbáyé. Tiẹ̀ lọ ṣe. Ẹ bọ́ra ohun tí o bá ń ṣe. Òun láyé ó máa fẹ́. Ohun tí o bá ń ṣe o. Òun láyé ó máa fẹ́. Ojú rò bí ẹ̀ ń tì. Ojú kì í ta mọ́ kòkó lójú àmọ́. Ayé ó máa fẹ́. Owó sì máa fẹ́ tayé. Ohun tí o bá ń ṣe o. Òun láyé ó máa fẹ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí o bá ti sọ. Òun láyé ó máa fẹ́. Àṣẹ tí o bá ti pa. Òun láyé ó máa fẹ́. Ojú rò ní ẹ̀ ń tì. Ojú kì í ta ọmọ kòkó lójú ọmọ. Ayé ó máa fẹ́. Owó sì máa fẹ́ tayé. Ọbásanjọ́ ń pè wọ́n o. Àwọn jẹ́. Ó má lè jáde yẹ̀yọ́ nílùú tẹ̀rọ ojú kankan wọ́n tán. Ó má pariwo jù, ó má pariwo. Ọbásanjọ́ pẹ́ lójú agbọ́. Jíjú tù bù 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 bù. Ọrùn olówó ní tálíkà máa kú sí. Bó bá wẹ̀ mú. Ojú ire ló kó ilé. Bó bá wẹ̀ mú. Kọjí ire lọ́pọ̀ ilé. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo bá lọ lọ́wọ́ finish matter. Psalm 2 verse 1. Ire nílé ire nílọ́dẹ. Bàbá. Bó bá wẹ̀ mọ́. Kọjí ire lọ́pọ̀ ilé. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo bá lọ lọ́wọ́ finish matter. Ẹ kà á síwájú. Chapter 54 verse 1. Kìnìún yọ sẹ́ranko. Jìnnìjìnnì bẹ̀rọ̀. Ọbásanjọ́ yọ sáwọn ọlọ́tẹ̀ wọ́n kọlù bọ́. Kìnìún yọ sẹ́ranko. Jìnnìjìnnì bẹ̀rọ̀. Ọbásanjọ́ yọ sáwọn ọlọ́tẹ̀ wọ́n kọlù bọ́. O ò bẹ́ni kankan jà. O ò bẹ́ni kan bínú. Ìbàjẹ́ ọwọ́ wọn ló ń lé wọn kiri. O ò bẹ́ni kankan jà. Ìwọ ò bẹ́ni kan bínú. Ìbàjẹ́ ọwọ́ wọn ló ń lé wọn kiri. Àní o ò bẹ́ni kankan wọn jà o. O ò bẹ́ni kan bínú. Ìbàjẹ́ ọwọ́ wọn ló ń lé wọn kiri. O wí wọn náà gbọ́. Àfàṣẹ́gbẹ́ jò ń fọ́ra ẹ̀ jẹ́. Ó pọ̀ wọ́n láwọn ò gbà o. Àfàṣẹ́gbẹ́ jò ń tọ́ra ẹ̀ jẹ́. Ó gbé lù sílẹ̀, ó fún fẹnu wí. Àwọn tí alákàrà yabíyáwó. Àfàṣẹ́gbẹ́ jò ń tọ́ra ẹ̀ jẹ́. Ìyá àjẹkù wọ́n ń dunnú. Wọ́n ti gbàgbé pé ọmọ àjẹ́ fi sílẹ̀. Ìyẹn tún lè pa ni jẹ. Ẹni rọlọ́run dání yẹn o. Kò ṣe farawé. Ẹni rọlọ́run dání yẹn. Kò ṣe farawé. Ire ní tèmi tiẹ̀. Ọ̀rọ̀ àbàdí bàbá ní bá lágbàdí bàbá pamúpamù jìgìjìgì. Àánú lójú kì í jẹ́ kọ́tọ́wọ́ bojú ìbẹ̀rù ojú kì í jẹ́ kọ́tọ́ méjì mọ́lẹ̀. Ọ̀rọ̀ àbàdí bàbá ní bá lágbàdí bàbá ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ayé jíjẹ ni. Ibẹ̀ bá ti rí rẹ̀ nìkan mi. A rí bàbá wa. Ibẹ̀ bá ti rí rẹ̀ nìkan mi. A ti rí bàbá wa. Ẹ̀bọ̀nà Òwu, ẹ̀bọ̀nà Ògùn Stéètì, ẹ̀bọ̀nà Nàìjíríà, ẹ̀bọ̀nà gbogbo àgbáyé. Ọ̀rọ̀bà ní bàbá ní abálábà ní bàbá. Wọ́n ti bà. Òwu náà kọ́ dáhùn bí ẹ̀gbọ́n rẹ̀ bèrè wọ́. Bí ẹ̀gbọ́n rẹ̀ bèrè wọ́. Kí ẹ̀dọ́wò rẹ̀ bèrè wọ́. Òwu la kọ́ dáhùn. Òwu la kọ́dà ó bí ẹ̀dọ́wù ẹ bèrè wọ́. Ọmọ Òwu kì í rọrùn. Àìmẹ́nu kúrò ní tòun. Ọmọ Ajídé gbé ṣeré. Àjọ̀nà kùtùbí kọ́ kìjì. Ẹni tí wọ́n ní kò lè pàpàjágúnlá bí kọ́lé aláróró. Bó bá ń bínú ààrẹ rí músẹ́. Bí yóò bínú ààrẹ rí músẹ́. Inú uniform ààrẹ rí músẹ́. Nínú agbádá ààrẹ rí músẹ́. Ẹni bá rí nínú uniform kì í rẹ̀ ní rárá. Ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ayé jíjẹ ni. Ẹgbẹ́ràn rẹ̀ mú kí n bọ́. Ẹ̀sìn bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ń bá wọ́n pọ̀ tẹ́ bá ń tọ́jú ààrẹ. Bàbá lọ láti dòde.
ẹkùn bàbá wọn bàbá lọ láti dòde. ṣùkùṣùkù gbangba òde lòlúbọ wọ́n ti fún ẹ lọ́gbọ́n ayé. oyà lárẹ̀sán wọ́n ti sà ẹ́ lẹ́fun òkú. òde ọ̀rọ̀ gún àgbọ̀ o. wọ́n ti gbé ẹ̀gbọ́n gẹ̀dẹ̀ igi àgùnlá. dandan ní káyé rẹ̀ ogún. nítorí wípé láti kékeré ló ti ṣòro ayé ẹ̀ kalẹ̀.
àwọn ló kù
kọ́ múra.
àwọn ló kù
kọ́ múra.
àfẹ́ gòkè lódò.
káfárá ó tó já. àwọn ló kù kọ́ múra.
ẹ̀wí kì í gbọ́.
àwọn ló kù kọ́ múra. àwọn ló kù kọ́ múra. àfẹ́ gòkè lódò. káfárá ó tó já. àwọn ló kù kọ́ múra.
ẹni ròdù mọ́ tó forí sàpàtà.
gbogbo sí ṣẹlẹ́dá òrẹ́ ní kò níṣẹ́.
Bàbá ni bàbá jẹ́
lọ́jọ́kọ́jọ́.
àwòrán bá sànjọ́. àwòṣìkò bá sànjọ́. àfijù jẹnẹra tó rán jẹnẹra níṣẹ́. bí president gbogbo former president gbogbo àgbáyé ti létòkò. àwòrán fún Babalọ́lá. àwòrán fún
Babalọ́lá.
àjànàkú tí mi gbó kìjikìji. ó dé bó ti ń dé. bàbá torí kò san wá.
lọ ṣe dá funfun.
torí kò san wá kó lọ.
ẹ ṣe dá funfun.
aṣọ̀rọ̀ wọn rí ìjòyè ratata.
lẹ́yìn fi mí ṣẹ́ṣọ́.
aṣọ̀rọ̀ àwọn lọ́ba lọ́ba lọ́ba.
lẹ́yìn fi mí ṣẹ́ṣọ́.
afẹ́ sọmọyán ẹlẹ́wù ẹ̀tù.
ẹ ṣàmọ̀ òréré.
létí tó funfun lẹ́lẹ́.
ẹ ṣàmọ̀ òréré.
Babalọ́lá náà rè o. aláṣẹ ra wá.
náà rè o.
ire ni tèmi ti yẹ. ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ráyé jíjẹ ni. ààrẹ bàbá ojú gbogbo rọ̀yọ́ gbígbó lára ni mo fi kí ẹ. ẹ̀bẹ̀ làwọn bàbá lẹ́dùmarè. ó ti jú àrùn
nàìjíríà yìí o. ẹ̀bẹ̀ làwọn bàbá lẹ́dùmarè. ó sì jú àrùn nàìjíríà yìí o. gbogbo wa tẹ́wọ́ àdúrà.
kí nàìjíríà kò tòrò kó rọ̀ ọ́ lọ́rùn.
lọ́wọ́ olúwa wa ìgbẹ̀yìn wà wá dá. ìbùkún olúwa wa kó bá wa gbé o. ṣé dáríjì àti rẹ́pọ̀ làwa fẹ́. ṣé dáríjì àti rẹ́pọ̀ ló láyé.
ẹ̀bẹ̀ làwọn bàbá lẹ́dùmarè.
mo ti yún ọ̀nù nàìjíríà yìí o. ẹ̀bẹ̀ làwọn bàbá lẹ́dùmarè. mo ṣíjú àánú wo nàìjíríà yìí o. ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa tẹ́wọ́ àdúrà. kí nàìjíríà kò gbọ́dọ̀ ọlọ́run. sọ́mọ́rin àwọn ìgbẹ̀yìn ọ̀kọ́dà. ìbùkún olúwa wa kó bá wa pé o. ṣé dáríjì àti rẹ́pọ̀ làwa fẹ́. ṣé dáríjì àti rẹ́pọ̀ ló láyé.
torí nàìjíríà yìí
tí gbogbo wa ní. ó máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́. torí kò sí ibòmíràn tí a lè lọ. àjò lè dàbí ilé. ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. gbégbé.
ó yẹ kájọ ṣàṣàrò ló ń dára. ká fi inú kún ká fi òun kí nàìjíríà kó lè tẹ̀síwájú lọ. ogun lọ́tẹ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ yìí ti jó. ká máa gbé ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà Haúsá, Ìgbò pẹ̀lú Yorùbá. Gbogbo wọn láṣáájú òmìnira. Òmìnira dé àtúngbára wa jà. Ìdílé ogun èṣù ní kájọ gbé. Ó yẹ kájọ gbé o. Kémi gbé. Ó yá kájọ gbé. Kémi gbé. Nàìjíríà yìí ti gbogbo wa ni. Ó máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́. Torí kò sí òmíràn tí a lè lọ. Àjò lè dàbí ilé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Kémi gbé. With the grace of God, sweet fellowship of Holy Ghost, be with us and forevermore. With the grace of God, sweet fellowship of Holy Ghost, be with us and forevermore. Ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ kí n gbọ́. Abẹ́ kò mà ní dé láwùjọ olówó. Ọmọ eriwo, kò mà ní jẹ́ kí ìlú àgbà ó balẹ̀. Ààrẹ ò ní tẹ́ láyé. Ohun wọn rí wọn wí. Ohun wọn rí wọn rò ó. Àfẹ́sẹ̀ ohun rẹ̀ pé kò ṣe. Ohun rẹ̀ pé kò ṣe. Ohun ẹ̀rí ẹ̀wí. Ohun ẹ̀rí ẹ̀rù. Ẹ̀rọ. Ohun ẹ̀rí ẹ̀wí. Ohun ẹ̀rí ẹ̀rù. Afẹ́ Babalọ́lá ṣeun. Ẹ̀pẹ́ kò ṣe. Ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ayé jíjẹ nígbò. Ẹni ròdù máa ń kọ́ polisi àpáta. Gbogbo sí ṣàlágà ọ̀rẹ́ nìkan ní. Èyí òwú wa wí abẹ́. Tolúwa làṣẹ. Èyí òwú wa wí. Tolúwa làṣẹ. Wọ́n wí God. Ifá majority. Ìgbé àìṣẹ́ ni yóò pa lárúgà. Èyí òwú wa wí láyé. Tolúwa làṣẹ. Èyí òwú wa wí. Tolúwa làṣẹ. Wọ́n wí God. Is a majority. Ìgbé àìṣẹ́ ni yóò pa lárúgà. Bẹ́rù bàbá wọn kan wí o. Ẹ̀rù bàbá Balọ́lá. Ààrẹ. Bàbá pé ṣe rẹ̀ dé. Ó ti dé. Bó ṣe ń dé. Inú ènìyàn ń dùn. Inú Ọlọ́run dùn sí. Abẹ́ni abíyèyè rẹ̀ dé. Ó ti dé. Bó ṣe ń dé. Inú ènìyàn ń dùn. Inú Ọlọ́run dùn sí. Babalọ́lá pé kéré dé. Ó ti dé. Bó ṣe ń dé. Inú ènìyàn ń dùn. Inú Ọlọ́run dùn sí. Abẹ́ ta ló wà nínú gbàgìrì? Ọmọ kékeré kan ni. Ta ló wà nínú gbàgìrì? Ọmọ kékeré kan ni. Lórí ló di lọ́yà. Kẹ̀rẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ó di olóyè. Sẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ó wá di senior advocate of Nigeria. Ó wá fi adé kun ìyẹn ni wípé bẹ́ẹ̀ pè ní the prince. Bẹ́ẹ̀ pè ní ìlànà dédé ló ṣe. Dédé ló ṣe. Lẹ́yìn yunifásitì yóò. Lẹ́yìn kò lè wá níwájú ilé wa. Ilé kan ń bẹ ó ju àdúgbò kan lọ. Hospital kan wá ń bẹ ó ju àdúgbò kan lọ. Níbo náà kọ sí Ládòrè Èkìtì lọ́kọ̀ sí. Láàrin àwọn àgbè. Lọ́jọ́ owó rọ̀. Bí kú má pọ̀tá gba ẹ̀ lọ́la. Bí kú má pọ̀tá ẹ̀ o. Omi ò jẹ́ níṣojú ọ̀tá ẹ̀ gba ẹ̀ lọ́la. Sí bàbá mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òun kí wọ́n má pòfo. Mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òun kí lè má rọ́fo. Gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òbí ọ̀rọ̀ má jẹ́ òkú oníṣẹ́kù o. Bàbá o, má má jẹ́ òfaragbà wẹ̀. Òró wọn fi lò gbà lọ́jọ́ alẹ́ rẹ̀ o. Wàṣẹ àpá ṣòwò ire. Wájèrè ohun tí o bá fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe. Àgbẹ̀rán rẹ̀ àgbẹ̀. Àgbẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Ibẹ̀ bá ti rí lọ́ba sanjọ́ àbẹ̀lẹ̀ rí ẹ. Ibẹ̀ bá ti rí abẹ́ Babalọ́lá àgbẹ̀lẹ̀ rí ẹ. Bàbá máa pa mí máa gbáta mi kò séwu lẹ́gbẹ̀rún rẹ̀ kọ́ra fàájú ọbẹ̀. Ẹni lòdùmọ́ tó polisi àpáta. Gbogbo sí ṣáláńgá òrẹ́ ní kọ́ndíṣẹ́. Ọba Tànjọ́ kò wá iye ìkún lóde. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ayé ọ̀yà. Kò wá iye ìkún lóde. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ayé ọ̀yà. Ẹ wo tàkọ̀rí ẹ wá wo tó kété lóko ìwájẹ. Àgbẹ̀ dáko ẹ̀. Ó dáko lóríṣiríṣi èròko ẹja burata. Àgbẹ̀ dáko ẹ̀. Ó dáko lóríṣiríṣi èròko ẹja burata. Ikú wọn kó rójòkó. Ọ̀yá wọn kó rójòkó. Rójòkó àjẹbẹbẹ jẹ́. Ẹ ò wá wà gbọ́n rí. Oníjẹta àgbòkọ mi. Òkú jẹjẹ ró fámọdé. Ó tún yọ fèrèsé sílẹ̀. Olóko kúkú bínú. Ṣé ló fi gbẹgbẹ́ ọpẹ́? Ó ń fòpọ̀ fọlọ́run gbogbo ilẹ̀ kìkì ọ̀rá o. Ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ kí lòdì adúpẹ́ igi tìrúwé. Ààrẹ mú ń bẹ o, àṣẹ oníwádìí. Ọbásanjọ́ ń bẹ, ògo Olúwa ni. Ààrẹ mú ń bẹ, ògo Olúwa ni. Ọbásanjọ́ ń bẹ, àṣẹ Olúwa ni. Ẹṣin tó dàgbà tí yóò lè ta mọ́. Ìdán rẹ̀ lópin, ìyẹn kì í ṣe tìyẹ. Ọbásanjọ́ ń bẹ, àṣẹ Olúwa ni. Ẹ̀wí gbọ́. Ààrẹ mú ń bẹ, ògo Olúwa ni. Ọbásanjọ́ ń bẹ, àṣẹ Olúwa ni. Ọbásanjọ́. Ààrẹ mú ń bẹ, ògo Olúwa ni. Bàbá Ìyábọ̀. Ọbásanjọ́ ń bẹ, àṣẹ Olúwa ni. Ẹṣin tó dàgbà tí yóò lè ta mọ́. Ìdán rẹ̀ lópin, ìyẹn kì í ṣe tìyẹ. Ọbásanjọ́ ń bẹ, àṣẹ Olúwa ni. Zero Ọbásanjọ́. Bọ́bú wẹlẹ̀ yìí má ṣe bínú. Bọ́bú ẹ lójú ẹ̀ má ṣe bínú. Àgbà tó bínú lọ́mọ rẹ̀ ń pọ̀ jọjọ. Àwọn lókù kọ́ múra. Àwọn lókù kọ́ múra. Ọbásanjọ́ gòkè ródò. Káfárá ó tó já. Àwọn lókù kọ́ múra. Ẹ̀wí kí n gbọ́. Àwọn lókù kọ́ múra. Àwọn Ọbásanjọ́ ń gòkè ródò. Káfárá ó tó já. Àwọn lókù kọ́ múra. Ẹni rojúmọ́ kún forí sàpáta. Gbogbo ti ṣáláńgá òrẹ́ ní kọ́ndíṣẹ́. Àrẹ̀mú. Ṣòtúndé. Àrẹ̀mú. Ṣòtúndé. Ìwọ ló ta wáyà sọ̀rọ̀. Gbogbo sí láyé. Ọlọ́run ta. Ìwọ ló ta wáyà sọ̀rọ̀. Gbogbo sí láyé. Ọlọ́run ta wáyà padà. Gbogbo máa ń gbọ́. Ìwọ ti gbé òròlú wọn tó wí pé. Wá wá. Ọbásanjọ́ o. Ìdí nínú ọgbà àjàrà Olúwa rẹ̀ kò sí máa gbádùn lọ. Wá wá.
ṣe Ọbásanjọ́ ìdè ìrọ̀gbà Olúwa ẹ̀sìn máa gbọ́. Ayé lè máa wú kọ́ lásán o. Lẹ́dẹ̀ kọ́. Wọ́n lè máa pẹ̀lú ìwọ sílẹ̀ lẹ́dẹ̀ ṣe. Wọ́n lè máa sọ̀sọ́ kú sọ. Lọ́sọ̀ pé wọ́n lẹ́dẹ̀ ṣe. Ayé lè máa wú kọ́ lásán o. Lẹ́dẹ̀ kọ́. Ìdígbẹ́ dígbọ́ ìbò. Ká tó wá fi rókè jọba gbogbo igi. Ìrókò ní bàbá igi lọ. Ìjímèrè ní bàbá ọ̀bọ. Ọlọ́mọ ṣíkọ̀tà bàbá àgbàdo. Àrègúngbùngbò mi lọ́wọ́. Ìyẹn ló fọwọ́ lórí o. Gbàìlà tí wọ́n fi sáré kiri. Wọ́n kò jí ilé wọn gbọ̀nà kúrú. Nítorí ìwà ó rọ̀ o. Òjò owó rọ̀ o. Ó rọ̀ o. Òjò owó rọ̀ o. Òjò owó rọ̀ o. Òjò owó rọ̀ o. Àtẹ̀yìn kún àtẹ̀yìn oní blue. Ó rọ̀ òjò owó rọ̀ o. Àtẹ̀yìn oní rẹ́ẹ̀dì. Ó rọ̀ òjò owó rọ̀ o. Ó ti ní níná lówó lọ́dọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ o. Ó rọ̀ òjò owó rọ̀ o. Bàbá kíkú má pọ̀ tá ẹ o. Ó lè ríran o. Ìṣojú ọ̀tá ẹ gbà ẹ lọ́la. Ikú má pọ̀ tá ẹ o. Ó lè ríran. Ìṣojú ọ̀tá ẹ gbà ẹ lọ́la. Jíjí tí mo jí, mo gbọ́ nǹkan létí mi, mo gbókùn nǹkan sí pé Ọbásanjọ́. Ó ṣe bẹ́jẹ́ èmi mo gbókùn ajé o, ajé èrè o, ajé màmí wá mi bọ̀ o. Mo ṣílẹ̀kùn mi sílẹ̀, ilé mi ni ó yá. Òye wọlé, ìwòyí àná lásán, ámà. Òye wọlé, lásọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀. Òye wọlé, ọmọ kábìrì ká tuntun rẹ̀ níbí o. Òye wọlé, òye wọlé, òye wọlé. Fàṣàwẹ̀, òye wọlé. Fà lára, òye wọlé. Yàrí wo ló yọ? Ó ti ládùn tẹ́lẹ̀, àgbẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ṣúgà ọ̀gbẹ́, lóye wọlé o. Ó ní bíbí rẹ̀ rò ṣe fowó rà, ọmọ kápínì ká tuntun rẹ̀ níbí. Ọ̀rọ̀ kòró sọ bá ṣàwẹ̀ mí o. Johnson, ire nílé ire màlí lóde. Johnson, ọlọ́lá Johnson, ogun gbèdé Johnson, mẹ́ta ló wà lọ́jọ́ kọjá Johnson, ìwòyí lànà o. Lọ́sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ Johnson, lóde tí wọ́n tó mú Johnson. Olúwa tọ́nà ọ̀tá ẹ lóhùn orí. Olúwa tọ́nà ọ̀tá ẹ lóhùn orí. Lọ́jà wẹ̀ ló bá fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ alára lára ọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ̀gbọ́n gbogbo yìí má dùn mọ́ igi arúgbó. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa ẹ má tu o kò ṣe tu rárá. Olúwa tọ́nà ọ̀tá ẹ lóhùn orí. Olúwa tọ́nà ọ̀tá ẹ lóhùn orí. Ló bá fẹsẹ̀ kọ́ alára lára ọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ̀gbọ́n gbogbo yìí má dùn mọ́ igi arúgbó. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa ẹ má tu o kò ṣe tu rárá. Ọ̀rọ̀ ń bẹ tí yóò fẹ́ dà. Ọ̀rọ̀ ń bẹ tí yóò fẹ́ dà. Ayé ló mà nípa kádàrá rẹ̀ dà. Ara ń bẹ tí yóò fẹ́ dà. Ara ń bẹ tí yóò fẹ́ dà. Ayé ló mà nípa kádàrá rẹ̀ dà. Ara ń bẹ tí yóò fẹ́ dà. Òrò bí sẹ́nìkẹ́ni rárá. Òkú ti tẹnìkan má dá. Òrò bí sẹ́nìkẹ́ni rárá. Òkú ti tẹnìkan má dá. Ìwọ kì í ṣe ẹni ọgbọ̀n. Olúwa ọba ló dá ẹ lọ́lá. Ajá máa jẹ ayé orí ya. Àjẹpẹ́, àjẹpẹ́, yíba àjẹpẹ́. Máa jẹ ayé orí yẹ. Àjẹpẹ́ tó wá àwọn làálù. Gbẹlẹlẹ, gbẹlẹlẹ,
ìní bí ìní o ó tẹ̀jì bí èjì ó tẹ̀ka àwa ó tẹ̀rí ọlọ́mọ ó dàbí gbogbo ó tẹ̀ wá fi bírò bírò bàtà ó tálá kẹsàn ọmọ náà kárẹ̀ ní ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ ẹ rọra. Ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ ẹ rọra. Ọmọ làwọn ará ìjẹrẹ dùn. Ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ ẹ rọra. Káre ní. Ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ ẹ rọra. Ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ káre ní o. Ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ ẹ rọra. Ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ ẹ rọra. Pàṣàwìrà ó bàbá wa o. Ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ ẹ rọra. Ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ ẹ rọra. Ìdílé ní jẹ́. Ẹni ọbẹ̀ lọ́wọ́. Ìdílé ní jẹ́. Ẹni ọbẹ̀ lọ́wọ́. Ìdí máa lè ní jẹ́. Ẹni ọbẹ̀ lọ́wọ́. Ó máa lè ṣe báyìí tán nítorí ẹnì kan mi yọ sí. Òye wọlé fàṣàwẹ̀. Ọmọ dára ló dẹjọ́ ṣàmàtẹ́. Ẹ máa máa pa àbúwá rárá o. Ẹ máa máa pa àbúwá rárá o. Ọmọ kan fàṣàwẹ̀ bí ìràwọ̀ Básanjọ́ òní ni ó lọ. Yàrá èkúdí bá Yorùbá. Ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láyé jíjẹ ní. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló wà ó lọ́jọ́ kọjọ́. Ọmọ bí lọ́wọ́ tọ́wọ́ ṣe. Ọmọ bí lọ́wọ́ tọ́wọ́ ṣe. Ọmọ bí lọ́wọ́ tọ́wọ́ ṣe o. Ọmọ bí lọ́wọ́ tọ́wọ́ ṣe. Ó ti ní ọmọra bí lọ́wọ́ kò gbúdọ̀ bọ̀wọ̀ jẹ́ rárá rárá o. Ọmọ bí lọ́wọ́ tọ́wọ́ ṣe. Yóò bá bàbá rọ̀ tí yóò lò lọ́wọ́. Ọmọ bí lọ́wọ́. Ọmọ làwọn kan rí ní igi owó ti dé. Ẹni mo ríra wọ́n rẹ̀bẹ̀ sọ́gbọ́n níbu ọ̀rẹ́. Owó wúlúwògbó máa ní ìjẹ́ òṣòro. Òyìnbó ro nígi. Òyìnbó ro ní búrẹ́dì. Ó ṣe búrẹ́dì, ó ń ta búrẹ́dì. Ó ṣomi, ó ṣomi, ó ṣomi, ó tún ṣe pọ́ọ̀pù. Ọbẹ̀ bàbá náà. Ìròyìn ìdílé ti yẹ. Ìjọba kúkú mi ló kejì. Orí wọn tọ́nà, ọ̀tá ẹ lóhùn orí. Olúwa tọ́nà, ọ̀tá ẹ lóhùn orí. Ló bá fẹsẹ̀ gan, alára o. Ẹ̀gbọ́n pépé yìí bá dùn gbọ́ igi arúgbó. Iṣẹ́ Olúwa ẹ bá tu o kò ṣe tu ara. Torí bàbá lọ náà ò tọrọ. Lọ aṣọ lọ́wọ́ òun o. Ṣaṣọ pélé. Abẹ́ Babalọ́lá ò tọrọ ẹ̀wù. Lọ́wọ́ òun. Torí ṣaṣọ pélé. Bí wọ́n lóko ẹrú. Babalọ́lá ò ní wọlé. Ṣaṣọ pélé. Bí wọ́n ní wọ̀n bá. Afẹ́ Babalọ́lá lọ́kọ̀ ọ̀yá ọ̀. Ṣaṣọ pélé. Bàbá ọkùn wẹ̀ ni wọ́n o. Babalọ́lá lọ́kọ̀ ọ̀yá ọ̀. Ṣaṣọ pélé. Ìrèdí lóde. Gbogbo ojú wo wájú mọ́ rí bàbá wa. Gbogbo ojú ẹ̀yìn mọ́ rí bàbá wa. Gbogbo ojú wo wájú mọ́ rí bàbá wa. Gbogbo ojú ẹ̀yìn sà mọ́ rí bàbá wa. Kábíyèsí aláyélúwà. Ẹni tí ò mọ ọba ló fọba ṣeré. Ọba ọ̀run ló fọlá. Ògùn sanwó. Alára ẹ̀gbẹ́. Easy going ọba. Ọkọ̀rọ̀ lórí mi nàìjíríà. Ọmọdé ló dẹjọ́ la lówó má fi ṣègbéraga. Kábíyèsí aláyélúwà. Kábíyèsí aláyélúwà. Ìbà rọ́bà kú sanwó. Ìbà rọ́bà kú sanwó. Kádé pẹ́ lórí kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ rọ́bà. Kádé pẹ́ lórí kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ rọ́bà. Alára gbogbo ẹ̀pẹ́
kọ́ba ó pẹ́. Ògún kọ́rọ́bìtì. Ògún kọ́rọ́bìtì. Ògún kọ́rọ́bìtì. Ògún kọ́rọ́bìtì. Lákàáyé rọ̀ṣì mọ́lẹ̀. Ògún bẹ nílé. Ògún bẹ lóko. Ògún bẹ nílé. Ògún bẹ lóko. Ògún bẹ níbodè. Ló fàgbà bọ̀ rí. Ṣé ìgbà tètè mọ̀? Ṣọmọ lágbẹ̀dẹ̀ nígbàjẹ́. Lọ́dún lójú. Lọ́dún lẹ́nu. Má ṣe sàlẹ̀ ìwọ̀n. Ìwọ̀n wóríwórí. Àìmọ̀ ìwọ́n máa lágbẹ̀dẹ̀ rèé. Fínà bẹ lẹ́nu alágbẹ̀dẹ̀. Ẹran kí lòún nígbà. Ajá ni. Ẹran kí lòún nígbà. Ajá ni. Ọtí kí ló mú ògùrọ̀ ni. Ọtí kí ló mú ògùrọ̀ ni. Aṣọ kí láṣọ o. Pariwo ni. Pariwo pẹ́. Hallelujah. Tàbí pẹ́ lórí kí bàtà pẹ́lẹ́sẹ̀ bá gbákejì òrìṣà. Òrìṣà kò tí rọba ló jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ láàfin. Kílẹ̀ ń fọba pé. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Kílẹ̀ ń fọba pé. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba tó dábẹ́ owó. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba tó tẹ̀pá ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ wọn. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Kílẹ̀ ń fọba pé. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Alára ìfẹ́ mi mò ń lọ fún. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Òyìnbí àdó. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Alára ìfẹ́ mo kí lọ. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ilẹ̀ ń fọba pé. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Bọ́láńlé mo jẹ́ ẹ̀. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ilẹ̀ ń fọba pé. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba tó dáńdé owó. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba tó tẹ̀fà ìlẹ̀kẹ̀. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba tó dáńdé owó. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ọba tó tẹ̀fà ìlẹ̀kẹ̀. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ilẹ̀ ń fọba pé. Ọba ò rọba láṣẹ ọba. Ẹ wo kábíyèsí ni. Àgùntàn ṣọ́ọ̀lù. Ẹ̀kúrọ̀ alára ẹ̀pẹ́. Àgùntàn ṣọ́ọ̀lù. Ẹ̀pin ààrẹ. Ọ̀rẹ́ àgàdà gùdù. Òòrùn àárín ni. Ọ̀rẹ́ ẹjọ́bọ̀ ọ̀gá. Ààrẹ òpé kọ́kùn bájà lú ẹjẹ́ ọ̀gá. Kábíyèsí òpé kọ́kùn bájà lú ẹjẹ́ ọ̀gá. Ṣẹ́rí ìrẹ́gbẹ̀dẹ́ lọ fi náírà. Ogun ò gbọ́dọ̀ jà. Kábíyèsí wẹ̀ lódò gbogbo ọmọge yọwọ́ ọṣẹ. Wọ́n ní tèmi ni ó mọ̀. Tèmi ni ó mọ̀. Ọba òòrùn sanwó. Ọkọ̀ mágẹ́lì tí lórí ilẹ̀. Àjọ̀nà kùtì mi bó kìjikìji. Ẹni tí wọ́n ní kòlé bàbá Jagunlabi kọ́lé ọlọ́rọ̀. Iná tí wọ́n dá. Ìwé ṣe fún ẹ rárá. Gbọ́dọ̀ yẹ mọ́ gbọ́, wọ́n fi lọ́sẹ̀ tó yíká. Àkèdè wọn nù wọ́n lọ fẹ́ fi náà lè jáde. Ohun tí ó lè bọ́ sí, òun náà ra wọlé. Wọ́n lé ẹtí tí Olúwa ò fún ọ ṣe. Àyọ̀bọ̀ ògbọ́ òògùn orílẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́. Àyọ̀bọ̀ ògbọ́ òògùn orílẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́. Àyọ̀bọ̀ ògbọ́ òògùn orílẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́. Àyọ̀mọ́ ló máa gbọ́dọ̀ òògùn orílẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́. Àyọ̀bọ̀ ògbọ́ òògùn orílẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́. Aláwọ̀ ẹ̀fẹ́ ni mò ń lọ́wọ́ aláwọ̀ rojà rí. Àyọ̀bọ̀ ògbọ́ òògùn orílẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́. Àjànà kùtù mi gbó kìkìkì alára. Mama ló lè tì í. Àyọ̀bọ̀ ògbọ́ òògùn orílẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́. Ṣé ìwọ́n tètè mọ̀? Ṣọba lágbàdo ìbàjẹ́. Mọ̀dún lójú, olùdíyó lẹ́nu, má ṣe sàlẹ̀ ìbọn, ìbọn wóríwórí. Àìjọba alágbẹ̀dẹ rèé. Fínà pẹ̀lẹ́nu alágbẹ̀dẹ. Ẹran kí ló ọjà ọjà ni. Yes, yo. Ẹran kí ló gún mi jẹ ọjà ọjà ni. Ẹran kí ló gún mi jẹ ọjà ọjà ni. Àmọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ti wà yìí agbẹ́gbẹ́ oúnjẹ ṣàǹdé ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ sí ni. Ọtí kí ló mú ṣàǹdé ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ sí ni. Kábíyèsí rẹ̀ lára rẹ̀ pé kó bára ni mo fi dúpẹ́. Ẹni tá a ṣe lóore tí òkú bá gbọ́ lọ́sàn kó nílẹ̀ lù lọ́nà. Ojú ra kátá ló bá fẹ́ yọ̀bọ̀ kì í ṣàdìyẹ ló lọ bá ṣèdárò. Tàbí tó bá sọ́gi lóko kò má gbọ́dọ̀ sọ́gi ọ̀rọ̀. Alára ẹ̀gbẹ́ kì í ṣe bí àárín sí. Òní pàkúrú lọ́lẹ́gbẹ́yẹlé, àwọn òbí òníra bàbá fọ́pọ̀ àgùntàn. Ajá òní ògbólógbò jábọ̀ lẹ́yìn ẹkùn dìbò. Alára ẹgbẹ́ kì í ṣe bí àárín sí. Àwọn bàbá lọ lára pẹ́. Àwọn bàbá wa bàbá sọ́jọ́. Ẹ̀gbọ́n ìgbìmọ̀ ká lọ láàrọ̀ ká dé lẹ́rẹ̀. Ibi tá a ti fẹ́ ká yan já. Ẹgbẹ́ rògbò ọ̀gbẹ́ rọ láàrọ̀ ògùn mọ́ rẹ̀ dé. Ẹni ta ló wà nínú ọgbà wa ọmọ kékeré tó ní. Ọmọ kékeré kan ní. Ṣé kí n wá wò ó? Ẹ wá wò ó. Onígbé ó dára púpọ̀. Olórí 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 olórí. Ìfún ẹlọ́gbọ́n ayé. Ó yà lárẹ̀sà wọ́n ti fà ẹ́ lẹ́fún ògbó. Lọ́jọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tó àgọ́. Wọ́n ti gbé ẹ̀gbọ́n gẹ́gẹ́ ìdí àgbọ̀lá. Lọ́dọ̀ ní káyé rẹ̀ ogun. Nítorí wípé láti kékeré ló ti ṣe ayọ̀ ẹ̀ kalẹ̀. Olórí lójú olórí lọ. Bèbí ló dára tó yìí lójú ra kó wà. Ìwọ kíkọ́ tán. Bọ́láńlé olórí ọba alára ẹ̀gbẹ́ tí jẹ́ òkú sanwó kò ṣe títì bí sí. Òyìnbó tó ṣaṣọ wá. Kò ṣe fìtìlì sí àfẹnitọ́lọ́run bá fi fún olórí alára ń faṣọ wíwọ̀. Ó wà lọ ìyíká alága jù ó pélékè. Olórí ìròyìn sanwó faṣọ wíwọ̀ wọn ní. Ó ga ìyíká alága jù ó pélékè. Olórí yìí faṣọ wíwọ̀ wọn ní. Ó ga ìyíká alága jù ó pélékè. Ọ̀gá ìyíká alágbàjì ó pélékè. Ó wà nílàgbé. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Ẹ̀mí kì í mọ́. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Ẹ̀mí kì í mọ́. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Ọmọ ìlú bá dára lórí ẹ̀ka wí. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Ọmọ ìlú bá dára lórí ẹ̀ka sọ. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Ọ̀dọ̀dà bíbí mi bó kìí. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Ẹgbẹ́ kan ní lárugẹ. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Àyà ló ní òun gbèsè. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Ìsàlẹ̀ lọ ọmọ wà. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Fáyín bèbí fáyín olórí. Ó wà nílàgbé lárugẹ. Ẹ wá bá mi tọ́jú ọlọ́lá. Ìròyìn lèrè lọ́dẹ. Mo máa lè ṣe báyìí lọ́la torí mo dúpẹ́ mi o. Mo máa lè ṣe pé mo rí bàbá lọ́la lẹ́yìn mi. Ṣòtúndé. Ṣòtúndé. Ìwọ ló ta wáyà sọ̀rọ̀, owó sí láyé. Ọlọ́run ta wáyà padà, owó máa ń bọ̀ wá. Ẹyẹ bá mo bí. Ọjọ́ gbogbo bí ọdún, mo dúpẹ́ tó lóyìnbó pè ní thank you. Mo dúpẹ́ thank you. Tó bá fún wa lówó. Mo dúpẹ́ thank you. Ìrèlè ìrìnà ní lóde. Bíbí yìí di rírọ̀ wẹ̀rẹ̀ pọ̀pọ̀. Ọ̀wẹ́rẹ́. Ó di rírọ̀ wẹ̀rẹ̀ pọ̀pọ̀. Ọ̀wẹ́rẹ́. Ó di rírọ̀ wẹ̀rẹ̀ pọ̀pọ̀. Òrèrè àfàyà gbé. Orí títí là ń bà lọ. Òrèrè àrùn ṣàwòrò ìdá. Ó máa ìbàlẹ̀ sábà àrùn ṣàwòrò ìdá. Bọ́bá balẹ̀ ra mi àrùn ṣàwòrò ìdá. Bọ́bá balẹ̀ ọba àrùn ṣàwòrò ìdá. Pretty baby, pretty baby. Mo dúpẹ́, mo dúpẹ́, mo dúpẹ́, mo dúpẹ́. Pretty baby, bí ilé kò máa ṣe fòrò. Pretty baby, gàrí wo ló yọ? Mo ti ládùn tẹ́lẹ̀, àgbẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ṣúgà ń gbẹ. Pretty baby, òyìnbó tó ṣaṣọ wá. Kò ṣe fi ti bí sí. Òyìnbó tó ṣaṣọ ń gbẹ. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ onígbùrọ̀ rẹ̀ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ onígbùrọ̀ rẹ̀ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Dúpẹ́ ti wí pé ẹni bá ń ràrò jinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ wẹ́dà èmi yóò pé ọ̀gá Olúwa. Bí tèmi ni mo wí sẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹni bá ń ràrò jinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ wẹ́dà èmi yóò pé ọ̀gá Olúwa. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run bí. Ẹ̀dá ló ń gbàgbé, Olúwa kò gbàgbé ẹnìkan wá. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run bí. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùrọ̀ rẹ̀ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Àpòmọ́ra là ń pè tèmi dúró. Olóyè wá ní thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wọ́n ní mo dúpẹ́. Thank you. Thank you. Mo dúpẹ́. Thank you. Bí afẹ́ bá máa ní. Thank you. Very much. Thank you. Tí afẹ́ bá máa wí. Thank you. Very much. Ohun tó wù ní ló pọ̀ lọ́la ẹni. Mo dúpẹ́. Mo dúpẹ́. Mo dúpẹ́. Thank you ma. Mo dúpẹ́. Mo dúpẹ́. Thank you. Thank you. Mo dúpẹ́. Thank you. Mo dúpẹ́. 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 Àtùpà pálọ̀ afẹ́ Babalọ́lá. Olóyìnbó afẹ́. Bí NEPA bá ṣèṣì mú lọ́nà, jẹnẹrétọ̀ afẹ́ Babalọ́lá. A máa wí pé máa wò bí o ṣorí mi jẹ́ ṣe fún ẹ. Babalọ́lá láwọn àdá ló rà máa wí pé wọ́n dúró di sáyà, wọ́n dúró àpọ́nlá. Ṣé gbàgàdà? Ṣé gbàgàdà? Ó já ìtọ̀nà òun, òun kì í la inú ògbólógbò. Ó já tìyá iṣẹ́ ìyá ẹ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́. Ó já tọ̀nàdà kó lè sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́. Ó já tìtọ̀nà ọ̀pẹ ní so èkùrọ́ orí àpò. Èkùrọ́ orí àpò, àbọ̀ òye kòrò. Àkọ́kọ́ dáyé ni ó ti jáwé ọlá. Àṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dáyé ni ó ti jáwé ọ̀tọ̀. Olùdúpẹ́ òkòkò náà lọ nílé ọ̀rọ̀. Ẹni bá wá wò fẹ́jú lọ, yóò pẹ́ létí omi. ọlá ti lọ. Bísí ọlá ti lọ. Bísí ọlá ti lọ. Ó ti di aláṣẹ ìlú gbogbo gbígbá ọlá ti lọ. Bísí ọlá ti lọ. Professor of languages. Also French. Also English. Also Italiano. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ń sọ Hausa. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Ló ń sọ Yorùbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Bàbí mi ni. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi ni. Alábàárò mi ni. Ènìyàn mi ni. Olùtọ́jú mi ni. Sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ mi ni. Olùtọ́jú mi ni. Láwùjáwò mi ni. Bísí lọ́lá sí lọ. Ẹni tí wọ́n ní kò lè gbà gbàgbà gbé kọ́lé aláròrò. Olólùtọ́rọ̀ obìnrin Bísí ó tún fa ìdí obìnrin. Bísí 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 ọkùnrin. Ọlá ti lọ. POS ìrírí tèmi ti yá. Bísí ń bá fẹ́ oníbàjẹ́ rọgbọ́n. Bísí ń bá fẹ́ oníbàjẹ́ rọgbọ́n. Àwòrán lẹ́kùn ẹyẹ òkè. Wọ́n ṣe lára títí wọn ò rí bí bá wọlé. Mo ṣe ká ènìyàn irọ́ lọ́pàá kò sáyé. Àṣàkọ̀ ń wọ́run lọ́sàn ní kò láwùn pé. Ó ti ọkọ̀ yọmọ. Ọlá ti láti gòkè àgbà ẹlẹ́rìí ojú gòkè. Ẹ máa wí pé Bísí 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 ọlá ti lọ. Bísí 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 Bísí.
Wow.
Òkùnkí ọlọ́run púpọ̀ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìyàwó ọ̀gbọ̀n lọ́kọ̀. Ẹ̀ka làjẹ́, ẹ̀ka dẹ̀mú, ẹ̀ka dìbòkú ọ̀rọ̀ ti bọ́ lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀. Ààrẹ Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́ tí ọ̀dọ́ ọdún lọ́wọ́ tó lọ. Ọmọ owó ní ọ̀gbọ́n lọ́wọ́. Lẹ́yìn àgbẹ̀ bá wọn yàrá lọ́wọ́ ìrírí ọlọ́wọ́. What
I am reminded of the transformative power of a vision and the profound impact it can have on countless lives. Okay, is it clear now? Okay. So, I don't know if it's clear now. Hello? Daddy's last born. And the story of my life will not be complete without the mention of Afe Babalola. I remember when I walked into Afe Babalola University in the year 2010 as a fresh graduate of this great institution. I never knew what was ahead of me, but fortunately for me, I will meet the founder, Afe Babalola, who will later be the greatest influence and impact in my life today. Daddy has contributed to my life in several ways, ensuring that I completed my education in Abuad. She's been a mother throughout my years in Abuad. Mommy gave me everything I needed. Mommy fed me. I remember going to her place to eat. Mommy, without you, I would not be here today. Daddy, you remain the greatest institution that I know. An institution that has created an institution, Afe Babalola University. You are my role model, you are my mentor, and I would always sing your song everywhere. Today, I am privileged to be on my own as a lawyer in the city of Abuja, as the principal partner of the firm, Ojoge, Omileye and Partners. Daddy, I dedicate the achievement to you. Without you, I wouldn't have achieved that. Due to Daddy's influence in my life, I have been able and opportune to employ people, to accommodate interns from Afe Babalola University, to accommodate externs from the Nigerian Law School, to accommodate core members from the NYC, and to also mentor even non-lawyers. And all this wouldn't have happened without Daddy in my life. Daddy is the father of all nations. Daddy Eshu Gonisa. And as a result of this, I am moved to contribute a quota to the College of Law as a form of scholarship for students, either in form of awards for leadership roles and also for indigent students that might need the funds, a letter of which I have submitted to the office of the Vice Chancellor. Daddy, God bless you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Mommy, thank you so much. I thank you so much and I love you so much. The Vice Chancellor, thank you so much. The Registrar, thank you. I remember always disturbing you when I came to school 2010. You have always loved me and I love you so much. Thank you. And to the entire Abuad students, great Abuad students, great Abuad students, I want to encourage you to be very hardworking, to be very committed, and to be students of integrity. As a student of Afe Babalola University, I got several awards, from the neatest students to first class award, and all this was as a result of Daddy's influence. There is much you know, and I want to encourage you to learn from Daddy. I just didn't learn education in Abuad. I learned life itself, which is what has helped me to where I am today. I have learned life even down to ensuring and be conscious of good health. Daddy will tell me about moringa, he will tell me about several things, and today I'm so conscious of my health that I dedicate this to Daddy. Daddy, God bless you once again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
I was not amazed, I was pleasantly pleased when during the book launch this morning, he launched the book with a sum of 1 million naira. So I want him to say a word or two. Oriana.
Sir. Good evening, sir. My name is Oriola Mobolaji, sir. I'm a graduate of Afe Babalola University. I finished in 2017. Sir, your name has opened so many doors for me since I left this university. The first job I landed after my NYSC When I went for the interview, the managing partner asked me, what school did you finish from? I said, Afe Babalola University. The conversation changed from whether I had the technical competence to get the job to, oh, how was Baba like? Did he teach you? I said, yes, he taught me law of evidence. And then that's how I got the job, just because I finished from this university. I own my own law firm today in Victoria Island, Lagos, opposite Access Bank headquarters. And 2 weeks ago, I landed an oil and gas client, a very huge transaction. And I went to the MD's office. We had a conversation. He said, you are young. Why would I give you such an oil and gas transaction? And then the conversation about, tell me about your pedigree. Where did you study? Where did you finish from? And your name came up. He said, wow, you finished from Babalola University. I'll give you a chance because of this. Today, I'm advising on an oil and gas transaction, the construction of pipelines in the Niger Delta, and the legal advisor on that transaction. Thank you so much, sir. And once again, sir, to show that I really appreciate you, sir, I said I was going to donate 1 million naira to this book launch. Thank you so much, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pam Buchat, Commercial and Distribution Advisor at NNPC Limited. I have a message from the Group CEO, Malam Melikiari, and also the Company Secretary of NNPC Limited, Mr. Chidi Moma Esquire. He facilitates with area Afe Babalola and also wishes him more strength in the legal practice. He also recognizes your efforts you have actually put in transitioning NNPC Limited from a statutory corporation to a private limited liability company. In addition, he also recognizes your efforts in saving the company from a myriad of legal litigations and also strengthening our deals when it involves stakeholders and Nigeria at large. So on behalf of NNPC Limited, the Group CEO and the Company Secretary, we wish you more years at the bar and we wish you strength as you impact to the students of Abuad. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our friend.
Babalola, our Papa. As we all know, he is a blessing to the nation, to the world at large, most especially we Ekiti Indians. The official launching of this song will be happening very soon, so please sit back and enjoy.
ògo. Ìgbà tata mi ìwọlẹ̀, ìwọ ló kọ́ lọ́mọ, ó jẹ́ kó mọ̀ báyọ̀ fẹ́. Ọba tí ń gbénu mú ní aṣọ́lá. Tí ń gbénu adélé bọ̀ ṣògo. Ọba tí ń gbénu mú ní aṣọ́lá. Ìgbénu adélé bọ̀ ṣògo. Ọba aládé rà láfíà. Funfun lẹ́lẹ́ tí ń gbénu rọlá funfun lẹ́lẹ́ òbèrè kílà yí ọjọ́ kúrà. Ọba tuntun ní rẹ̀ ní tí o sún wọ̀n ṣe. Ilé ìmọ̀ fi sóòrè rẹ̀ bàbá ọba ògo. Ilé ìmọ̀ fi sóòrè rẹ̀ bàbá ọba ògo. Nítorí ìgbà tọ́tẹ̀ mi ìlú alẹ̀ ìwọ ló kọ́ lọ́gbọ́n. Ó mọ̀ báyọ̀ fẹ́ lè bí kò má yọ wọ́pọ̀wọ́. Àti tìgbà yìí ni mo ti rí rẹ́gbọ̀ rẹ̀ nínú ayé mi. Ẹjọ́ mẹ́lò mọ́rọ́ bàbá fún ọ, ọba ògo. Adibẹ́tì láì túnlé. Ilé Badmus. Àtiwájú ni mo wí. Badmus. Ọlọ́rọ̀ mi. Badmus. Adékìlẹ́kùn. Badmus. Àtiwájú mo sì lè mú kó ṣògo. Badmus. Túndé àtiwájú mo sì lè mú. Badmus. Ìròyìn tèmi ti yẹ máa gbádùn ní tiẹ̀ Badmus. Bàbá olóyè Túndé. Pàdé mi ni, ọ̀rẹ́ mi ni, alábàárò mi ni. Ìmùlẹ̀ mi ni, olùtọ́jú mi ni, sọ̀rọ̀sọ̀rọ̀ mi ni, lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ mi ni, alábàárò mi ni. Túndé Túndé òtọ́rọ̀ lọ aṣọ lọ́wọ́ ṣaṣa gbélé. Badmus tọrọ ẹ̀wù wọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìrìn ṣàṣàngélé ni bí wọ́n lóògùn ẹ̀rú. Túndé oníwò bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàṣàngélé bí wọ́n níwọ̀ fà ọkọ̀. Badmus ọkọ̀ ọ̀yá wọn ṣàṣàngélé kàn bú ẹni wọ̀n. Badmus ọkọ̀ ọ̀yá wọn ṣàṣàngélé. Ọjọ́ gbogbo bí ọdún. Ó mú mi rántí bàbá wa. Ọmọ aládé ló pèrè akọni. Adékìlẹ́kùn. Túndé, ó Túndé. Ìsíwájú òjèrè. Ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́ tó mi wò. Títọ́mọdé pẹ̀lú alàgbà. Máa ṣe lọ. Túndé, oh Túndé, Túndé, oh Túndé. Ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́ tóbi wù síta ọmọdé pẹ̀lú alàgbà. Máa ṣe lọ. Máa ṣe lọ Túndé. Máa ṣe lọ. Máa ṣe lọ Badmus. Máa ṣe lọ. Túndé, oh Túndé, Túndé. Túndé, ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́ tóbi wù síta ọmọdé pẹ̀lú alàgbà. Máa ṣe lọ. Ọjọ́ gbogbo bí ọdún, ìrírí lèrè ní lóde. Ìwọ́n ti gbọ́ ohun lórí wọn tó wí pé wá sí Túndé Badmus ìdè nínú ọgbà àjàrà olúwa rẹ̀ kò sì bá gbàdé lọ. Báwa fi Sunday Badmus ìdè nínú ọgbà àjàrà olúwa rẹ̀ kò sì bá gbàdé lọ. Ayé lè máa wúkọ́ lásán lẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́kọ́. Gbogbo ojú wo wájú mo ti rẹ́ ní mi. Gbogbo ojú wò mí sá mo tún rẹ́ ní mi. Gbogbo ojú wo wájú mo ti rẹ́ ní mi. Gbogbo ojú ẹ̀yìn sá mo tún rẹ́ ní mi. Èyí ohun wá wí sí Badmus. Tolúwa láṣẹ. Èyí ohun wá wí. Tolúwa láṣẹ. Gbogbo Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n wí gbọ́dọ̀. Is a majority. Ìgbé àìṣẹ́ bí ọ̀pá lárúbá. Óyá mi bọ̀. Óyá mi bọ̀. Ìbá ṣe pé mo rẹ́ ní kejì mi. Ìbá ṣe pé mo ní Badmus mi lẹ́yìn mi. Balẹ̀ kan. Óyá mi bọ̀. Óyá mi bọ̀. Ìlú tẹ̀yìn ló fi ń bá wọn lọ. Sọ́ba wà ìdá sí ẹ̀ o. Sọ́ba wà ìdá sí ẹ̀ o. Wà á gbẹ́ yíyọ sí wọ́n. Sọ́ba gbẹ́ yíyọ sí wọ́n. Ló bá jẹ́rọ ìyanu fún wọn. Kọ́má gbàgbé ìwà àtijọ́. Kọ́má gbàgbé ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ bàbá wa o. Kọ́má gbàgbé ìwà àtijọ́. Kọ́má gbàgbé ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ bàbá wa o. Ọdún kìí jọ. Kọ́má bọ́ṣù Òṣogbo. Ọdún kìí jọ. Kọ́má bọ́ṣù Òṣogbo. Àdìkì ṣe tuntun láwùjọ. Kọ́má bọ́ṣù Òṣogbo. Kọ́má gbàgbé ìwà àtijọ́. Ká má gbàgbé ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ bọ́wọ́. Mi rò pé mo pè mí rò pé apá. Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo, Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo, mo pè mí ògbé. Èmi rò pé mo pè mí rò pé lọ. Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo, Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo, mo pè mí ògbé. Èyí ohun wá wí láyé. Tolúwa láṣẹ. Èyí ohun wá wí. Tolúwa láṣẹ. One with God is a majority. Ìgbé àìṣẹ́ o ní ọ̀pá lárúbá. Ọmọ kúlúgá. Ọmọ kúlúgá. Ọmọ kúlúgá. Ọmọ kúlúgá. Badmus mi. Ọmọ kúlúgá. Túndé sábà wò wọ́n. Aṣàkókò pẹ̀lú ẹ̀dí ògbẹ́. Àmì gbójú tẹ̀yìn ló fi ń bá wọn lò. Rọ́bà wọ ìdá sí ẹ̀ o. Sọ́bà wọ ìdá sí ẹ̀ o. Wàá pẹ́ yíyọ sí wọn o. Tó bá gbẹ́ yíyọ sí wọn o. Ó má má jọrọ ìyànà fún wọn o. Ẹlẹ́lẹ́ mi sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ̀rọra yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ̀rọra yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Àgbàlejò sọ́mọdé làwọn yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Àwọn àgbààgbà ló wá ní ládàbí yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ̀yẹ́ ní kí Túndé Rama Badmus mi o. Yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ̀rọra yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Ṣàkàtìkì ní tábà ní ṣẹ̀ṣọ́ yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Ìròrí tábà. Aṣọ oṣù ní yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Ìpele ní tábà rẹ̀. Aṣọ oṣù ní yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Àbírẹ̀ ló kù ká sí mi. Yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ̀rọra yàgò sẹ́lẹ́lẹ́. Fọlárọ̀ mi o. Fọlá ẹsẹ̀ rọjọ́
ẹni tá a ṣe lóore sí òtún bá bẹ ọlọ́ṣà kò ní lẹ́rù lọ́dún. ọmọ dára ló dẹjọ́ ìrírí lóde ọmọ dára ló dẹjọ́ ẹ má ṣe bínú wọn ní ká dúró díẹ̀ fọlá 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 bàbá ní ká dúró díẹ̀ fọlá 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 fọlá.
As we had it in the morning, there's no better director-in-chief of this ceremony than Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, sir.
This is the race. Ààrẹ àti Madam Ààrẹ lẹ́sàrẹ́ sí o. Bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti 1. Ààrẹ ẹ pè fígọ̀. Kò sẹ́ni tó máa pè fígọ̀ di 16 kó máa pè 16 nù yín o, èmi ni n ó pè 60 o. Tí ààrẹ bá pè nọ́mbà kan, Madam ẹ̀yin náà pè nọ́mbà kan, ààrẹ á tún pè nọ́mbà kan, Madam ẹ̀yin náà pè nọ́mbà kan. Ibi tí n bá rò kò necessary, èmi náà ń jẹ target. Ó yá 1 ààrẹ 5 12 13 18 20 45 58 The last number is reserved for me. 60.
Ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ara sọ, atẹ́gùn fẹ́, ìjìjà kò gbé wà lọ, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ènìyàn bá sọjá, wọ́n kéékèèké ẹgbẹ́ nífẹ̀ẹ́ kọ́lé. Bàbá, 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 ẹgẹ, ẹkún. Ẹ̀ṣà ẹgẹ ẹ má ṣe gbàgbé wa àwọn èrò ń bẹ lẹ́yìn ẹ má ṣe gbàgbé wa ẹ má ṣe gbàgbé wa àwọn èrò ń bẹ lórí ìtàgé ẹ má ṣe gbàgbé wa ẹ má ṣe gbàgbé wa ẹ má ṣe gbàgbé wa wọ́n ní ká gbé tòkè lónìí ẹ má ṣe gbàgbé wa.
Okay, children now, children now, children now, children now.
Bó ti ṣe yìí, bó ti ṣe yìí náà. Ìdájọ́ lè pẹ̀lú kàkókò sí.
All the children should join now to cut the cake. All the children now, thank you. WCs. Children, children, children. Your turn, your turn. And you look on sing. Yeah. Da da ba. Is he here?
Kò sọ máa dúpẹ́, kò sọ máa dúpẹ́ ló jẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ náà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ kò sọ máa dúpẹ́ lọ́tọ̀.
lè ìṣíjú ọ̀nù Nàìjíríà yìí o. Ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa tẹ́wọ́ àdúrà kí Nàìjíríà yìí tòrò kó tẹ̀ wá lọ́rùn. Lọ́nà Olúwa wa ìgbẹ̀yìn bàbá dà. Ìbùkún Olúwa wa kó bá wa gbé o láyé. Ṣé Dáfídì àti rẹ́pọ̀ làwa fẹ́? Ṣé Dáfídì àti rẹ́pọ̀ ló láyé? Kájọ ṣe ìwé tàbí kájọ ṣe o. 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 Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ká sọ̀rọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan. Gbogbo Nàìjíríà kó lè ṣojú wa, ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ ṣe. Ìdíkọ̀tù Nàìjíríà yìí ti gbogbo wa ni. Kó máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́, torí kò sí òmíràn tí a lè lọ. Àjò lè dàbí ilé, ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fi ọ̀ṣọ̀kan gbé. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí Nàìjíríà yìí tí gbogbo wa ní o. Kó máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́, kò sí òmíràn tí a lè lọ. Àjò lè dàbí ilé, ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fi wọ́n ṣọ̀kan. Ó yẹ ká jà ṣàṣàrò ló dára, ká fi nú wẹ́nu ká fi kùnrin ní Nàìjíríà kó lè tẹ̀síwájú. Gbogbo rọ̀tẹ̀rọ̀tẹ̀ yìí ti yọ, ká gbàgbé ìjà ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà. Haúsá nínú ní Yorùbá ṣe lájọ́ Nàìjíríà òmìnira. Òmìnira àtúbára wájà, èdìrẹ́ òòrùn èṣù mi. Bóyá kájọ
Thank you. I do understand that music. Sani Ade put it together many years ago. And it's as relevant as it was then. And it's far more relevant today. Nigeria belongs to all of us. Let us all join hands together to make a nation out of many countries called Nigeria. I thank President Obasanjo, who is here today. He has done his very best to make a nation out of many countries in this country. Very important night and an historical day for all of us. I wonder if Nigeria was like this when I returned from England, whether I would have been what I am now. I wonder if Nigeria was like this when I was born, when I had to read in a classroom where there was neither a window or a door. In the night, I would have been kidnapped. Nigeria is going down, the principles. We need unity. And we cannot get unity unless we start with ourselves. We must love ourselves. And how do we do it? Nobody should think that it's worthy until he has invested in humanity. The largest amount of money you have in the bank, it belongs to the bank. It's not your money. Invest in others. Invest in humanity. I thank you for coming here to see what we are doing here. Let each and every one of us make it a point of duty today to join me and others on the crusade for one Nigeria, And you cannot get that unless you have an appropriate, and I repeat, an appropriate constitution. I'm one of those asking for a review, no, a new constitution, not a new order. With this, I thank all of you for coming. I appreciate you. May God be with you in your journey back home. God bless all of us. Thank you.
Always by my side, the very big God, He's always by my side, the very big God,
On my right and on my left,
on my right and my left,
in my front and my back,
in my front and my back,
on my right and my left,
on my right and
by my side.
I am a very big God, He's always by my side, the very big God, by my side, by my side.
Mi dára jòwúrọ̀ lọ.
Nítorí bó ti lọ́lúwa, bí gbogbo ọjọ́ gbogbo dùn. Alẹ́ sọ bíjọ sọ, tó sọ mi dára jòwúrọ̀ lọ. Nítorí bó ti lọ́lúwa, bí gbogbo ọjọ́ gbogbo dùn.
Àbíjú máa ń sẹ́.
Alẹ́ sọ bíjọ sọ. Nítorí bó ti lọ́lúwa, bí gbogbo ọjọ́ gbogbo.
Kálẹ̀ sọ mi o.
Kálẹ̀ sọ mi jọ sọ, lọ sọ mi dára jòwúrọ̀ lọ. Nítorí bó ti lọ́lúwa, bí gbogbo ọjọ́ gbogbo.
Torí ra ayé ń retí ẹlẹ́yà mi o.
Wọ́n retí ẹlẹ́yà mi o.
Lójoojúmọ́, wọ́n ti kó bí iná rọ̀tàn lórí gbèsè. Kọ̀ wọ́n kó nílànà lágbè ìràwọ̀. Ó máa tún ti lọ. Wọ́n tún máa bú ẹ pé máa mára dúró lọ́ra bí àgbẹ̀sẹ̀. Ìwọ náà bá wíyẹ̀ o Ọlọ́run.
Tó wá wá wò ẹ́ nìran, wá jẹ́ kó kún láyé bò ẹ́ mọ́lẹ̀. Kẹ́nu rẹ̀ kọ̀rọ̀ lójú ọ̀tá rẹ̀. Jẹ́ o lè sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n nìkan ló bá
Wọ́lá
lójú ẹlẹ́gọ̀ bàbá kọ̀ ẹlẹ́.
níbi o.
Lójú wọn dákúndà ìlọ́lá lọ.
Èmi kì í bọ̀.
Èyí ni ó fẹ́ òun Ọlọ́run rẹ̀. Láàbù wá dé ẹ̀ẹ́dìgbà.
Èmi ń bọ̀ nítorí pé. Màmá rolóyè ní mò ń wí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Alówó má fi ṣe gbéraga. B.O.T. Ọlọ́lá mo kí ẹ.
B.O.T.
Màmá wa ló jẹ́ Fatima. Ọmọ ṣe fẹ́ Tinubu.
B.O.T.
Happy birthday. Ọjọ́ gbogbo bí ọdún. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Mama.
Happy birthday.
Olóyè.
Happy birthday.
Fatima.
Happy birthday.
Ọmọ ti fẹ́.
Happy birthday.
Tinubu.
Happy birthday.
Ìyálóde gbogbo ìbò ti lé tuntun.
Happy birthday.
Mama wa.
Happy birthday.
Mama Ṣọlá.
Happy
Mama
birthday.
Lóní Ìyàbọ̀dé.
Happy birthday.
Mama Kúnlé.
Happy birthday.
Mama Jídé.
Happy birthday.
Mama Dèjì.
Happy birthday.
Mama Ro.
Happy birthday. Ọdún tó wọlé o, tó ṣojú ẹ̀mí yẹn, tó bá ẹ láyọ̀, ó ti ṣẹ́kùn ọ̀tá o, tó ní kò ní ṣojú ẹ, ojú wọn tẹ́lẹ̀ gan, ìwé ìyàmọ́dún o, owó níní, pẹ̀lú ọmọ ọmọ, ilé kíkọ́, pẹ̀lú ẹ̀mí gígùn, àlàáfíà ló tó gbogbo lọ, ìgbà rẹ̀ bá fi kọ́wọ́ ẹ.
Fatima. Tinubu. Ìyálóde gbogbo ìbò.
Fatima. Tinubu. Fatima. Tinubu.
Ò bá wọn wáyé.
Ìwọ ò ní bá wọn lọ.
Ò bá wọn wáyé.
Ìwọ ò ní bá wọn lọ. Ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ láàrin wa. Ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ láàrin wa. Ṣèbí ilé ayé. Ilé ayé. Ilé ayé. Ìlàpàdé ara wa.
Nítùmí àtàtà. Torí lọ́dún kọjọ́. Nítù.
Màmá wa ní nígbàkúgbà. Màmá wa ní láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọjọ́ wa. Màmá wa ní
Ìyálóde gbogbo ìbò.
màmá ni màmá ó jẹ́.
Mama, ó ti ṣòro ọdún.
Ó ti ṣọmọ ọdún. Ó ti ṣe ọgọ́jì ọdún. Ó ti ṣe àádọ́ta ọdún.
Lójú wa ni.
Ó ti ṣe ọgọ́ta ọdún.
Àníṣe.
Ó ti ṣe àádọ́rin ọdún.
Lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tó wà ní.
Ó wá ṣe ọgọ́rin ọdún.
Ọ̀láyé.
Lọ́lá Elédùmarè, ọba aláṣẹ. Wọ́n ṣọgọ́rùn-ún ọdún láyé, wá tún jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ.
Ò bá wọn wáyé.
Ìwọ ò ní bá wọn lọ.
Ò bá wọn wáyé.
Ìwọ ò ní bá wọn lọ. Ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ láàrin wa. Ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ láàrin wa. Ṣèbí ilé ayé. Ilé ayé. Ilé ayé. Ìlàpàdé ara wa.
Ọmọ wa, ó gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òun kí wọ́n má ṣe ṣe.
Mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá o, ìrẹ̀ máa rọ̀fọ̀.
Mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá òun kí wọ́n má ṣe ṣe.
Mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá o, ìrẹ̀ máa rọ̀fọ̀.
Omi ta pọ́pọ́lọpọ́ kò jẹ́ lẹ́mí.
Bàbá jáyé rẹ̀ tòrò kalẹ̀. Bàbá máma jẹ́ ògbóníṣẹ́kù o. Bàbá máma jẹ́ òfaragbárò ẹ̀. Orówó fi ló gbà lọ́jọ́ alẹ́ rẹ̀ o. Àṣẹ.
Mo ti ṣòwò ló jèrè.
Mo ti jèrè ohun tí o ti fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe.
Wà á tó wá jèrè.
Wá jèrè ohun tí o bá fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe.
Bíntì.
Ṣàṣà ẹ̀dá wo ló lè ṣàmì àdúrà yẹn? Ṣàṣà ẹ̀dá wo ló lè ṣàmì àdúrà yẹn? Àmọ́ ní tiẹ̀, ó ṣàmì àdúrà, ó gbé tán àdúrà mi. Ó ṣàmì àdúrà, ó gbé tán àdúrà.
Ọjà mi tù.
Èrè lọ́mọ ọlọ́jà ń jẹ́ o, tó bá dalẹ̀. Èrè lóbìnrin jẹ́ lábọ́ ọjà. Wàá jèrè, wàá jèrè, ohun tí o bá fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe. Wàá jèrè o. Ó jèrè ohun tí o ti fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe.
Wà á tún ṣe wá jèrè.
Wá jèrè ohun tí o bá fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe. Ṣàṣà ẹ̀dá wo ló lè ṣàmì àdúrà yẹn? Ṣàṣà ẹ̀dá wo ló lè ṣàmì àdúrà yẹn? Àmọ́ ní tiẹ̀, ó ṣàmì àdúrà, ó gbé tán àdúrà mi. Ó ṣàmì àdúrà, ó gbé tán àdúrà mi. Èrè lọ́mọ ọlọ́jà ń jẹ́ o, tó bá dalẹ̀. Èrè lóbìnrin jẹ́ lábọ́ ọjà. Wàá jèrè, bá fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe wá jèrè o. Màmá Wálé ìwòyí àná náà sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ o. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Wálé. Onídùúdínú ṣàmà wálé. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Wálé. Ìwòyí àná náà sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀. Màmá Wálé. Olórí rẹ̀ Màmá Ṣọlá. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Ṣọlá Màmá Oníyàbọ̀dé. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Oníyàbọ̀dé. Màmá Kúnlé. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Kúnlé. Màmá Jídé. Màmá Wálé. Olórí rẹ̀ Màmá Dèjì. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Dèjì. Màmá Olú. Màmá Wálé. Ara ń bẹ́ẹ̀. Ihò fẹ́ dá. Ajírò màrípa. Bàdàrà ẹ̀dá. Ara ń bẹ́ẹ̀ tí ihò fẹ́ dá. Ìwọ́n ti gbọ́ olùwà tó wí pé wá. Ìdè nínú ọgbà jọra olùwà kò sí bàbá mi lọ. Wá. Ìyá ló ní gbogbo òkú. Ìdè nínú ọgbà jọra olùwà kò sí bàbá mi lọ. Ayé ọ̀gá bá sọ lẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́gbọ́. Wọ́n lè máa bẹ̀rù tí wọ́n sílẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́ ń ṣe. Wọ́n lè máa sọ sọ́kùsọ. Má sọ kó bọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́ ń ṣe. Gbogbo igi ní.
It's our mother, so we have to come all over from Kaduna to attend this big occasion. We have some engagement, but we have to leave it and come attend Mama's birthday today. Because God have shown us her lifetime, she have done the best for this country, especially our leader, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which is a son to her, and the Wale Tinubu as well. So we thank God we are here today. Thank you very much. I wish her more life. We pray to Allah to make her under 8 years, apart from this one, because she have done a very good work for us, and we want her to continue doing the good thing for us. Thank you very much.
A pleasure to be here today. I congratulate Alaja, Chief Mrs. Bintu Fatima Tinubu, the Yellow Day of Lagos. Congratulations. Happy birthday. Many happy returns of today. Longer life, coupled with good health and more prosperity. How do I feel? On top of the world. On top of the world. She's my in-law, and a wonderful in-law for that matter. I pray that he lives long, up till 100. Give God the glory.
She's a long-time friend. She's a very nice woman. She loves people, and she accommodates everybody that comes to her. So I wish her all the best.
Well, she's a beautiful woman, beautiful inside out. She's a mother, not just to her children, but all of us that have the privilege of knowing her. She treats everybody like it. She's just a warm, beautiful woman that had always praying for us, always praying for Nigeria, praying for the success of everybody that she knows. So I'm so glad that at 80, what more can you ask God for? And despite everything, she lost a son. She's an amazing woman, always encouraging us, always looking out for us, always saying, what are you doing? What are you up to? Always praying for us. She's just an amazing person. Like I said, beautiful inside out, a woman with a great soul. Well, Mommy, as you mark your birthday today, I can only wish you the very, very best. You've been a mother to every one of us. A mother, pure, true, kind, generous. You have a foundation that is taking care of a whole lot of people. I wish you all the very best today, Mommy, and you're simply the best. Happy 80th birthday and 80 more years on earth. I wish you all the very best, Mommy.
We thank God for her life. At 80, she still looks quite strong, much younger than her age. Very successful in all ramifications, and we can only pray that God will continue to preserve her for us. We are very happy, we're excited to be here to rejoice with her and the entire Tinubu family. Thank you.
I congratulate Chief Mrs. Binta Fatima Tinubu. She's a friend of my younger brother, Wale Tinubu and Kule Tinubu and Co. And I congratulate her on her 80th birthday. I wish her all the best. She's a fantastic lady. I know her. I've known her over the years. She's always been so kind, so courteous, so thoughtful, and so concerned. And I wish her all the best on this grand day. And I wish her many more years and in the best of health. Happy birthday, ma.
Prime Minister. Any other high chief is a counterfeit. Especially for high chief Ayiri, who will be Oroyi Yorisha. Every people that Malewo, my blessed Ijo, my paramide Yorisha. Ayiri, who will be Oroyi Yorisha. Every people that Malewo, my blessed Ijo, my paramide High chief, I need my paramide Yorisha. My paramide Yorisha. My paramide Yorisha. My paramide Yorisha. High chief, who will be Oroyi Yorisha. Yes, sir. Baby, who Malewo, my blessed Ijo, my paramide Yorisha. Banaya bambala baya banda ayiri, baya banda loke banda. Hey, you're too baba. Aichi, baya banda loke banda. Olaya bambala baya banda. Olóyè, high chief, ẹ máa bí. Ayọ̀fàdà lókè bàbá, kúkúdẹ̀kú léwe. High chief, wàdà wàdà léwe.
Sounding round of applause. Today we celebrate a mother in a million. Today we celebrate a beautiful and extraordinary grandmother. We celebrate a pillar of society. We celebrate a woman of great humane cordiality. We celebrate a specimen, a fine specimen of God's awesome creation. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, 80 years is no joke, and I repeat, 80 years. Today we celebrate 80 years of God's goodness, 80 years of God's favor, 80 years of God's grace, but most importantly, 80 years of imparting our lives. If Chief Mrs. Bintu Fatima Omoshife Tinubu has touched your life in any way, please let's give God a round of applause for her. Let's give God a round of applause. You can make it louder. I'm talking about God Almighty. You can make it louder. She'll be joining us very soon, but do not forget that mothers are the best creation of God. To usher in the newest 80-year-old in the world, ladies and gentlemen, if you are kind enough, as she comes in, I ask with all respect that you please rise to celebrate her. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian mother, I dare add, is the best mother in the world, whether you know it or not. How do you know a Nigerian mother? Very easy. When she sends you on an errand, you come back with a nylon and you say, "Mommy, where should I put it?" And says, "Put it on my head. Put it on my head." When you come second in class, you come back home feeling all happy. And you say, "Mommy, I came second." I said, the person that came first, does the person have two heads? Then you know you have a Nigerian mother. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Nigerian and you're a mother, give yourself a round of applause. Give yourself a round of applause. Mrs. Ibru, I greet you. Your Excellency, Dr. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, thank you very much for coming. All our mothers, the Oloris of Kabiyesi, the Oba of Lagos, who are all...
You may be seated. You may be seated. God bless you.
In one language, Bintu and Fatima must mean young and beautiful. If you're happy that God has allowed us to see 80 years, please let's give God a round of applause. I'm sure you must believe that, truly believe, like a great man said, that it's because God could not come down physically that he created mothers. We're celebrating this mother in a million, an amazing grandmother. But most importantly, we are celebrating someone that means a lot to a lot of us. We are celebrating the Iyalo Day of Lagos. We are celebrating the ever young, ever beautiful, ever charming, ever smiling Chief Mrs. Bintu Fatima Tinubu at 80. To lead us into the presence of God Almighty, I read her citation, and she's a great woman of faith. She's a great woman of faith, a woman that has given so many years of her life in service to God Almighty. I'd like to invite the Chief Imam of Lagos, Engineer Sulaiman Oluwatoyin Abu Nola, to please pray for us.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, the Lord of the world, the King of the day of judgment. It is you we worship, and it's from you we seek for assistance. Our Lord, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for giving us good health. We thank you for witnessing this day. As we commit this garden in your hands, grant us good opening, good closing,
Amen.
Good on the inside and good on the outside.
Amen.
And we pray for our celebrant today, our mother, one of the daughters of the soil, Alaja Bintu Tinubu, Iyalode of Lagos. We pray Almighty Allah to grant us peace.
Amen.
We pray Almighty Allah to continue to strengthen her.
Amen.
We pray Almighty Allah to continue to preserve her.
Amen.
We pray Almighty Allah to grant us many, many years in return.
Amen.
La ilaha illallah.
Allah.
La ilaha illallah.
La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah.
Happy birthday to you,
Allah. Happy birthday to you,
Allah.
Many happy birthdays of the day. Happy birthday to you,
Allah.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah.
ربنا تقبل منا انك انت السميع العليم.
آمين.
وتب علينا يا مولانا انك انت التواب الرحيم.
آمين.
ربنا عليك توكلنا واليك نبنا واليك المصير.
آمين.
ربنا هب لنا من ازواجنا وذرياتنا قرة اعين واجعلنا للمتقين اماما. ربنا اتنا في الدنيا حسنه وفي الاخره حسنه وقنا عذاب النار. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. صلوا على النبي الكريم.
If God has been good to you this year, please give God a round of applause. And it's very easy. Every time I see you, you don't look a day near 80. For those of us who are very close to it, please tell us, Mama.
Need more than trust in your God.
As soon as you believe your Almighty God, all other things.
Grandma Eshima Soto for me, because I believe in God. I've left everything to God, and I'm not looking as good as you're looking. I'm even looking older than you. I will come back home. Epitome of African motherhood. A round of applause, I beg of you. A round of applause for her. God bless you, ma. Photographers, we're waiting for you so we can move to the next item on the program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one other thing that I know makes you age well is good food and good music. So for the next, unleash on you the force of this band called the Vintage Band. After which, I'll bring on stage and enjoy the music. Special advice.
Before my liver start to fail, you're the one I need, oh. If I can serve, I start to fail. If I ever leave, oh, but what I carry in the world. She dey wear designer, say I am looking for a sister. She am my lover, but she get the dollar. She dey wear designer, so baby give me a shot. Oh na 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 na, shot. I say you give my baby a shot. I give my baby like that, a shot. Give her a shot, a shot. I give my baby a shot, a shot. See this love me and no like trouble. Oh yeah. One man's made and pepe. Don't go to do pass yourself. Don't go to do pass yourself. See, don't get the money you want to love. Travel to sleep, you can't go wake up. Don't do today, forget tomorrow. Vintage, see, feel good is a happy day. Say it now, MC Angele, don't go to do pass yourself. Don't go to do pass yourself. Say it now, don't go to do pass yourself. Every time why I'm be money, I know baby I'm insensitive. You don't need to know what you do to me. Don't fight color show. All over me, Biscon. I don't follow you for back you. Girl, you blow my mind, I never lie. See baby, if you want to leave, don't be funny. But if you can't leave, I say, excuse me, so not because of you, not because of you. One thing got everybody say I want. A two, a three, a three, vintage. So she know what it is. When you be ready to sing it down. Everybody back and down. I'm in love. I'm in love. Vintage, I'm in love. I'm in love. Baby, let me cover you. When you stand up and down, oh, na 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 na. Yeah, I want a two, a three, everybody let's go. Shabba shabba, Mama Tony Gaga, one go fuck, giddy giddy, giddy somebody. She want make a cup cardia, I'm a better in one body. Everybody go your dance, make a dance. Give me love, make a love. I'm just not alone about. Are you ready now? 1, 2. Everybody say, Shawty want $1 million. She make a wire. Tell me to what that go for. She say I love friends. I live in la vida loca. And before me, I be my lover. Everybody say, if I dance for me, if I make I put one leg for fire, fire, fire burn. I go put leg for fire. And then I make say, make I put fire, fire, fire burn. I go put leg for fire. Every other day I go lost. Some of us are lost. You know, when Yoruba mothers tell you eat, don't go and kill yourself. Oh. And you know, every time people will tell you that the Yorubas are always afraid, I tell them we are not afraid. It's just that we are always prepared. I was the MC at a wedding, and I introduced the chairman. You know, I introduced the couple. I said, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the couple as they take their first dance. That is a Yoruba man for you. We don't wait for that. We run first before it happens. The couple, as they take their first dance, while they were dancing, I decided to run somewhere to ease myself. As I was running, you know, I help him all the time. My very good friend. You know, I remember one time I was at a church and we had this event. It was a fundraising program in the church. And at that church, we had the presence of Chief Femi Otedola and different people in the church. And people were contributing money in the church. He said, Mr. Tanimola has just donated 1 million naira. And the pastor shouted, praise the Lord. The next thing, announced another name, Mrs. Ogumola donated 1.5 million. Pastor shouted, praise the Lord. And then the pastor, the boy picked another name. And he looked at the name. He looked at the pastor. He said, Alagwa. Owo equal. Then pastor said, can you just announce the amount? He said, Alhaji Aliko Dangote donates 20 million naira. Pastor shouted, Ekwalan Tobi. You know, the amount was enough to change, praise the Lord, to something else. You know, it is not the pastor's fault. And you know, one time, I parked my car. I hope that the police officers that are here won't take this out on me. You know, I love the Nigerian police, wonderful set of people. I remember one time I had an event, quite late, I finished late, and I was on my way home when the police officer pulled me over. He said, "Park!" I parked the car. He came to me. He said, "Who are you?" And you know, I was forced to introduce myself because he said, can you recite A for Apple? He came outside and he said, "Uncle, A for Alamesia, B for Buhari, C for Clifford Oji, D for Dangote, E for Ete Patricia, F for Fashola, G for Good Luck." He went on to G for Benga Daniels, went down to S for Sanwo-Olu, and he went down to Y for Yar'Adua and Z for Zainab. We discovered that the father is a politician. Then we called another one. We said, can you recite A for Apple? He said, "Uncle, A for Access Bank, B for banking, C for commerce, D for debit account, E for Equatorial Trust Bank, F for Fidelity, G for GTB, H for Heritage Bank." He went down to S for statement of account, W for withdrawal, and Z for Zenith Bank. We discovered that the father is a banker. And then we called another one. We said, can you recite? He came out. He said, "Uncle, A for Arsenal, B for Barcelona, C for Chelsea, D for Derby County, E for Everton, F for Fulham." He went out to M for Manchester United, went out to S for Sunderland, and he went out to Z for Zenit St. Petersburg. We discovered that the father is a footballer. And then we called another one. We said, can you recite? He said, "Uncle, A for African Queen, B for Busybody, C for Carry and Go, D for Do Me, E for Her, F for Fomi." He went out to P for P Square. He went out to T for Tony Tetila, and W for Wale Thompson, Y for Yahuze, and Z for Zulezu. And we discovered that the father is a... Then we called one. We said, can you recite it for Apple? He came out. He said, "Uncle, praise the Lord." I said, "Why would you ask us to praise the Lord? Would you recite and go back to your seat?" And he said, "Uncle, A for Assemblies of God, B for Bible Life Church."
ọmọ ànífowó ṣe kápẹ́ ewúrẹ́ dúdú kámúre gbópa ọmọ ànífowó ṣe kápágùtàn bọ́lọ́jọ́ kámúre ní ọ̀ṣun ọmọ ànífowó ṣe ọ̀ṣun ògbàgùtàn ẹ má ṣe gbẹ̀mí mi ọmọ ànífowó ṣe odò olóbùsì tó ń jó odò olóbùsì tó ń jó odò olóbùsì tó ń jó odò olóbùsì tó ń jó.
Happy birthday, mommy. Happy 80th. We celebrate you. We love you. And I'll be back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shayilo, mothers are the best creation of God, and it's because God Almighty could not come down physically to the face of the earth that He created mothers. Ebony, I greet you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to a lot of people, it's like an elephant. It depends on where you're standing before you describe the kind of person she is. If you are in front of her, you say something. Excellency, Governor of Kwara State, President, Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, His Excellency Abdul Razak Abdul Rahman is here. Can I have a round of applause for him, please? It's where Mama is standing and the direction you're looking at her from that determines what kind of person you describe her as. We have a short documentary that we've prepared for her, and I'd like to invite someone that is very, very dear to her heart to come say something before we bring on the documentary. Ladies and gentlemen, I request that we please all sit down and concentrate on the screen because this is very, very, very important. I'd like to invite Mr. Wale Tinubu to please step up and say something about his gem of a mother. Can I have a round of applause?
My most excellent governors of Lagos, Ogun, and Kwara, senators here present, members of the House of Representatives here present. There are no ministers as of yet. Surely we will have some soon. distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends of the family, friends of Alaja, friends of humanity, and most of all, the people from my own constituency, the business moguls here present, and everybody who toils every day to make our nation the economic greatness it is and will be in the future. So let me start by saying good evening or good afternoon. Apologies for starting late. And to thank you for honoring this occasion. This occasion is extremely special to everybody because all of us are born of mother. And I'm yet to find anybody who doesn't revere their mother. In fact, I noticed something in my business world, that the people who took care of their mothers the most tended to be the most successful, and that's why Alhaji Aliko Dangote has the most money. Because if you want to attract his attention, all you have to do is mention his mother's name and say, Haji Amara said this. He'll say, Walai, okay. Immediately he starts getting interested in the conversation. But as we speak about mothers, today I said, I found one or two definitions of motherhood. It says, a mother is one who can take the place of all other children because she's the only one who will forgive you. And if you don't succeed, then try doing it the way mom told you in the beginning and then you will get it right. Well, mom, today you're an octogenarian, and what it means is that you're 80 years of age. Now, I think the issue about octogenarians is that you represent as a milestone of perseverance and determination. You've proven to be strong, to be resilient, to be healthy, and those are blessings without a shadow of doubt from God. So I take the opportunity to thank, on behalf of all family members, God's favor and promise in granting you the chance and the capacity to survive so long and yet so youthfully, so radiantly, and so healthily till you're 80. Well, one thing, of course, we miss is that you don't have your boyfriend, husband, and lover, Alhaji K.O. Tinubu, next to you. And I use those words because he had nothing but love for you all through the time he was alive. In fact, I have been known to settle a few lovers' quarrels, as I used to call them, because I would never understand for the life of me why my father thought it right in confiding in me that he just had an argument with my mother, and can I believe she said this and she said that, and I would act as a go-between. But somebody said to me that the proof of a successful marriage is where there's cultural integration, and my mom, although she's now known as Bintu Fasima Tinubu, used to be called Betty Victoria Omosefe Tinubu. My mother is of Edo origin, and irrespective of the fact that she came across, she has so integrated herself into Yoruba society that nobody can tell a difference. Nobody knows that she actually, very few people know that she's not of Yoruba origin. And as somebody said to me, that's proof of the success of the union she had with K.O. Tinubu and the wonderful children and family they produced, in terms of the fact that she had been immersed in his culture, immersed in his language, is immersed in Yoruba society, and has become an entirely Yorubanized woman to the extent of receiving the title Iyalode of Lagos. Further proof of the success clearly is a conversion from Christianity to Islam. And you know, as they say, the converts are the most serious. So you dare not say you're not fasting or doing your 5 daily prayers or reading the Quran, or you get her into very, very serious trouble. We had a wonderful childhood. Her mothering skills were excellent. She was warm. She had value. She had humility. She had discipline. And we had her sisters who brought us up. And her sisters are here present today. Auntie Stella, Auntie Helene, I have quite a number of them who are present. So please do stand up to be recognized, sisters of Alaja Tinubu. Wherever you may be sitting, please stand up to be recognized. Now, all these sisters came with her to Benin, and they all came to join us. Well, they came before I was born. So when I was born, I discovered them, and I discovered Edo culture, we all did, in the household, as my mom was obviously learning how to speak Yoruba herself. You know, there was always music in the house. It was always very busy. My father had a very busy schedule, traveling around the country, as he was then a police officer. And I remember being taken care of by these aunties. And I have to confess, now that I have a chance, that there was one auntie who disciplined me for turning on the air conditioner at night. And so, I have to confess that the next day, I was told that if I took the cane she beat me with, and I urinated on it, and I buried it, and I walked around it 3 times, these Benin women, they would get boils under their arms. Anyway, I proceeded to do it, and I actually walked 6 times, and it never happened. Then I realized that Benin people are strong. Well, I'll tell you something. Elijah was a strong disciplinarian, and when you did something wrong, you had to go, she gave you the privilege of going outside to go and cut your own cane. So some of us took the punishment well. So people like Iyabo, her daughter, no matter how small the punishment was, Iyabo would cry for the whole day, and Elijah would spend the rest of the evening begging Iyabo and petting her. You had radicals like Kunle, who would take the beating, and the cane would break on the floor, and Kunle would pick up the cane and say, "I'm sorry, mommy," and give his mother back the cane. And only then did she realize how strong he was, and she actually broke down in tears when she realized that this guy was ready to take whatever punishment he was. Alaja was a very, very entrepreneurial woman, and I remember consistently hearing or seeing something going on in the house. So when I was younger, it was the sound of a pair of scissors, clank, clank, clank. I probably was 3, 4 years old. Then she was selling fabric, distributing fabric. Then the next thing was gold. She would import gold into the country. And I remember her being stuck in Lebanon, in Beirut, when the civil war started and she couldn't come back to Nigeria. And all her trading capital was left in Beirut. But based on the old days, as soon as the war was over, her money was sent to her. I remember coming back from school and seeing cars in the house, and she became a car dealer. And I remember my father saying, "You know, your mother is a petty trader, but I don't think we should call her a petty trader anymore because she's building 4 houses now." And she went on to be an extremely successful woman. And even though my father was a civil servant who took pride in his work and his schedule, and she used to make fun of him saying, "All your dad does is go abroad, and when he goes abroad, instead of him to go shopping, he buys books." Whereas she would bring in goods, she would sell them. She did very, very well in business. And every single thing I learned in business, like we all did, we have an entrepreneurial family, we learned from our mother. We learned how to take a penny and turn it into a dime, take a dime and turn it into a nickel and $100 there. And then she did very well in business, and she established many businesses which are still successful, and she still trades till today at age 80. She's still actively trading in business. My mom, or our mother I should say, has also been a quiet, consummate networker in her time. She has been involved in helping people with their political careers, in driving causes, and she does this, and many a time she has been known to drive out in the middle of the night to go and solve a political crisis that may be brewing before people know it has started, or kill one before it's occurred. You know, I remember her driving to reluctant governors' houses in the middle of the night when they were offered the position to run for office and they were shy of the opportunity or the risk. She would go out there and get people involved. I remember her going from house to house, dealing with judges, trying to ensure that they secured bail for politicians to flee the scene, and doing all sorts of things towards helping the cause, particularly after my father passed away. Now, my father passed away when she was age 60, And I remember her saying to me that, you know, the most painful part is he left too early for me. Now, we comforted her and did our best to give her comfort. And one day she said to us, you know, I've always admired all those women that wear golf, that play golf. The way they wear their golf clothes, they go out to the golf course, they play, and they come back home and they feel so fulfilled and everything. And we said, you know, Mom, there's no reason why you can't try. Why can't you start? And she said, I'm 60 years old. We said, well, you know, I mean, we never knew that there's no rule in the dictionary that said that there's a limit to the age where you can start playing golf or any other sport. And I must thank people like Justice Momo, Mofe's mom, who encouraged her, and Mofe himself, who supported her in buying clubs to join the golf course and helping her practice and get into the game. And she's 80 now, so for the last 20 years, Alaja Bintu Omasevi Tinubu has spent at least 3 days on the golf course per week for the last 20 years. And this has given us so much health, vitality, and the beautiful figure that she has. In conclusion, our dear mother, we wouldn't be anything without you. We thank you for all the things you have done for us. You have always loved and supported us. You have prayed for us through difficult times. You have protected us from any difficulties in life. You're the closest thing in our hearts, and we love you the most. So, dear mother, we wish you joy, we wish you success in your endeavors, we wish you peace in your heart, we wish you God's protection. We wish you a lifelong of achievement, continuous achievement, and we pray that Almighty Allah will crown your every effort with achievement. And most of all, we thank the Lord for giving you good health, and we pray that He gives you a continuous boost of good health. You're a mom in a million, and we love you. This is a small gesture of your children's appreciation for you. This is a little party to celebrate you, because over the years, you've celebrated so many people. I remember going to my first Sunday day party at age 6 or 7, which you threw, and we were tired and we had to sleep and we fell off the chairs. And it was always for one auntie. I think it was for Auntie Tai in Surulere. You threw so many parties for so many people, and at least this is the first time your children are able to say, we want you to dance to Sonny, who you've loved over the years, enjoy his music, enjoy the evening, enjoy your friends, enjoy the love that is here for you. God bless you, Mom. Thank you.
Great. A gift that keeps on giving. At the age of 80, I found myself at a place of wisdom, reflection, and deep gratitude. Bintu Fatima is somebody who has lived a very quiet life from the youth. I grew up in Benin City. I was born there, schooled there. I finished my primary, secondary school, and I came to Lagos, and I started working. Today, God has been merciful to me, and here we are today to celebrate my 80th birthday.
Alaja respects hard work because she's a very hard-working person, so she doesn't have patience for lazy human beings.
She does not condone laziness. Loves people.
My shop is the staircase up there. So Mama will be leaving my shop and I want to see Mama off. Trust me, Mama will be downstairs before I could finish 2 steps down. You know, Mama is a golfer, so exercise every time.
Very hard-working woman. Very strong. Even at my age, what Mama would do, I can't do it. I'm not a golfer, but Mama showed me how to play golf when we were in Miami, US. That was a few years ago.
Golf is an interesting game in the sense that it takes every bit of your body. I remember that beautiful day when I mentioned it to my husband that I'm interested in golf. He is a good tennis player. I told him that tennis is not my line until I found golf. He said golf is not just a game. Golf is for idle rich. I said, yes, this is my game. This is what I want. I had to make the money available. Thank God today, I can call myself a golfer. I started playing golf at the age of 55.
She believes in herself. My sister is never dependent. If she wants anything,
I'm bad. My growing up is so amazing. I grew up in a large family. My father was the Emir of Benin, number 3 in Edo Kingdom. He had 44 of us. He had 12 wives, and my mother was the senior. Unfortunately, she died very early. And to grow up in that type of family without a mother, I don't need to say anything more than that. Every one of us knows what it is. But it was so amazing.
I am the immediate younger sister to Alaja B.O. Tinubu, the Yellow Day of Lagos. We are from a big family in Benin City. Out of the 44 children, she will serve a lot of my father's wives, being that our mother died at a very early age. We did not know her. I don't know my mother. I only saw pictures of her long time ago, which my father showed us. So she was really a mother to me. And my sister was very strong, and she's a very hard-working lady.
God by my side, I was able to do the little I could do to please everybody. And I was loved by all my stepmothers. Nothing you can ask me to do that I will not do it. Not knowing that they were preparing me for the rainy day. By the time I was ready to serve my own self, it was a walkover for me. Alhamdulillah, here we are today to celebrate that 80th birthday. I started my working career, first in Prime Minister's office and the second Ministry of Establishment before I go into the United Kingdom. Love has been my anchor, grounding me through the heights and loads. My heart yearns for a soulmate, and I found in my spouse, Alaji K.O. Tinubu. Our story together is one of the resilient love and unwavering support. It's a short story, and I will share it. We first of all met, I was in secondary school then, in Tahoe Sport, in Benin City, CMS Gas School. He was posted to Benin as a young officer. He was a cadet inspector of police. He was invited to be one of the umpires in the inter-house sport. I was the captain of my team.
She was a good sporter. And when presents were being given out, Alaji K.O. Tinubu of blessed memory, he happened to go to where that sport was taking place, and he presented banquet to her. That was where her husband saw her for the first time.
So, as a young girl, I didn't even know there was somebody watching anybody. I was doing what I know how to do best. I didn't know the young man was watching. It was a week after one of the teachers called me that he said we should say hello to you. I said, me? Oh. So we left it at that. Few days after, the same man, this my late husband, came to my own house, because we had, I'm not trying to exaggerate, our house was the most beautiful house in Benin City on the major road. So any stranger that comes to Benin will want to rent an apartment there. So there were these other guys living in one of the apartments. This same husband of mine came to see one of them. Then he saw me and said, hello. I said, hello. So, were you the one I saw in the school, blah, 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 Captain, blah, blah? I said, yes. Do you live here? I said, yes, this is my father's house. So from there, he became a frequent visitor to one of the tenants. That was what led to it. So when I left Benin to Lagos, he was also transferred from Benin to Ibadan. So until another time he came that he was going to the UK for a course, I said, go now. To cut the whole thing short, it leads to marriage. The only thing that I will mention is change in my religion. I was born a Christian. When I got married to a Muslim, when we were courting, some of his family said, you cannot marry a Christian. Some of my family said, you cannot marry a Muslim. As I've said, God is merciful. My late husband didn't bother. He told his parents he was going ahead. I told my own parents I was going ahead. That what they should do, my own parents, that they should put everything in the hands of God. Muslim, the same God. Christian, the same God. So, it's the different way we call our God. Allah, God. So very early in the morning, one of the children, my daughter, just came to me, Mom, can we have a talk? I said, go ahead. He said, Mom, Sunday, go to the church with your Bible. Friday, Daddy goes to the mosque with Quran. He said, Mom, we are one family. Why can't we come together? I said, yeah, but what do you mean? He said, Mom, calm down. Calm down, Mom. I said, what is it? What do you mean? And he said, yes, Mom. Can you join us? I said, join you for where? He said, to be going to mosque. He said, a few only, because we all have supported our daddy. We don't want to leave you alone, Mom. Join us. I said, yeah, but did your daddy send you? So I called my dad. This is what my daughter said. He said, we support what your daughter said. Go ahead with your daughter. It's the same God we are all serving. I kept quiet. Then my daughter came a few days and said, Mom, what about our discussion? To cut the whole story short, the decision was made. And I decided to go with my children. And today, there's no regret. It was one beautiful evening that the story was aired on the TV. I was watching the news and it came out that there were triplets born in the teaching hospital, Lagos, in Diaraba. And they have been discharged, but they cannot go because they cannot pay their hospital bill. That anyone who can help should contact certain address they quote on the television. So I took the whole thing on me, myself, and I started taking care of them. They are from the East. They are not Yoruba, they are Igbo. So with God's help, I was able to do the little I could. They will be in secondary school in September. So when we thought of this, that there must be help for this type of people. So I called some people, please let us form an organization so that we can always get together and help. That was how Fatima Charity Foundation was formed. Before then, I had my own foundation called Matrak Foundation. I run that alone, and with that, I do more because it's personal. I don't have to call John or Mrs. Andrew or Philip before I can take decision. With Matrak Foundation, I have a lot of people God is using me to help. And inshallah, I'm launching the Abuja part of it in July, inshallah.
Elijah is very compassionate. She loves children to a fault, and you know, she has a well of compassion in her which never runs dry. I don't know how she does it, but she's a gem. If anybody has a problem that pertains to their child, just go to Elijah. Just go to Elijah and consider it done.
Elijah has done so much, even in the great Benin kingdom. I remember that was why the late Oba of Benin, Oba Erodiawa, also gave her one of the highest honors, because in Benin you don't make women chiefs, but she was given one of the highest honors. This goes to show the great woman she is. Even back in Lagos, I'm sure because of her giant strides, she has impacted lives. She keeps contributing to the development of Lagos. That was why she was also given that title, Iyalode of Lagos.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
The recent one right now is the case of our President, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I would say, if not the first person to discuss himself going to politics, if I'm not the first person, maybe the second. We started the discussion in my house with him and my children, my late husband, to call the whole thing short. Here we are today, with God by our side. He was sworn in on the 29th as Nigerian president. That's one of the achievements. So alhamdulillah, I feel fulfilled, and I'm here thanking the Almighty God for sparing my life to this age. Every day, I thank my Almighty God.
I don't know what to say than to tell Allah, I want to grow to be like you, Mom. May Allah bless all your children, your family, your grandkids. I'm very fond of children, most especially your grandchildren.
I love my grandchildren. All of them, both male and female. Beautiful, handsome children. The day I speak to any of them, that day will be the best day for me. My grandchildren, none of them has got married. I need to be at their wedding. I need to help them carry their baby, as I did with their father and their mother. I'm praying hard for God to spare my life that time to see any of my grandchildren getting married, having children. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, she's a great mother. A mother any child will want to have. She loves her children. because we lost our mother at a very early stage. So because of that, she loves her children so much that nobody comes in between.
My children, they are the best children in the whole wide world. Sister, it's very amazing to know that you have lived 8 decades on this earth, and I'm very happy. I celebrate with you today, my sister, my mother, my mentor, and I pray our God Almighty will take you higher in all your endeavors. I pray that those who are not yet 80 will be 80, 100, and those who are 80, God will continue to spare their life. Just the little advice is, build yourself at any day, at any time. Trust your God, and whatever you think you can do, you do it nicely, do it well, so that tomorrow you'll be remembered.
I met Salaja some 40 years ago at Ibadan. Then she was the president of the Police Officers Association, because her husband and my husband were senior police officers in the police force then. Yeah, Elijah is a peculiar person, very special human being. She relates very well with people. She gives you very good advice, and she's a very industrious person, and she wants whoever is with her to be industrious too.
Elijah has always been a mentor. She has mentored so many people, and she has impacted the lives of so many people through her Fatima Foundation, because she's always there to help, to support. She's a mother to all, she's a sister to all, not just me, even to those who are not related to her.
Mama has been a wonderful mom to me. It's like I lost my mom and I got another mom from Mama.
She's the mother of the mission, and by the grace of Almighty Allah, you will live in happiness, in peace. Mama, you will never know sorrow, ma.
You are already a blessed person. You shall continue to enjoy the fruit of your labor. Your children shall continue to surround your table. The Lord will continue to be with you. You will live to celebrate 90, 100, and if the Lord carries 120.
Elijah, you have been such a wonderful person to us. You have been a good grandmother to my grandchildren. In fact, my grandchildren know you as their grandmother. And my siblings also asked that I should congratulate you as you celebrate your 80th birthday.
Daughter of Chief Samuel S.D. Osumbo, the Inenokwa of Benin, the direct granddaughter of Araselu Kukunogboka. I wish you many, many happy returns of the day. God bless you, my sister. I love you so much.
Anywhere I go, yeah, it's not down. Are you sure? I just know. It's God to me, not me. So alhamdulillah.
Beautiful mother, amazing grandmother Obafemi Hamzat and his lovely wife, Excellency Oluremi Hamzat.
Yeah.
péje.
Ọmọ sẹ́fẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ìjẹ́mẹ̀ o.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Ìjẹ́ náà bọ̀ wọ́n ní máa yá gàgà.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Òpópó oníjẹ́ ní máa yá kíyè o.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Títù Fatima náà mẹ́ Tinubu.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Ùjáwù kọ́nà náà rògbò méjì kú.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Àgí mi kò nu wá máa fẹ́ tí wọ́n o.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Ó gbà ó máa yọ ìjẹ́ ìjẹ́.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Títù Fatima náà mẹ́ Tinubu.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Ìjàre ìjàre nu gbẹ gájọ́rẹ́ o.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Títù Fatima náà mẹ́ Tinubu.
Iṣẹ́ ló péje.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ́ níjẹ́.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Títù Fatima náà mẹ́ Tinubu. Ìjà lọ́dọ̀ of Lagos. Ìjà rojo. Obi Osunbọ̀ ní bàbá. Iné náà kájọ́rẹ́. Oge náà.
Ẹ oge.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ́ níjẹ́.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀jẹ̀ mẹ́ níjẹ́.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Títù mẹ́gẹ́ níjẹ́ mẹ́.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Títù Fatima gẹ́ níjẹ́ mẹ́.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìjà lọ́dẹ̀ of Lagos.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìjà lọ́dẹ̀ of Lagos.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìjẹ́ kágbé kákọ̀nà.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìjẹ́ kágbé kákọ̀nà.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìjẹ́ kágbé kákọ̀nà.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Àjọ yàgbé ní kúwẹ́tò.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìsí yàgbé ní kúwẹ́tò.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìjẹ́ kágbé kákọ̀nà.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìfẹ́ sàgé níjẹ́ mẹ́.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Tọ́jú sàgé níjẹ́ mẹ́.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìyálóde of Lagos.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìyálóde of Lagos.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìjẹ́ kágbé kákọ̀nà.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Ìjẹ́ kágbé kákọ̀nà.
Màgàgànù ẹ̀ o.
Títù Fatima kì í sẹ́ ló péjé. Ọmọ sẹ́sẹ́ ní kì í sọ́kẹ́ ṣàwù. Yálóde of Lagos ju kòrò má sẹ́sẹ́ àwù. Iye lóde happy birthday.
Títù Fatima iṣẹ́ ló péje. Ọmọ sẹ́fẹ̀ ọkọ̀ lẹ́jà o. Ìyálóde ọlọ́wọ́ sùn pẹ̀lú mọ́sẹ̀ tí a o. Iye lóge happy birthday.
Títù Fatima kì í sẹ́ ló péjé. Ọmọ sẹ́sẹ́ ọkọ̀ méjì àwù. Ìyálóde of Lagos ju kòrò má sẹ́sẹ́ àwù. Iye lóde happy birthday.
Títù Fatima iṣẹ́ ló péje. Ọmọ sẹ́fẹ̀ ọkọ̀ lẹ́jà o. Ìyálóde ọlọ́wọ́ sùn pẹ̀lú mọ́sẹ̀ tí a o. Iye lóge happy birthday.
Fatima mẹ́lọ gẹ́gẹ́, Fatima mẹ́lọ gẹ́gẹ́ mẹ́.
Wáyé.
Ìsàlódé. Fatima mẹ́lọ gẹ́gẹ́, ọmọ sábẹ́ mẹ́lọ gẹ́gẹ́ mẹ́.
Wáyé.
Wẹ́rẹ́ o.
Awuyana ma wáyé.
Wẹ́rẹ́ o.
Awuyana ma wáyé.
Gbogbo méjì àwù.
Gbogbo méjì àwù.
Fatima mẹ́lọ.
Gbogbo méjì àwù. 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 Gbogbo méjì àwù.
Ọ̀nà ìje, ọ̀nà ìje lókè, ọ̀nà ìje o, ọ̀nà ìje lókè.
Ọ̀nà iye, ọ̀nà iye lókè.
Ìje Fatima ní ìjẹ́ mẹ́.
Ọ̀nà iye, ọ̀nà iye lókè.
Ọ̀nà ìje jẹ́ náà má jà mẹ́ kó sòrò e.
Ọ̀nà iye, ọ̀nà iye lókè.
Ọ̀nà ìje jẹ́ ọlọ́dọ̀ ni màá jẹ́.
Ọlọ́ màá yé.
tó ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn o. Ulọ́kọ̀ lásàlẹ̀ yóò jẹ́ ọmọ tó ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn o. Ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn o. Ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn o. Ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn o.
When I say religion, she's religious too as well. Mama loves me, I know. She loves me. She will be like, Mama. She will do it. She's such a wonderful woman. My prayers is, may Allah take care of her in the rest of her age. May her religion, may ibadah goes up, up, up. May Allah bless her with Sakina, Hidayah, Afwan, Hikman, and all his best, inshallah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen. Mama, continue the way what you are doing. Allah will be with you. Continue with all the charity work. She takes care of all the less privileged. We go to the orphanage homes. She gives them the best. She takes care of people's children. She has this Fatima Charity Foundation, which she is the president and the second vice of Fatima Charity Foundation. Please, where are the Fatima Charity Foundation? Fatima, 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 where are you? May Allah...
Happy birthday, Yalole. My name is Dion. Just get some support from some of the lady golfers that are in the house, please. Please, can I get support from some of the lady golfers that are in the house? Thank you. Mrs. Cynthia Boneme, Mrs. Linda Obieze, please can I get some support here? That Yellow Day of Lagos, to say that our, sorry, I have to personalize that, to say that our Yellow Day of Lagos is a woman of many parts will be understating the obvious. She's a remarkable woman and an esteemed member of the golfing community, not just in Lagos and not just in Nigeria, but all around the world. Today we come together to celebrate an extraordinary golfer, a true sportsman, and an inspiration to us all. Our Iyalode loves golf, and she doesn't hide it. She demonstrates an unwavering passion and dedication to the sport. She's one of the early morning golfers, with emphasis on early. When I say early, she's really early. She's there 5 a.m. sometimes. Playing with her, the privilege of playing with Iyalode a few times, and it was such a pleasure. So one fact about golf course is that it's a level playing first. No, let your elders play first. It's strokes for strokes. Iyalode strikes are unbelievable. She matches anyone she plays in strokes for strokes, male or female. She's on the green for 2 on a par 4. She's going for birdies. She's going for pars easily. I was mesmerized a few times I played with her. Sorry, pardon me for some of the jargons, but if you don't get it. Beyond her golfing prowess, our Iyalode embodies the true essence of a sportsman. Her presence has always been a source of inspiration to fellow golfers, both young and senior. Her kindness and respect for the game has left an indelible mark on our club in particular. There's a school of thought that golf brings out the true you. People can tell you that from a round of golf, people can tell the true you from a round of golf. Our Yalode maintains our composure and grace through the highs and lows of any round, which is probably what is projected in other areas of her life. It is an unwavering spirit. It is this unwavering spirit that has not only earned our admiration, but also made her a role model for all of us. Her ability to embrace challenges with a smile, to persist in the face of adversity, and to celebrate every victory, big or small, has taught us invaluable lessons about life. As we celebrate this milestone birthday, we hereby express our heartfelt gratitude for the indomitable spirit and unwavering dedication of our Yalode of Lagos. Your passion for life and golf has inspired all of us to strive for greatness, both on and off the golf course. To our dearest Yalode on this special day, we celebrate not only the golfer, but the person you are, someone who has touched our lives and left an indelible mark on our hearts. May your journey continue to be filled with good health, joy, beauty, and many more unforgettable rounds of golf. Happy 80th birthday, dearest golf buddy. Here's the legacy we have created and the memories. Here's to the legacy you have created and the memories we'll continue to make together. Happy birthday, man. We love you.
My successor, Deola Banjoko, has said it all. All I want to add is to say thank you, Iyalode. Thank you, ma. Without you in the Ikoyi ladies golf section, I don't know where we would have been. You've been a pillar of support for all of us. Thank you very much. And may I use this opportunity to recognize Chief Mrs. Adebayo, who has joined us today, and the other past lady captains of Ikoyi Club, Chief Mrs. Please remind our auntie.
She's a jolly good lady, and so say all of us. For she's a jolly good lady, for she's a jolly good lady, for she's a jolly good golfer. And so say all of us.
Thank you very much. Yalode,
and never uses it. We've lost count on how many laptops, phones, etc. that mommy has. But we love you still.
So girls, how are you? I think your phone is ringing. Oh really? Thank you. Which one of them? I can't find. Mama, how many phones do you have? Not more than 7.
Where do I start, and how does one start to celebrate an incredible human being? A mother, Alaja Bintu Fatima Omosafe Tinubu. Mommy, tonight is your night to celebrate amongst family and friends. You deserve it for what you've accomplished in life, what you've done in life, and what you've done for so many in life. I'm so honored to have you as my mother, so proud of you, your accomplishments, and the example you continue to set for us every day. Growing up, in spite of your incredibly busy life, raising all of us, anytime anybody needed time, you always afforded them the time, unconditionally, with unconditional love. You never wavered in your love for us, and you never focused on what was wrong, but always what could be, and how we could be better. You celebrated our wins, my brothers and I, no matter how small. You magnified them. You never let us out of your sight during our lows or sorrowful times. I don't know a grandmother such as you who so cherishes her grandchildren. You're jumping from continent to continent, sending them off to school. You're tireless in your efforts and the love you have for your sisters. And the kids know the joke. My sisters said so, my sisters did this, is unrivaled. And as I said, by extension, it's not just about us, your immediate family, everybody's family to you. You've accomplished so much, and I want you to have one of the best evenings of your life, because this is not the end. You're still going strong, and you're going to continue to grow stronger and stronger every day.
Hajia Bintu Omosafe Tinubu, mother of all, our mother, loyalist, businesswoman, philanthropist. We can't thank the Lord enough for giving you 80 solid, wonderful, fulfilling years in which you've had and brought up extremely successful, independent, well-mannered, honest, balanced children, where you've helped numerous other families achieve their objectives, where you've been a loyal friend, where your kindness, your heart, your efforts have reached many. May the good Lord grant you joy, prosperity, success, and many, many more years of good health. God bless you, Mom.
Happy birthday to the best mother in the world. No one could ask for a better mother. You cared for us and nurtured us with everything you have and had. You love us deeply and uncompromisingly, and you extend this to our children. I recall 6 months of your life. You were there for us when my children were born. You helped us care for them and raise them. You are always, always, always there for us, no matter the situation. You give us the confidence to believe that we could do anything we set out to do. You are very special to me, and I love you with all my heart and much more. Happy 80th birthday, and we pray that Almighty Allah gives you many, 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 many more years of good health and happiness. We love you so much, Grandma. Have a lovely day.
Happy 80th birthday, Mommy. Thank you so much for everything that you do for all of us. Thank you for the support, your constant presence in our lives. Thank you, and we thank God for today. I pray that you see many more years in good health. I pray that all of us will continue to be a source of joy and happiness for you. Enjoy your day today, and God bless you immensely.
My bold, strong, and ever youthful mother-in-law, Alhaja. You're an incredible force of nature in so many ways. From being a successful businesswoman when you were very young, to being an incredible mother. You'll do anything for your family, and I know that no matter what we need, it's done in a heartbeat, no questions asked, with all the love and support anyone can dream of. Sons who grow up respecting and loving their mothers will tend to respect and love their wives. And your influence over the next generation of teenagers is palpable. Your motherhood was obviously very intentional, and it still is. Providing unconditional love that knows no bounds, sacrificing, shaping our conscience, creating joyful children and grandchildren, encouraging all of us to be the best version of ourselves and never giving up. I don't know many 80-year-old women who are still working full time. So today, we want you to know how much you're loved. We wish you a very happy birthday, Mom. And I hope that you're having a fantastic day today. Happy 80th birthday.
Hi Grandma, thank you for being such an amazing grandma and mother, and thank you for always being there for us.
Happy birthday, Grandma. I want to say a big thank you for always being there for us and always making us laugh.
Thank you for being so generous and sharing our snack hamper with us.
And thank you for the memories we shared.
Happy birthday, Grandma. Thank you for always being there for us, being kind, thoughtful, and always giving us money on our birthday, coming to see us in London and dropping us off in school even though the journey was long. We love you. Have a wonderful day. Happy birthday.
Happy 80th birthday, mommy. We love you.
Happy 80th birthday, Grandma. We love you.
Happy 80th birthday, Grandma. We love you so much.
Happy 80th birthday, Grandma.
Happy birthday, Grandma.
Happy 80th birthday, Grandma.
Happy 80th birthday, Grandma.
Happy 80th birthday, Grandma.
Happy 80th birthday, Grandma. I love you.
Happy birthday, Grandma. Love you, late.
Happy 80th birthday, Grandma. We love you.
Happy 80th birthday, Grandma. We love you.
Friends and well-wishers, distinguished guests, several eminent Nigerians, Lagosians, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a thing of honor today, the second day of July, to be asked to do this great assignment for my mom, my aunt, our big sister, our mother, our grandmother, Alaja Bintu Tinubu, for the benefit of a lot of people that do not know also the background. The Tinubu family and the Sonolu family are joined. They've been together for close to 70, 80 years. And so it's not just because I'm the governor, which I take with all sense of humility, but indeed, I'm also one of our sons. The conversation has been said that into why am I not wearing the burgundy cap as against the cream one. But Wale chose, to let Mofe join us as children of the celebrant. But more importantly, is to say that today is also to remember our late father, Alhaji K.O. Tinubu, and the story of Alaja and K.O. will not be complete without the Sonwolus in it. My uncles, my aunties were all integrated parts of the Tinubu family. And so when you say Tinubu family those days and you talk of Alhaji K.O., you must remember the late Chief Mike Ibru. You must remember the late Ayo Sonwolu. You must remember Dr. Emi Abata. And several others, Dekalu Thomas, who were all friends of Alhaji K.O. and by extension, Alaja. We want to thank God that even after almost 20 years, when K.O. has gone to join the saints, Alaja has continued to hold on to this family, and we all can see that in 20 years, she has indeed made the greatest impact in our children and in our grandchildren. And so we want to thank Almighty Allah for her life, for who she has turned to, and for the lovely children and grandchildren that God has given her to watch over. Today, we stand in appreciation, knowing fully well that she has been blessed, richly blessed. And I know that if she looks back, she can only give thanks to Almighty. And you can see also from the rich parentage that she has also come from. She's had to show us that she's a princess in her own right, all the way from the Benin Kingdom. Alaja, ẹ ṣé gan ni o, ẹ kú ìtọ́jú gbogbo wa, ẹ kú ìtọ́jú ilé, ẹ kú ìmú ilé dúró. Ọlọ́run náà nínú àánú ẹ̀ á jẹ́ kí ẹ tún pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́. Gbogbo ibi tí bàbá wa tọ́n lè ṣe dé, ẹ ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ jùlọ. Ọlọ́run náà á dẹ̀ dúró tì yín o. My assignment is meant to propose a toast. And so I want to, as much as possible, seek the audience of everyone. If you are below 80, you certainly have to stand up now. Because the only people that should be sitting are people that are 80 and above. I know that Mrs. Muri Okonla, she just turned 80 not too long ago, and she kept telling me that Moti Ejuwon for 2 weeks, Agbanoni. Mrs. Wonola Folami, she's over 80. Our mom, Mrs. Adebayo, she's over 80. This table is for 70s and going to 80s. And Alaja Falawiyo, Okudie, 80 plus, exactly. All of them, 80 plus. So if you are below 80, please, let us respect our mother. Please let us just get up if we are going to propose the toast. Anybody that is beyond 80, you can sit down. And tell about if 80 a joko. Tell about 80 a joko. If you joko, but you 80 mama wo. If you are not 80, better get up so that we can come and celebrate. Me, I'm standing already. If you don't hear Yoruba, I'll speak it in it. Tell about 80 edide fún gbogbo àwọn ìyá wa, àwọn bàbá wa 80. You can see. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You have honored her. As you have honored her by standing up, God Almighty will also honor you. As you have honored her by standing up, you too, you will get to 80. You see your children and your grandchildren. Are we meant to cut the cake before the toast? So these MC, they usually confuse us. They say we have to cut the cake first before we do the toast. No, Wale says we can do the toast since they are standing up. We can't get them to stand up.
Okay,
I need a glass. So, to happiness, to greatness, to fulfillment of life, to God's goodness, to God's mercy. We want to propose a toast on behalf of the entire Tinubu family for our mother, a mother that is so many things to so many people here. I want to ask Almighty Allah that she will live long to be 90, in good health, in sound mind. She's even a golfer. I'm not sure how many of us are. And after 90, then she can begin to converse with God. If she wants to be 100, if she wants to be... And God will now at that time take it. But I know that she still has a lot of years with us. And so, it's my honor to propose the toast to long life, to good health.
Good health.
To lots and lots of grandchildren.
Lots of grandchildren.
Alaja has requested for great-grandchildren.
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 To lots and lots of new breakthroughs for the children.
New breakthroughs for the children.
New oil blocks.
New oil blocks.
New transactions.
New transactions.
Hello. Hello. Exactly. New discoveries.
New discoveries.
Right. New frontiers.
New frontiers.
Beyond what KO couldn't do and Alaja couldn't do, all the children will do and they will do beyond.
Amen.
Yabo, all of you will grow in leaps and bounds. Amen. Kunle, you will grow. Jide, you will grow very well. Amen. Shola, you will grow very well. Amen. Bola, you will grow very, very well. Amen. Karimat, you will grow very, very well. Yemisi, you will grow very, very well. I can't remember all the grandchildren. All of them will grow very well.
Amen.
Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray!
Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray!
Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray!
Ọlọ́run á dúró àdáyín sí mà. Ọlọ́run á dúró tì yín mà. Ẹ̀mí gígùn àti àlàáfíà. Bá ṣe ti ṣe eléyìí, àtúbà wá ṣe tẹ́ bá 90 lágbára Ọlọ́run. And to all of our mothers that are over 80, God will strengthen you. God will give you good health. Will give you sound mind. And to our daddies that are over 80, we that are younger, with all these problems we find for ourselves, we'll pray. We'll pray, really, really prayers that will get to those ages and beyond. Thank you very, very much. I think it's been a wonderful toast to our mother. Thank you very much. I think we'll now go.
On one cake.
We will
Let's give them a big round of applause. Happy birthday. And above, they all look great here. Eshima, thank you very much. You are all on TikTok.
We will a big round of applause.
And the people it's time for the grandchildren to take pictures with Grandma. We are from the green lights of the celebration. Please don't forget, if you are posting any pictures on Instagram, please tag Grandma. Love the Grandma. Pastor Shijo, Pastor Idea say.
Not
LIRS is around. Okay, I'm sorry for you.
That's
wait, I didn't wait.
Uncle, àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n wa àti bàbá wa. I don't know how to say thank you. In my mind, thank you is not enough for every one of you. It's just not enough. It's only the Almighty Allah who is going to reward you, and He will continue to bless you all the days of your life. Where will I start from? Am I going to start from all the governors that are present here? Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Am I going to start from the candidates that are here? Am I going to start from the judges that are here? All of you leave your respective houses. Instead of you enjoying the evening in your home, you are all here just because of a small person like me. Yesterday, Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu was with me in the house because he had an urgent assignment that he would not be able to be here yesterday. We were together in my house for a while. As my son said, a silent worker. I put my trust in God, and my reward is always from God. I tell you for free today that our President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, before he joined the politics, I would say if I'm not the first, he came to ask permission to join politics. And we were together for a while, and he asked Alaja, mo á béèrè kankan lọ́wọ́ ẹni, màá dẹ̀ fẹ́ kẹ́ bá mi ṣe, ẹ bá mi sọ fún family mo fẹ́ join politics. Mo ní Uncle Bola, kí lẹ mean? Ó ní kí ṣàbá ń sọ fún dádì òun fẹ́ join politics. Ìgbà tó yá ló tún pè Alájà ẹ ti bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ mo ní jọjọjọ. So another day he called Alájà òótọ́ ni mo sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn o ẹ bá mi sọ fún dádì mo ń bọ̀ mo tún bọ̀ lálẹ́ tá bá jẹun tán òun á dàrọ̀ lẹ̀ mo ní jọjọ ò ní dà nǹkan kan lẹ́ àní gbà. As God will have it, he came. After dinner, God will have it. He insisted that he was going into politics. Oh, what the So my late husband said, no, Bola, you are not going there. You know, that's money, you've got a good job. One of the reputable company, Mobile International. What else do you want? Stay with your job. You are a clever young man. Sky is your limit. Only no, Alaja. That will join. Non-entity will continue to rule us. Non-entity will continue to rule us. So my late husband said, "Oh, this ought to join politics." So he left both of us. So after a while, Monibola he let issue a man lole. So they lole. But Monibola, do you know politics is a dirty game? Only there, Nima. Non-entity will continue to rule us. I need to join politics. To call the whole story short, after his departure, my late husband said, ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ fẹ́ sùn ní kílẹ̀ wá revolve. Kò ní lọ mo ní hà tí ẹ̀ gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ. He said if we don't allow him to join, non-entity will continue to rule us. Onia, o ti bribe mi, ẹ support ẹ. Ó ní kò bribe mi o, èmi ní ká rò ó ni. Ó ní ó dá tó bá dọ̀la. Tomorrow morning, ẹ lọ bá Ìyálọ́jà. Go and tell Ìyálọ́jà that that's what Bola came to tell us. I went the following morning to meet Ìyálọ́jà and said, this is what Bola said. He wants to join politics. Ìyálọ́jà said, tell your husband to come and see me. My husband went the following day, and here we are today. And we all rose up with God's guidance, God's protection. He was sworn in as President of Federal Republic of Nigeria on the 29th of May. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is God. There's nothing anybody can do without putting God in places. When late Baba Jakonde said, when I went to him, Bola wants to become a senator. Baba Jakonde said, Ìyàwó àti mú èèyàn. Ó ní bàbá, mi ò ní gbà yẹn o. What I will say is, ẹ lọ try. Ẹ má sọ pé ẹ ti gbà yàn. Ẹ lọ try, tá bá fail nígbà yẹn, a lè wá jókòó. Kìí á dẹ̀ wọlé, bàbá ní àyàwó. Is that what you want? Money? Yes, sir. Behold, and he came out with the largest vote. And Baba Jakonde said, obìnrin bí ọkùnrin. There is God, though. Please, people were asking me, how did you make it? You look young at 80. I always tell people, there's nothing anybody can do without God. You don't listen to gossip. Whatever you can do, you don't wait for reward. God is there for you to help whatever you want. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all, and may the Almighty Allah continue to bless you all. It's not Bola only. Every one of us, we have a part to play. Don't say whatever you do, you have to get the reward from the same person. God is always there for you. God is there for me, and He will continue to be with me. He will continue to be with every one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I say a very big thank you. Thank you for coming. And by the grace of God, when I'm celebrating my 120 years, all of you will be here to celebrate with me. God bless you all and have a wonderful evening.
Gbogbo yín mo kì í. Mo máa lọ́nà kí àkúrẹ́ rẹ̀ òun dàda ẹ̀ bá. Tó délé ayé, ó dá ìtàn náà wò. Òun kì í yá nínú ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ó dá ti dá iṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ àgbẹ̀ rẹ̀. Ó dá tọ̀tẹ̀lẹ̀. Ó ní ló ti dá ọmọ ọlá.
ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ láyé ni mo ti dárí ẹ̀tọ́. Gbogbo lórí ilé ọ̀rọ̀. Ìyá lóde lórí ẹni gbogbo yóò. Àwọn sì fi gbogbo iná gbọ̀ngàn. Àwọn sì fi gbogbo iná gbọ̀ngàn. Your Excellency. Owó mi ò kó máa ní ìlẹ́rù lówó ṣòro. tèmi rà dáadáa. Òrẹ́ra ríra ní méjìlá ìbí Dangote ọjọ́ rí gbọ́dọ̀ ò tọ́ra wọn jẹ́. Aláàjì Dangote òrẹ́fẹ́ mi ò fẹ́ dọ́là ìrìnnìlẹ́ni lóde ọjọ́ rí gbọ́dọ̀ ò tọ́ra wọn jẹ́. Ó bá wẹ̀ mọ́ ojú ire lọ́pọ̀ ilé. Ire ló pọ̀ ilé. Ó wà pẹ̀lúpẹ̀lú. Ojí ire ní sàárẹ̀. Ó wà pẹ̀lúpẹ̀lú. Ojí ire ní sàárẹ̀. Bírò tẹ́jọ́ láti di ire àbùṣẹ́bùṣẹ́. Dáró tó dáró. Aṣọ ẹ̀ ni yóò fi rẹ̀. Òun lọ tó lọ sùn. Ara ẹ̀ ni yóò fi pa. Ẹni bí mo wẹ̀. Àbímọ bí ó bá jọ mi máa gbé tọrẹ fún ìjọba ológun àná. Ọmọdé yìí kan bàbá jù. Tó bá yẹ lónìí àdàbí ọ̀pọ̀ ìyá. Màmá ò lè jọ bàbá. Màmá bí inú ọmọ. Ayé ilé. Màmá ò lè jọ bàbá. Màmá bí inú ọmọ. Ìjọ bàbá ẹ̀jù. Ọmọ ò lè jọ bàbá. Màmá bí inú ọmọ. Èyí ohun wá mi láyé. Tolúwa láṣẹ. Èyí ohun wá mi. Tolúwa láṣẹ. One with God is the majority. Ìpè àìṣe ni ó pa lárúkọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí kò bá lọ lọ́wọ́ unfinished matter. Psalm 2:9. Ẹ̀ka síwájú. Alágídá. Àlíkò Dangote. Aláṣẹ super international supreme. Wọ́n ti gbọ́ wọ́n rẹ̀ gbọ́ wọ́n ti di sùn. Kọ̀ọ̀kan láti dé Nàìjíríà yóò. Bíbí ló ṣe fowó rà, ìrètí tèmi ti yẹ. Àlíkò Dangote. Sẹ́ẹ̀rì kí n lè ṣúgà. Sẹ́ẹ̀rì kí n lè kìsìrì. Sẹ́ẹ̀rì kí n lè Sẹ́ẹ̀rì kí n lè fàjẹ́tì. Sẹ́ẹ̀rì kí n lè kìsìrì. Sẹ́ẹ̀rì kí n lè Aláàjì Dangote. Àlíkò Dangote. Ọ̀rẹ́ tẹ́mi lọ fẹ́ dọ́là. Ọjọ́ orí ìgbọ̀nwọ́ tọ́ra wọn jẹ. Ire màmí lóde máa pẹ́. Aláàjì Dangote. Àlíkò Dangote. Aláàjì méjì láyé méjì lára. Ọ̀daràn ló lẹ́jọ́. Àlíkò yóò dọ́kọ̀ wọ̀. You're welcome. Aláàjì méjì láyé yóò. You're welcome. Àlíkò Dangote. You're welcome. Anywhere you you're wonderful man. Dangote. My reference is God to ignore me. Alájà ní ti lẹ́yìn. Màmá rolóyè ló ní mò ń wí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Alówó má fi ṣe gbéraga. B.O.T. happy birthday
mama
happy birthday
olóyè
happy birthday
Fatima
happy birthday
ọmọ ṣẹfẹ
happy birthday
Tinubu
happy birthday
ìyá ló lè gbogbo ní kó ti lé tuntun
happy birthday
mama wálé
happy birthday
mama ṣọlá
happy
mama
birthday
lóní ìyàbọ̀dé
happy birthday
mama kúnlé
happy birthday
mama jíde
happy birthday
mama dèjì
happy birthday
mama ro
happy birthday ọdún tó wọlé o tó ṣojú ẹbí yẹn tó bá ẹ láyọ̀ ó ti ṣẹ́kùn ọ̀tá o tó ní kò ní ṣojú ẹ ojú wọn tẹ́lẹ̀ gan ìwé ìyàmọ́dún o owó níní pẹ̀lú ọmọ ilé kíkọ́ pẹ̀lú ẹbí gígùn àlàáfíà lójó gbogbo lọ ìdùnnú bá fi kọ́wọ́ ẹ.
Fatima Tinubu ìyá ló lè gbogbo ní kó
Fatima Tinubu
ọjọ́ gbogbo padà
Fatima Tinubu.
ò bá wọn wáyé
ìwọ ò ní bá wọn lọ.
ò bá wọn wáyé
ìwọ ò ní bá wọn lọ. ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ láàrin wa ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ láàrin wa ṣèbí ilé ayé ilé ayé ilé ayé ìlàpàdé ara ọ.
nítorí àtàtà torí lọ́dún kọjọ́ nítorí
màmá wa ní nígbàkúgbà màmá wa ní láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọjọ́ wa màmá wa ní.
ìyálóde gbogbo kú
màmá ni màmá ó jẹ́.
mama ó ti ṣògbọ́n ọdún
ó ti ṣọgbọ̀n ọdún ó ti ṣe ogójì ọdún ó ti ṣe àádọ́ta ọdún
lójú wa ní
ó ti ṣe ọgọ́ta ọdún
àníṣe
ó ti ṣe àádọ́rin ọdún
lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tó wà
ó wá ṣe ọgọ́rin ọdún
ọ̀láyé
lọ́lá Elédùmarè ọba aláṣẹ wọ́n ṣọgọ́rùn-ún ọdún láyé wá tún jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ.
ò bá wọn wáyé
ìwọ ò ní bá wọn lọ.
ò bá wọn wáyé
ìwọ ò ní bá wọn lọ. ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ láàrin wa ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ láàrin wa ṣèbí ilé ayé ilé ayé ilé ayé ìlàpàdé ara
ọmọ wa ó gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá wọn kí wọ́n má ṣe ṣe.
mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá o kí rẹ máa rọ̀fọ̀.
mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá wọn kí wọ́n má ṣe ṣe.
mo gbàdúrà sókè sí bàbá o kí rẹ máa rọ̀fọ̀.
omi tapọ̀ kúlọ̀pọ̀ kò jẹ́ lẹ́bi.
bàbá jáyé rẹ̀ tòrò kalẹ̀. bàbá máma jẹ́ ògbóníṣẹ́kù o. bàbá máma jẹ́ òfaragbárò ẹ̀. orówó fi ló gbà lọ́jọ́ alẹ́ rẹ̀ o. àṣẹ.
ó ti ṣòwò lójèrè.
ó ti yèrè ohun tí ó ti fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe.
wá ti fowó wájèrè.
wájèrè ohun tí ó bá fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe.
bíntì.
ṣàṣà ẹ̀dá wo ló lè ṣàmì àdúrà yẹn. ṣàṣà ẹ̀dá wo ló lè ṣàmì àdúrà yẹn. àmọ́ ní tiẹ̀ ó ṣàmì àdúrà ó gbé tán àdúrà mi. ó ṣàmì àdúrà ó gbé tán àdúrà.
lọ́jà mi tù.
èrè lọ́mọ ọlọ́jà oúnjẹ o tó bá dalẹ̀. èrè lóbìnrin jẹ́ lábọ́ ọjà. wàá jèrè ohun tí ó bá fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe. wàá jèrè o. ó jèrè ohun tí ó ti fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe.
wá tún ṣe wájèrè.
wájèrè ohun tí ó bá fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe. ṣàṣà ẹ̀dá wo ló lè ṣàmì àdúrà yẹn. ṣàṣà ẹ̀dá wo ló lè ṣàmì àdúrà yẹn. àmọ́ ní tiẹ̀ ó ṣàmì àdúrà ó gbé tán àdúrà mi. ó ṣàmì àdúrà ó gbé tán àdúrà mi. èrè lọ́mọ ọlọ́jà oúnjẹ o tó bá dalẹ̀. èrè lóbìnrin fọwọ́ rẹ̀ ṣe wàá jèrè o. Màmá Wálé ìwòyí àná lọ́rọ̀ rẹ̀ o. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Wálé. Onínú bínú ṣàmà wálé. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Wálé. Ìwòyí àná lásán. Màmá Wálé. Olórí rẹ̀ Màmá Ṣọlá. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Ṣọlá Màmá Oníyàbọ̀dé. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Oníyàbọ̀dé. Màmá Kúnlé. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Kúnlé. Màmá Jídé. Màmá Wálé. Olórí rẹ̀ Màmá Dèjì. Màmá Wálé. Màmá Dèjì. Màmá Olú. Màmá Wálé. Ara ń bẹ̀ ìhò fẹ́ dá. Ajírò màrípa bàdàrà ẹ̀dá. Ara ń bẹ̀ tí ò fẹ́ dá. Ìwọ́n ti gbọ́ olùwà tó wí pé wáá ìgbéni náà gba jọra olùwà ló sì bá bá mi lọ. Wáá ìyá ló ní gbogbo òkú. Ìgbéni náà gba jọra olùwà ló sì bá bá mi lọ. Ayé nìyẹn kọ́ bàbá sọ lẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́gbọ́. Wọ́n lè máa bẹ̀ mọ́ tí wọ́n sílẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́ ṣe. Wọ́n lè máa sọ sọ́kù sọ́kù bọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́ ṣe. Gbogbo igi níbẹ̀ nígbò. Bàbá fi ìrókò jọba. Ìrókò ní bàbá igi. Ìjímèrè ní bàbá ọ̀bọ. Ọlọ́mọ sí kàtà bàbá àgbàdo. Ìyẹn ló fọ́ wọn lórí. Tí wọ́n fi ń sáré kiri tọ̀. Wọ́n kojú ilé wọn padà kúrú. Nítorí ìwọ́de kan bíntù ọmọ tó bá fẹ́. Báwọn lọ́dẹ bá kí dákúdákú. Ẹ ṣàbálẹ̀, ẹ ṣàbálẹ̀, ẹ ṣàbálẹ̀, ẹ ṣàbálẹ̀, ẹ ṣàbálẹ̀ kejì, ẹ ṣàbálẹ̀, ó ní mẹ́ta, ẹ ṣàbálẹ̀, ó ní mẹ́rin, ẹ ṣàbálẹ̀, ẹ ṣàbálẹ̀, láwọn ẹ̀wọ̀ sọnù sígbó. Eléré dùn bí kámọ̀ ọ̀wẹ́, kámọ̀ ọ̀wẹ́ kò dàbí kò yẹ ni. Ẹ̀wẹ̀ nulẹ̀, ẹ̀wẹ̀ nọkọ̀, ẹ̀wò ti bí tù. Fásitì mọ̀ mi làkàtà lọ́jà yẹ ẹ̀yẹ. Kẹ́mi má ní ṣe kò ní gbòǹgbò. Láti mọ̀ ó ti dé. Ìrètò ògo lọ́nà ló jẹ́ òpẹ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ lẹ́jọ́ lè yọ. Ẹ̀yọ, 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 ẹ̀yọ. Ó lẹ́jọ́ lè yọ. Ẹ̀yọ, Fátímọ̀. Ẹ̀yọ, pápádọ́ lè ti yẹ. Ẹ̀yọ, ìyá ló lè gbogbo. Ẹ̀yọ, kò tilẹ̀ tó. Ẹ̀yọ, ó lẹ́jọ́ lè yọ. Ẹ̀yọ, kẹ́mi má ní ṣe kò ní ibi. Òǹbọ̀ ó ti dé. Ìrètò ògo lọ́nà ló jẹ́ òpẹ́. Ó máa lè ṣe báyìí tán látọrí Fátímọ̀ bí o. Ó máa lè ṣe, mo kúkú lè ṣe báyìí dọ́là o. Ó máa lè ṣe báyìí dọ́là o lórí Fátímọ̀. Ó máa lè ṣe, mo kúkú lè ṣe báyìí dọ́là o. Gbogbo ojúgbò wájú ó ti rẹ́ kìíní. Gbogbo ojú wẹ̀ mo tún rẹ́ nìyí. Gbogbo ojú wẹ̀.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Hello and welcome to Clearview News Desk. We're reaching you live from Nigeria's capital city, Abuja. First, the headlines. NAFDAC warns against hawking of drugs, ripening of fruits with carbide, offenders to be jailed. Clearview News Desk trains field workers ahead of 2023 investigative journalism project. Abia State Governor appoints football legend Kanu Nwankwo, 29 others in a bid to harness talent into his cabinet. I am Florence Joshua with these and more. The Director General, National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, has addressed Nigerians on the dangers posed by the growing rate of drug hawking and use of calcium carbide to ripen fruits in Nigeria. Speaking to newsmen at the flag-off of the sensitization workshop, she warned that henceforth any drug hawker arrested by NAFDAC will be prosecuted. Clearview's correspondent who was at the workshop brings us details of the event. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has declared war against the troubling issue of drug hawking and the dangerous practice of using calcium carbide to ripen fruits. The DG NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola, said there have been clarion calls by well-meaning Nigerians on the need to take stringent regulatory actions to stem the dangerous tide of drug hawking and ripening of fruits with calcium carbide. She said there's a growing concern about the looming danger and health implications of this too nefarious group of unscrupulous citizens in our country.
The menace of drug hawking poses serious challenge to healthcare delivery system in the country. Drugs are sensitive, life-saving commodities which should not be sold on the streets, in motor parks or open markets, just like any other article of trade. I wish to warn that any drug hawker arrested by NAFDAC will be prosecuted, will face a jail term, and our enforcement officers are currently carrying out synchronized nationwide operation. We want to put an end to drug hawking.
We have so much to do in this war that we are fighting, because your health, physical and social well-being and mental well-being has to be safeguarded before you begin to talk. Seek it first. your health. If you don't have good health, that is where you begin to understand what it means when you are not healthy. So the great task we are doing is a war, and we are moving on to the next phase of it.
Speaking on the impact of food fraud and how to identify fruits that have been contaminated with calcium carbide and the long-term effects, the DG and some of her directors gave extensive paper presentation on the subject.
An estimated 420,000 of these people will actually die annually from eating contaminated food, and really these are preventable deaths because the food does not have to be contaminated.
Whether the fruit is going to be beneficial to you, whether it's not going to be beneficial to you, is dependent on how it is ripened.
You can identify such artificially ripened fruits. If you notice that the fruits are all yellow, whereas the stem is dark. Naturally ripened fruits usually have brown or black spots, while those artificially ripened have traces of powdery substances and peel off quickly. They may result in cancer, heart, kidney, and liver failure. They may also cause frequent thirst, irritation in mouth and nose, weakness, permanent skin damage, difficulty in swallowing, vomiting, skin ulcer, and so on. Higher exposure may cause undesired fluid buildup in lungs or pulmonary edema. The impurities are hazardous to pregnant women and children and may lead to headache, dizziness, mood disturbances, mental confusion, memory loss, cerebral edema or swelling in the brain, sleepiness, seizures, and so on.
With increased campaigns and enforcement activities, NAFDAC has commissioned a scientific study on the best approach towards mitigating the health hazard posed by the ripening of fruits with carbides. NAFDAC said it is confident of winning the war against the two hydra-headed public health menace. In every society, the press has an important role to play in strengthening democratic governance, promoting awareness and keeping check on the misuse of government power, thereby promoting accountability in the society. However, for the press to effectively carry out these functions, journalists need to be equipped with the requisite knowledge and skills needed to fulfill their challenging role in the society. To this end, Clearview News Desk organized a 3-day capacity training workshop for journalists in Abuja, the nation's capital. As Clearview's Gloria Atta now reports, the workshop is aimed at enhancing the skills of journalists in investigative journalism and holding office holders accountable.
Given the importance of journalism in informing the public, holding those in power accountable and fostering a functioning democracy, Clearview News Desk, under the auspices of the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism and MacArthur Foundation, organized a 3-day workshop for journalists drawn from the print, broadcast and online media houses in Abuja, the Nigerian capital. Declaring the workshop open, the CEO Clearview News Desk, Odion Bello, said the workshop became imperative as a result of changing trends in technology, which has led to a proliferation of fake news and unethical media practices across the country. He therefore charged journalists to be promoters of investigative journalism so as to bring about change the country desperately needs. The lead program officer, Clearview News Desk, Nteng Ekpang, said the capacity building workshop is coming on the heels of the second edition of Clearview News Collaborative Media Project with the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism and the MacArthur Foundation, aimed at exposing loopholes in the nation's governance and holding office holders to account by unmasking institutional and regulatory failures.
These days, the proliferation of social media has made news gathering to become almost like a child's play. So before you go back to your news desk to produce 10 o'clock news, 7 o'clock news, social media has, broadcast almost everything. That's why we're encouraging people go into investigative journalism, because this is the aspect of journalism that unearths corruption. And we live in a nation that is adjudged as one of the most corrupt in the country, in the world. So it is important for people to take up investigative reporting so that you can unearth what people are hiding, what government is hiding, what officials are hiding, what private sector individuals are hiding, capitalists. what politicians like councillors could be hiding. You know, at the end of the day, investigative journalism will help communities, because by the time they reveal what is hidden, the evils in the society, the common man will benefit.
Open source software is code that is designed to publicly accessible. Anyone can see, modify, and distribute the code as they see fit. Open source software is developed in a decentralized and collaborative way, relying on peer review and community production. So we have some code that you can use when you want to carry out this investigative journalism and you want to go the way of open source in carrying out your job. Then what is an open source investigation? An open source investigation uses intelligence gathering techniques and technology including satellite imagery, social media posts, and user-generated content to uncover the invisibility.
Participants at the event say the workshop is an eye-opener as it had broadened their perspectives on how to handle investigative reports in the coming years.
Today, with this workshop here within the bosom of this hotel, we have seen what professionals themselves have come forward to let us know that investigative journalism has a lot to it, has a lot in terms of developing our society, in terms of preparing the minds of the young ones to grow, and the kind of challenges that journalists should expect to always encounter in the field.
As an investigative journalist, I have to be security conscious in gathering my facts, and not all of my information I have to pull out. And also in time of traditional investigative journalism, I have to also know where to gather my facts.
As an investigator, I think I've learned a lot about managing data. I've learned a lot about handling certain informations critically so that you don't actually put your sources in risk, and then several other things.
The Wale Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism is a non-governmental organization with a vision to stimulate the emergence of a socially just society defined by the ethics of inclusion, transparency, and accountability through support to journalists. Its collaborative media project, with funding from the MacArthur Foundation, is aimed at strengthening local and regional investigative journalism, especially the underreported issues and places, and develop a more robust independent media ecosystem across Nigeria. Gloria Atta, reporting for Clearview News.
In response to the tragic killings in Plateau State, President Bola Tinubu has called on security agencies to swiftly identify and apprehend the masterminds behind the heinous act. The directive underscores the urgent need to restore peace and ensure the safety of lives and properties in the affected region. The directive also acknowledges the crucial role the security agency play in maintaining law and order. It underscores the need for effective collaboration and intelligence sharing amongst the various agencies involved, enabling them to swiftly identify, apprehend, and bring the culprits to justice. Former Interior Minister Rauf Aregbesola has encouraged the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to integrate voters' register with the National Identification Number (NIN) database in order to maintain the integrity and transparency of the country's elections. The former minister also elaborated that by doing so, the era of underage voting and numerous electoral ills will come to an end. Aregbesola made these remarks on Tuesday while presenting the lead paper towards free, fair, and credible elections at the 7th International Conference of the Professional Statisticians Society of Nigeria (PSN) at National State University, Kefi. The former governor of Osun also advised INEC to train political parties on the precise roles they will play in elections, as well as ensure the smooth and seamless distribution of electoral materials. Observers are asking questions on why the former minister could not suggest this to his principal while in office. In a significant move to bolster governance and tap into diverse expertise, Abia State Governor Alex Oti has made 30 new appointments with prominent individuals such as Kanu Nwankwo, Jay Martins, and other personalities. This announcement reflects the administration's commitment to harnessing the talents and experiences of accomplished individuals to drive progress and development in the state. The inclusion of Kanu Wako, a celebrated football icon, and Jay Martins, a renowned musician, among others, underscores the administration's recognition of the contribution and impact of individuals from various sectors. Experts say the appointment provides the needed opportunity to leverage the knowledge, skills, and networks of these individuals to advance Abia's development agenda. The Osun State House of Assembly has repealed the Osun State Anthem, Crest and Flag Law of 2012. The Speaker of the Assembly, Adewale Egundu, during plenary on Tuesday said the action was taken in compliance with the judgment of the Federal High Court of December 14, 2017. The Speaker said, understanding, however, that there may be some aspects of the law that are appropriate, the House agreed that all corrections made on Osun State Anthem, Crest and Flag Law 2012 from part of the Bill for Osun State Anthem, Crest and Flag Bill 2023, sponsored by the Majority Leader. In essence, what the House has done is vacate a law that had already been invalidated by a court of competent jurisdiction to pave the way for a new law that will respect the letters and spirit of the Nigerian Constitution. Some road fittings installed on newly inaugurated Second Niger Bridge have been stolen by vandals. A source in the Works Ministry confirmed this theft this Wednesday, saying that the expansion joint walkway on axis 330 of the bridge had been stolen. Another source who spoke to our correspondent corroborated the report, adding that supervising engineers are not happy about the incident. The 1.6-kilometer bridge linking Asaba, Delta State to Onitsha, Anambra State, and other regions in the southeast was named after Buhari. Buhari, who performed the opening via Zoom. Buhari said the bridge was one of the critical infrastructure delivered by his administration to fight poverty, promote economic growth, and ensure the progress of the people. If you're just joining us, you're watching the news on Clearview News Desk. And when we come back, we bring you stories on women and children. Stay with us.
The news continues now with stories from our area of specialization, women and children. After the main transmission of our news, we rebroadcast on our YouTube page, Clearview TV. Do you operate a women or children's NGO? Are you at the helm of affairs of a government establishment or a corporate organization involved in the affairs of women and children? Then you are our partners in progress. We have a mission to better the lot of our women and children. Join us to celebrate womanhood and work assiduously to better the lot of the Nigerian child. This is our mission.
Welcome back. The Nigerian movie industry in Hollywood has been hit with another sad event, as veteran actress Cynthia Okereke has reportedly passed on. Her death was announced by her colleague Joseph Okechukwu in a post on his verified Twitter handle this Wednesday. Sharing a photo of the actress, Okechukwu wrote, "Rest in peace, Nwanyoma. I'm shattered beyond words. The fact that I was about to pay for your flight ticket to come finish what we started, only to hear you went to be with the Lord just last night, is one of the toughest things I have had to deal with in recent times." Last year, Okereke was kidnapped in Enugu alongside fellow actor Clemson Connell, but they were later released unhurt by the abductors, days after they were declared missing. Okereke's death is the latest in the movie industry that have seen some of its stars pass on in recent times. Saint Obi, Don Brimo, Murphy Afolabi, Femi Ogurobi, Papa Ajasko, and Chikeze Uwazi are some of the high-profile names that have recently passed on. African women have joined other women in the continent to celebrate 20 years of great milestone in the continent. It has been 20 years since the adoption of the Protocol on the African Charter on the Rights of Women. Maputo Protocol focused solely on the rights of women and girls' rights, which include projections as well as pathway to justice. its adoption was a profound undertaking by the African Union members, acknowledging the rights of African women. Despite these efforts, Nigeria still has a long way to go in achieving gender equity and inclusion. Rights activists say women play critical roles in the socio-economic and political development of the society, yet their contributions are often constrained, limiting their full potential. Some Nigerian communities impose restrictions on female education, relegating women to domestic roles. 20 years since its adoption, African women are still fighting and advocating for progressive measures on gender discrimination. Women's access to justice and equal protection, participation in politics, right to reproductive health services, economic empowerment, and harmful trado-cultural practices. And that's the news, but before we go, a recap of the top stories.
National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has vowed to hunt down drug hawkers and fruit merchants who use calcium carbide in ripening fruits. Speaking to newsmen at the flag of oversensitization workshop, NAFDAC DG Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye warned that henceforth any drug hawker arrested by NAFDAC will be prosecuted. Clearview News Desk has organized a 3-day capacity training workshop for journalists in Abuja, the Nigerian capital. The workshop, which started this Wednesday, is aimed at broadening the scope of journalists and enhancing their skills of investigative journalism to be able to hold office holders accountable, especially where there are institutional and regulatory failures. We also told you that newly sworn-in Abia State Governor Alex Oti has appointed former Nigerian football legend Kanu Nwankwo as chairman of Nigerian League of Champions Eimba. Musical icon Jay Martins and 28 others were also given appointments in a bid to leverage the knowledge, skills, and network of these individuals to advance Abia's development agenda.
Remember to like us on Facebook Clearview Television, follow us on Twitter at Clearview Online, follow us on Instagram at Clearview News, and also remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Clearview TV. I am Florence Joshua. Thank you for joining us.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Human trafficking is an abhorrent crime that continues to plague our societies. This modern-day form of slavery involves the exploitation of an individual through force, coercion, or deception, which often results in the victims being subjected to various forms of labor or sexual exploitation in which others benefit financially. However, some victims often leave their destination country voluntarily. The majority are unaware that they are being recruited for a trafficking scheme. The victims, who are predominantly women and children, suffer unimaginable physical and psychological trauma. Human trafficking is a global issue affecting every part of the world. No country is immune, whether as a source, transit, or destination location. Trafficking network has proven to be highly adaptable, employing sophisticated methods to deceive authorities and exploit victims. Today, there are approximately 45.8 million people caught in the trap of modern-day slavery around the world. This includes 10 million children, 15.4 million people in forced marriages, 4.8 million people in forced sexual exploitation, among others. According to the 2023 Global Slavery Index report, Nigeria ranked 38 out of 160 countries, with the highest number of slaves, which is equivalent to 1.6 million people. According to NAPTIP statistics from 2019 to 2022, 61% of human trafficking in Nigeria happens internally, while 39% is generated from cross-border trafficking. The general factors that increase vulnerability to trafficking in Nigeria include extreme poverty, lack of economic opportunities, corruption, conflict, insecurity, climate change, resulting migration, and Western consumerism. Unfortunately, globalization is a double-edged sword, and that it has shaped the world's market for the transportation of illegal migrants, affording criminal organizations the ability to expand their network and create transnational routes that facilitate the transporting of migrants. Take for instance, traffickers now use integrated technology to build their business model at every stage of the process, from recruiting to exploiting victims. Many children are approached by traffickers on internet platforms including social media, marketplace, through job advertisement posts,